go.
त्यसै गरी अब हामीसँग रहेको छ राउन्ड 3 फिल इन द ब्ल्याङ्क्स। ल प्रश्नहरू यस प्रकारको रहेको छ दोस्तीहरू। म्याच जित्नलाई मैले फिल इन द के भन्छ ब्ल्याङ्क्स प्रयोग गर्छु। म्याच जित्नलाई ब्ल्याङ्क्स प्रयोग गर्छु। दिमागवाला चाहिँ मलाई अलिकति दामी लाग्यो है। म बुट क्याम्पमा हुँदाखेरि डट 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 डेली गर्छु। म रेड जोनमा उभिन तयार छु यदि ब्ल्याक्सले मलाई भनेपछि। त्यसै गरी हामीसँग अर्को प्रश्न आइसकेको छ। प्रश्न छ मेरो सिक्रेट वेपन भनेको ड्यास हो। त्यसै गरी हामीसँग रहेको छ अब आजको अन्तिम प्रश्न रहेको छ मेरो सपना छ ड्यास जित्ने। आजको हाम्रो थर्ड राउन्ड पनि सकिसकेको छ। हाम्रो ऱ्यापिड फायर राउन्डको मजा आयो केटाहरूसँग बोल्दाखेरि। अब जस आफ्नै दाजुभाइहरू साथीहरू नै हो मेरो सबैजना। जस यसरी कुराकानी गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति जस रमाइलो फिल भयो। रमाइलो तपाईँहरूलाई पनि एउटा केही रमाइलो दिन भनेर मात्रै हामीले गरेको हो होइन। आजको सेगमेन्ट हामी यति नै थियो होइन गाइजहरू। अब हाम्रो केटाहरू यत्रो अमूल्य टाइम लिएर यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुभएकोमा सबै केटाहरूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। र अब आउने पिएमपिएलमा सबैजनालाई बेस्ट विसेस भन्न चाहन्छु होइन। सबैजनाले राम्रो गर्नु होला, हामी पनि हेर्नेछौँ होइन। सबैजनालाई बेस्ट अफ लक भन्न चाहन्छु।
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. And now this is the end, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, 3 days ago, we talked about the beginning of the end. We are finally here, the last 6 games for all the 16 teams that have made it to the grand finals now. And we will keep our eyes out to see which teams will be making it into the top 10, headed towards the SA Championship, which will happen in a while. But also, I mean, how the prize money is going to be distributed. And to help me out, ladies and gentlemen, is the amazing Ocean Sharma joining me. Ocean, how are you feeling? Last day, it's been a journey, a month-long journey, and finally we're headed towards the end.
And Johnny, think about it, right? If you talk about some other region, that is the Pakistan region, 6 games decided the fate of 6 teams they were moving forward.
Yes.
Right now, 6 games are going to be eliminating 6 teams from our region because 10 will move forward. Think about it, right? This is going to be a devil's number, legend just coming down onto the players. They'll have to just understand everything.
Yeah.
If you're at 10th position and 11th position, there's going to be a massive heartbreak. You need to be in top 10. Whatever happens, today it is an actual end game, and trust me, a lot is at stake.
I mean, you can't just snap away your problems at this point. I think that is something that these players don't have the luxury of doing. But Ocean, as soon as I entered our workplace this morning, a question was asked to me. Like, a question was put in front of me from our wonderful, wonderful colleagues over at the Nepali broadcast. And the question was, who do you think is going to win at the end of it all? What do you think now? My answer for this was either IHC or Stalwart Esports. Is yours any different?
I do believe IHC because, again, we saw the lead that they just gathered for themselves. If they can do it on one day, they can definitely just move forward with the other ones. IHC, the thing has been that when they were Zeus, right, in a few last seasons, in fact, their performance was kind of going down. I know somehow what was going on, but now they are back. They're the same PMGC Zeus is back in this IHC. I mean, we have seen the way Zol has performed yesterday, right? That was just incredible. We have seen them taking multiple chicken dinners as well, and every chicken definitely gets you a good amount of money as well. So they know the worth. Plus, the best part, since a few last PMPL seasons, we were starting off the conversation, aim, assist off, this, that. They have adapted that formula now.
Exactly. It took them a while, but finally the team has shown up in their actual form, ladies and gentlemen. But let's move forward. Since Ocean has done the luxury of mentioning the money that's there for the players to win, we are going to talk about money now, because prize pool distributions are going to happen today. I mean, the teams will solidify how much money they will have in the bank after this, after the matches are done, basically. But we'll see about that. On the other side, first position, $10,000. That is what the podium holder will get for themselves. Then if you are second, at the end of the day, you get $6,500. If you are third, you get only $5,000. The prize money keeps on dropping as you go lower in the standings. And then, I mean, there's the prestigious MVP solo money that does not need to be shared with your comrades. It is going to be yours and yours alone. The $1,000 for the tournament MVP. Now, yesterday we saw quite an interesting turnaround in the rankings of the elimination leaders. I believe we're gonna have that in front of us as well for a bit towards the very end, though. But for now, overall rankings, IHC Esports, as we talked about them, being the front runners in everyone's list as the team that has the highest probability of walking away with the trophy. But the chase is quite close, and it's still on. Train to Kill on the second, just 15 points shy of the leaders.
They understand that they are not alone out there. T2K definitely has what it takes. I mean, this team has showcased that on those few days. But then, remember, alongside T2K, there used to be a team known as Vibes.
Yeah.
Which we cannot see in top 8 right now. The vibes of the previous Super Weekends was different. The vibes of these finals is different. JyanMaara, a team that just impressed us. Now that impression is kind of just going on to a fade away. Skylightz is at 6th position, 99 points for them. 89, 80. On the other side, I want to see where the team at 10th position is. That's Raw with 78. Definitely they can move forward. DRS, the struggles are coming. Vibes, the struggles are coming. ElementriX, the struggles are coming. Savage, the struggles are coming. I mean, come on. This Savage needs 2 good games today if they want to just, go forward with it.
Exactly. I mean, if they want to stand a chance of moving forward to the SA Championship, they need 2 good games, and they need them at the start of the day. So if they miss out on the first Erangel and the Miramar, then the struggles are going to continue for Savage Esports. But along with that, I think yesterday was a pretty neat turnaround from the players of Venom Legends, because if you remember when we started the day, I believe they were just struggling with 7-8 points in the previous 6 matches that they had collected. But from there, we saw them bounce up and close the distance between them and Savage Esports. 7C Esports were the team earlier, sitting on the 15th position, but now there was a swap in the middle of the day yesterday where 7C Esports took over Savage Esports and are now sitting on the 14th position. But as you mentioned, Vibes Esports, Ocean, Vibes, I don't know what went wrong with them. During the league stages, Vibes Esports was absolutely flawless. They were playing textbook and they were very clean with those textbook playstyles as well. No unnecessary fights, no unnecessary aggression, just a complete slow early game where they would try the level best to survive. If there was a collision, they would go for those squad fights. Otherwise, they would try the level best to avoid them in the early game stage. And we saw them
Yeah.
pack a lot of firepower in their lineup as well. But once we make it to the finals, and Vibes, let's not forget, qualified and within the top three in the league stages, Vibes is just completely struggling. They have broken down.
They definitely have this, kind of broken down when it comes down to it. Let's have a look at a few stats as for what we can say, and that is IHC Finals Day 1 versus Day 2. Look at the massive increase in terms of damage dealt that they have. It's kind of a 500-ish increase. Survival time is still the same, so that shows that, that they have the efficiency increase for themselves in terms of damage dealt. 6.5 eliminations turned to 7.7, which is good, and an average of 11.2 points, moving down to 16.3. That's just brilliant. That's just incredible. And IHC, well, the change, it's making waves for them.
Yeah, I mean, change is definitely making waves, and they are also making a lot of waves. You always hear those thunderclaps go around whenever IHC just starts going ham inside of the game, which happened quite a lot yesterday. I mean, talk about this fight against Savage Esports, which was, well, kind of in the favor of IHC Esports because of a blunder that was made with Eisenberg getting knocked out by a friendly grenade. But still, IHC, they were pretty strong. They were pretty on point with their performances yesterday, even though I think the only thing that they have changed, as you mentioned, Ocean, was not anything too drastic. They just worked on their survival time. Elimination point average, I mean, just being a slightly more aggressive, because at the end, when you are making sure that you have the numbers advantage towards the closing moments of the game, you will be able to secure a few extra eliminations, and that automatically works out in the favor of IHC Esports. But especially the way they have handled that mid-game chaos on those Erangels, I think was something that IHC really needed to figure out. And now they have done it. They are sitting on the first position, so not a lot to complain about, actually.
Yeah, not exactly a lot to complain about, but then look at this, the performances no graph of this team, right? Starting off from the first few games, they were not performing good till the fourth game, right? They were also not in a really safe spot, but after that, fifth game, they do really good. Then yesterday's first two games, that is 7th and 8th game, they do incredibly well. 9th game, they did falter down. 10th game, they did falter, but they had done their job already, that they were at the first position by the end of yesterday. And today, well, they need to perform in the same way. Otherwise, well, I get it. T2K is coming for your throne, but they will also take the bragging rights of winning this one. IHC, I guess they know it, but will they be able to do it? Because you know it, right? IHC nowadays, they are taking mature decisions. But you still understand, there is that slight zealth between the players that, they want to overcome it. They like to overcome it.
I mean, you have to be careful if you're going to try and fly close to the sun, right? Otherwise, your wings are going to melt off and you're just going to burn as you fall back to the earth. I think that is something that, as you mentioned, IHC need to be careful about. I mean, at a certain point, you're going to start overcommitting into those team fights and end up hampering your own performances. And I think a perfect example and a perfect segue into our next comparison, because Stalwart Esports are, in fact, going through the same thing right now, where in certain situations, in certain fights, they end up overcommitting and end up getting wiped out.
Let's see now. As we talk about these two teams, right? Train to Kill and Stalwart, the point difference is not that much. Average survival is good with Train to Kill. Eliminations are good with Train to Kill. A few teams, including Train to Kill and Vibes, again, we'll go to that question, that conversation. But these teams know how to defeat and dominate against the Mongolians. They like to go for it. Previously, it was Train to Kill, Vibes that was just, on a really good roll for themselves. Although now, if you look at it, Train to Kill, they have less damage dealt, but they have less damage received as well. That means Stalwart is making a few mistakes on the go, and maybe Stalwart understands that it's high time that they correct those.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely high time to fix those errors in judgment that have been there from the side of Stalwart Esports. But on the other side, Train to Kill, I'm actually really happy with their performances in the recent days, especially in the finals. They have really come into their own sort of play style and have sort of developed this very interesting tactic wherein, I mean, you are just going to see them go for hardcore survival until the 18-20 minute marker, and even then they are not going to engage in any close quarters combat situation unless it's absolutely necessary. Train to Kill have managed to be very consistent in terms of getting those elimination points as well, which is like an additional bonus to them. Because I mean, we have always talked about this, right? If you are getting eliminated early with no elimination points, then that game is basically it never happened for you. You are at a disadvantage of one entire match against the other teams. But if you do manage to walk away with 3 to 4 eliminations, even if you're getting taken out early, you do walk away with some points. And I think that is the only thing that has sort of given a slight edge to the players of Train to Kill. Stalwart Esports on the other side, I mean, we know the extremities that this team likes to go to. I mean, you see that either it's a massive pop-off, or it's just a complete follow where they barely take an exit with like 2 points, 3 points in a match.
A weirdly huge plus minus coming down between these two teams, right? You see Stalwart, you understand the way they get a good game, Train to Kill does not. It does the same game. Train to Kill, they get a good game, Stalwart does not. The same game. So it's kind of that they don't understand, but still it looks like they are playing against each other's matches or match styles. Like, you know, they just have their own flow. And so if today Train to Kill gets a good game and Stalwart doesn't, well, they'll get more points. If Stalwart gets good game, if Train to Kill doesn't, then also it becomes the same factor. So today is going to be a really important one, and we might just have that understanding overall coming down in the first few games. 100% we'll see what is happening overall. Maybe in first 3 games, because again, we're going to be seeing one Sanhok. That's all. Miramar, that's plenty. And Erangel, that is a lot.
Exactly. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and just 1 Sanhok in the entire day. And again, one more, not one more, but a couple of more teams that I would like to mention in the list that are going to be there. I mean, they're a little bit further away from the competition, but they're going to be super exciting. As exciting as a drop, ladies and gentlemen, that we have for you guys Again, we bring you these amazing skins, and the only thing that you have to do is make sure that you're watching the broadcast on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official YouTube and Facebook pages, and there are going to be links pinned in the live chat, so make sure you're keeping track of that as well, because the drops are going to happen that way. And then there's the feedback also, which was happening. Hopefully the link is going to be there pinned in the chat for that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, finally moving forward towards the schedule of the day, Erangel is going to be the one starting it all, and Erangel is where it will all come to an end. In the middle, we have Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and another Miramar. But as I was talking about the teams earlier, Roshan, what are your thoughts on Deadeyes Guys and JyanMaara? Now, Deadeyes Guys, I mean, from the leaders, do feel a little bit further away, but it's a sub 30-point difference between the two teams, between JyanMaara DE and IHC, somewhere around 30 points, plus minus just a few digits as well. And that is enough difference that you can cover up within the first 3 matches if JyanMaara and DE both manage to be consistent.
History has repeated itself. Deadeyes Guys, they were at the first position in the first day. Now they are not exactly struggling, but again, you know it, right? Things are not looking good for them as of now. JyanMaara is a team that I'm really impressed of, because it's kind of that season 2 JyanMaara that we know, like, you know, you remember VT and JyanMaara, like those players, they had their own composure. They were different, like a few players were different, a few players were same. But then again, you understand it, right? They have the experience flowing for them, and experience speaks in the most important matches, in the most important tournaments. This is the most important tournament. You can call it like, you know, they were playing a different game in the first few super weekends, in the first 3 super weekends, and now they are playing a different game altogether, which is good. Takes them to top 5. They stay at the 2nd position as well. They do falter down, but then again, it's a learning curve for them. You can call it a learning curve, because they are still understanding what's going on, but whilst understanding, they are going head to toe in against the competition, which is really good.
I mean, but if your intentions are quite set on lifting the trophy, then all the time for learning is done. You don't have any time to left to sort of cram anything anymore in, because this is the final exam now. Grades are going to be handed out apparently at the end of the day as well, since I do have an actual professor sitting with me, so he's going to be the one grading these answer sheets. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's going to be quite exciting to see how the journey begins, as we are just about to head towards the first Erangel of the day, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be super exciting to watch. Again, a lot of possibilities. If IHC go on to win this game, they basically have a very heavy lead against the rest of the competition. But let's see, let's head towards the player cams, as in just a few more seconds, we will have the plane in front of us and also the flight path on, again, the first map
Look
of
at that.
final day of the PMPL.
Someone's making stories of IHC's players playing, right? You can see them just making those maybe Instagram stories or maybe something
It's a
going
media
on.
team hard at work, man.
Just going for maybe a final day vlog or something. Because the team is at first, right? They have their morale boosted, but then again, they should not just make any mistakes. Talking about it, ladies and boys and girls,
I'm just looking for Godless. I just want to make sure he's sitting in his chair.
One of the players of Skylightz was just what is he doing there? What is he doing there?
Chilling.
He has a guitar.
Yeah,
he has a guitar.
Hey, we're gonna get. We have a show for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on,
we're
someone
gonna have
has
some
a...
music. We're gonna have some fun now.
Is he actually gonna play? Is he playing
Right before a game? You gotta calm
right
yourself
before
down.
the game? I mean,
That's another way of calming down your nerves, I guess. That's another way of calming down your nerves. Just take a chill pill.
oh my god, it's like
What do you, Ocean? What do you do to
Stairway to
relax?
Stairway to heaven.
Ocean, what do you do to relax?
I listen to Stairway to Heaven.
That's it.
I sleep.
That's my preference, I mean, good music and a good nap. But now is not a time to nap. It's the finals that are about to begin, for crying out loud. So music we will do with if one of these amazing lads decides to just start playing some instruments for us. Nap is a big no-no. Are you already napping, Ocean?
No.
I feel like starting without me.
No. Alright, Rafa just cleaning his nose, I guess. Yep, that's what he is doing. And what are the other players doing? I want to know. Oh, they are praying as well. Look at Stalwart's players.
Yeah.
They are praying before the game starts. Oh my god. This game has a lot of emotions just coming up.
Yeah.
Yosu just looking directly into the camera right now. Yosu just looking into the camera. A few players just, setting their hair.
Everyone's just busy warming up at this point. Just completely zoned in, completely focused, waiting for the
Skylightz
action
players
to
are also
commence.
vlogging.
Who?
Look at Galzen. There is a camera in Galzen's feed. Like someone's vlogging out of that
Hey,
from
man,
the boot camp.
you gotta have your memories in line, right? Vlogs are the best way to do that.
All right, now I guess they have played enough guitar, so they are ready for it. Ready for the game is what these players are gonna be. A few of them still struggling with the cameras, in fact.
I mean, it's all okay. All of these lads look amazing. Just waiting. All right, so everyone's ready. I guess we are about to begin. Just a final sip of that tea, and right, done. About to jump into the game now. I guess anytime now. 10,
Yeah,
9,
single time.
8, 7. Count with me. 6,
6,
5,
4,
8.
3.
One lad put
2,
down his guitar, other one got
1.
the ukulele out. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set now, and the match is about to go live. There's a plane, the banner of Erangel just flaring right behind it, and well, we have the trajectory in front of us as well, starting from Stalwart Kamishki and headed towards Ferrypier Mosque.
Oh, this is a good flight path. Just kind of divides the map into two different sectors. Teams would want to go somewhere. They can, if they want to change a drop, maybe surprise their opponents on the last day. If there are some rivalries outside the game going on, you can have your chance right now. But then again, top 10 will take the pie. The other ones, well, they'll cry. This is where Stalwart and Primos, the areas comes in. Ferrypier Farm, Pochinki School, these areas are here. Rozok as well. Military base, we don't see likes to go there, but Novo Repnoi is where Stalwart does. Will they drop down? That's one of the questions. Will they change it? That's also one of the questions. Right now, T2K on the areas of Savani, they're going to be looking really good. But Skylightz, oh, the drop changes. It is still there, but I'm pretty sure they'll go to Northern Georgia Pole. They're just waiting for a few vehicles here and there.
Yeah,
that looks good. Right now, IHC, instead of going to Georgia Pole, they choose Shelter Split.
well, but let's see if that is going to work out for them. IHC has been dropping towards that Shelter Split drop of theirs, just preferring that option for a major chunk of these matches in the finals. And It is. It has been quite interesting because it is not. It's not like it's backfiring upon them. It's working out quite
Yeah.
nicely. On the contrary, but let's see again. The circle is going to be kind of split between the main island and the military island. A high probability of moving of the circle shifting towards the north and the northwestern parts currently. But on the other side, now I'm quite interested in how Raw Esports are going to approach this matchup. Uh, Heading towards Georgopol this time, they will be completely isolated. Skylight Gaming just landing towards the southern side of shooting range will be, well, sort of stuck for a few moments since they know there's train to kill towards shooting range and Severny. And then there's going to be the players of Vibes towards the Water City. Raw is going to be blockading the front, just guarding that Georgopol position of theirs for as long as possible, as long as they can make it happen.
Yeah.
But Skylight Gaming, I think they're going to be they will have to be extremely careful with the decision of exactly where they want to start this early game now.
I mean, I believe they have that read, right, for themselves that, yeah, Raw's players are there, but it looks like, look at that vehicle going from Skylightz. Are they going for that one player of Raw that's away from the team? I don't know, but
so,
do they have enough vehicles? Because Raw's player is definitely in that house, might have had a few vehicles, a few weapons for himself. So that might just be one of the things. You can see the zone, ladies and boys and girls. You can see all the players just ready to just, go off with their loot. And there it is, just like we said, Assault. He's done for. Skylight's players, they started off, they get the first elimination, they saw one player, they found his weak spot, that is he was away from the team. They're like, yeah, let's enjoy. And there it is, Skylightz opening up their bank. Galzen, we see him driving right now. No, he's just sitting on the back seat as a Thompson. And now Skylight's players, they'll go for the split.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned,
no vehicle.
No vehicle right there, but I mean, the option is still going to be quite open for them since they know now if they collide against Raw Esports, they will have a clear advantage in that fight. It's going to be a 4v3 situation in their favor. So the northern Georgopol control is going to be there for Skylight Gaming, but during the mid-game stages, I think Raw will definitely have a good opportunity to get their revenge against Skylight Gaming when they will be forced to cross the bridge, move over to the southern side of the map. But for now, as far as the early game is considered, Skylight Gaming have set themselves up for success. Raw, not a lot of chances of them going over to the other side to contest Assault. And this was kind of unfortunate for him that he got caught completely off guard, isolated as well. And as you mentioned, I think Skylight Gaming, the read was perfect on this.
Yeah, it was like they saw that one individual and maybe they had the understanding that no one else is there. Otherwise, and also it's a good understanding as well, because what you see is that it's one individual, plus you don't see any other team, plus a team will not drop down for that one house. Obviously, it would be just one or two players. So Skylightz they were like, yeah, we can just take the player down. We can easily. And one UMP just, went really good. Seal, this team likes to go for the entire military base. They have the entire military base for themselves. Look at Wally just, running up. Leo on that one building. Baron on the middle C building for themselves. One player is on the back lines as well. So Seal is going to find a good loot, plus they have vehicles as well. I mean, military area, that it is a good area. Plus, they have that slight edge of the zone as well for themselves. Meanwhile, they'll have to maybe eventually move forward onto the northern side. We'll see, though, how does that happen. But right now, the players are going to be looking good. This is one Mongolian team that is struggling right now. Savage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely struggling, as you said.
14th place, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, quite far away from the qualification positions. I mean, winning the tournament, that's going to be a whole other situation for them to tackle. So I think priorities are going to be set for Savage Esports to just get enough points to figure out a way or wiggle their way inside the top 10 so that they make it to the SA Championship. I think that has to be the target at this point. But let's see if they will hit their mark or are they going to miss it completely. Hershey has been quite important for his team. Anif on the other side, I have no idea what's happening. The misplays that happened yesterday were quite brutal and out in the open. And now I think Savage Esports, it's full on damage control situation for the entire team.
Definitely is. Zol, all right. Just trying to find his own sweet loot. His teammates are just around. They have a few vehicles, so they can maybe just give him a lift. Otherwise, he can just go in his own buggy that was inside the house. Stalwart's players, wherever the flight path is, wherever the circle is, this team always likes to go to Nova. No, I love this this one factor about this team. The way these players, they like to go and they loot this own area. It's like their comfort zone. Phantom, all right, a team that was doing extremely good in the Super Weekends and all. I mean, the team was in top 5, top 6, like most of the times. Right now, they have a decent spot, but then again, they need to just, focus on being better and better. This team has just surprised us with pretty good games. High voltage on the other side. All right, they are moving away. So Phantom gets this understanding. Yesterday and day before, Phantom was struggling on one thing, and that is their players were being caught off guard as soon as they were landing. First day it was ElementriX, yesterday it was some other team. So now I guess they have found out, they have cracked the code of landing good, and maybe from there they will go for the fights and all those things. But right now we see high voltage as well, extreme on our screens. He's just trying to maybe scout out a few areas because he's away from his teammates, as high voltage went to the other side. But extreme is still maybe just looking forward to the forest area.
Let's see. As you were talking about Phantom Esports, I think there has been a decent amount of improvement from their side. I completely agree with that. I mean, they have been quite consistent with the placement points at least. It's just the team fight aspect of the late game stages that they need to figure out. Otherwise, I think the survival instincts of Phantom Esports are actually pretty good. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, a massive cluster of teams headed towards the military bridge. And in fact, the southwestern farms of Pochinki is where 7C Esports, Raw, ElementriX, High Voltage, Phantom Esports are already present. Deadeyes Guys are closing in from the northeastern side towards Potato Hill is where Savage Esports are currently. Just west of Farm is DRS, playing quite close to the shoreline, along with the players of IHC, who do have a few barn houses in their control at this moment in time, but it's going to be quite tricky for us to figure out exactly which team will be charging towards them, because they are surrounded from 3 different directions. But Jari spotting out one of the players from the side of Savage Esports out in the open. Trula finding the first knock. Eisenberg is going to be the man going down, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is also going to be a pickup for the favor of Deadeyes Guys. Now, Savage Esports, how will they respond? A utility nade being lobbed towards Jari as he falls back to safety. Deadeyes Guys going for a perfect reset after picking up the advantage in the early fight.
Oh, this is not looking good. Deadeyes Guys definitely wanted something for that, but look at Savage. The players, they are understanding that they are outnumbered. They're already having bad days, and now it might just be even worse because this is the last day. They would not want to make it the last for the season for themselves. They want to play the season more and more. They want to go for the championship. That's important. Savage, but right now they are going away from the place. Oh, Sanchir was spotted down. His head is being shown from that little peak that he's just actually trying to overpeak or something, and it gets spotted down as well. So, Shari needs to understand what he can do. Still just looking on Sanchir's side. It's kind of a peekaboo situation between these two teams, right? But
Yeah.
Savage, the worst part is, whatever they do, the mistakes have been made again, and now they need to understand the value of their survival. But look at that, Stalwart versus IHC. Oh my god, we would want to see that.
Yeah, now that's a fight worth watching. I believe we need to switch to that location, but we'll get there soon. One of the lads from the side of IHC getting knocked out in the situation. But as far as Savage Esports versus DE is considered, I think Deadeyes Guys laid out a perfect trap, and Savage Esports just ran in, got caught, and now they're getting punished. But Alex from the side of IHC finding the trade, as Godless was taken out a few moments earlier. Pika falls down to a nade from Alex. A lot of utility exchange between the two teams. Alex down to 50 HP. Godless still bleeding out in the open now. Top, he's going to try and go for a flank, but the broken wall, will it save him? That's going to be important. A Molotov is going to push him back, but the nade, oh, it's lined up almost quite close to Alex. And, well, he does manage to survive. Both the teams looking to go for a reset, but it's going to be quite tricky for IHC to move forward to revive their star player, Godless, and bring him back into the action.
I don't know if that is going to be decent or not, because Godless is away as well, and he's bleeding down currently, right? That player is done for right from the start of the game. Now it comes down to how Stalwart can just maintain the pressure. And Johnny, remind you, oh, is he surviving? Oh my god, they're reviving it. Oh. All right, I remind you, right, that the way IHC is playing, the way T2K is playing, the way Stalwart is playing, if IHC gets eliminated, well, T2K and Stalwart both have a chance to contest for the first position right from the first game.
Exactly.
And that's why IHC needs to understand that there is a thin line between you committing for a fight and you overcommitting with overconfidence.
Well. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting. As you said, I mean, laid out the situation, the story so perfectly. If IHC are taken out, all the floodgates are just going to open up. There's going to be a multitude of team charging forward to just grab that first position away from them. T2K, Stalwart Esports, Deadeyes Guys, and JyanMaara as well. They are going to try their level best to close in on the distance. But IHC now, Godless has been brought back into the game. He has been revived. And it's a 4v4 reset between Stalwart Esports. But look who shows up. It's the players of JyanMaara. The top 5 are all in the same spot, basically.
Yeah, but Action just, uses a spray to take the players away. I mean, to just push them away. But this fight in the pancake area, it still has to happen. So this is called pancake area, ladies and boys and girls. If you guys don't know, this is called the pancake area. The players are still trying to just maintain a good composure. The circle's closing in. The players are definitely ready as they understand what's happening, and they're going to be still inside the zone. So IHC and Stalwart, they'll have to be prepared for whatever happens, because now whosoever moves out first can lose, because you'll be out in the open. IHC understands that. Stalwart understands that. Maybe these teams can work together, and if someone rushes on both the teams, they can shoot. They can maybe take the players down.
Maybe, I mean, the
it won't exactly be working together, but yeah.
I mean, the possibility is always going to be there, but right now, I think the only thing that's missing from this fight is the fact that the circle hasn't completely abandoned them. So no incentive for them to actually move out and just be hyper aggressive against each other. The survival is not on the line. They just have to play for safety. Oh, look at Action, though. Quite eager to go for a peek. And I see he had that corner, that window just lined up perfectly. So just dishing out a little bit of damage before Action just falls back. Will just have the boosters running to bring themselves back in. But on the other side, 7C, it looks like they've taken a massive hit against the players of High Voltage. Now Ripson is going to be knocked out as well, while Badu G from the side of High Voltage is going to be finished off. Extreme knocked out in the open. Aku Jod cooking up a nade to lob towards Prabeen as he goes for a revive on his teammate. I mean, this one is going to be on point. It looks it's quite close. There it is. Prabeen is going to be down to 50 HP, and his teammate Extreme just vanishes in front of his eyes.
Oh my god, look at this. Prabeen was there, but what a great knock coming down. Kujot being taken down by Assassin. Perfectly cover fire provided in this situation, but 7C, the struggles are still there. High Voltage, the struggles are still there. I don't know how they can just maintain their composure, their calmness in all these situations, but still they're trying to do everything in their power, trying to do everything in their feet, whatever they can do to just stand in the fights for themselves. High Voltage is just around Assassin. We see him on the other side. These players are still there. Jane takes down Steel Shot. Leo spotted down. Muffin and just trying with that M4. Oh, this is going to be a good fight as well. Both were cooking grenades. I guess Muffin and just moving out. All right, that was a Molotov from Leo, but he gets shot at from the other side. He needs that backup. That is not with him. It's on the back lines, but I guess the backup is providing him adequate cover as the smoke gets lofted down by the teammates. Skylight's his players. They cannot move out, and AJ needs to heal.
Well, he's not looking too healthy right now and definitely needs to heal. But from the flank, Mafia Ninja is going to take a hit as the Mini 14 in the hands of Wally is just going to be like a magic wand, finding the opening that Seal Esports were looking for now. Leo also needs to heal up before they before Seal Esports finally start to push forward against the players of SG. But we'll talk about that in a bit as Raw Esports again in a world of hurt now. T2K closing in on their position. Rig, he's trying to hide for them as he puts on that medkit right there. But T2K, they are too close for comfort.
Johnny, remember there was a game in which DRS got a chicken dinner in the similar circle, in the similar position they were.
Yeah.
In this season only, DRS has the same position. It's the same circle. Oh my God! Will DRS repeat this one? I just want answers to that.
Well, let's see if that is going to happen, if it's going to be a deja vu moment in front of us. But for now, 7C Esports, now they just walked away from one fight and walk into another one. ElementriX taking on two teams at the same time. They found knocks from the side of 7C Esports, and now they're putting pressure on the players of Skylightz Gaming as well. And look at this, Nima seeing the players of T2K, goes for a spray on Jane, but is not going to be able to connect as Jane just drives over Incas. Now getting caught off guard by Oris. The duel is going to go in the favor of Train to Kill. Sandesh and Suyog in the backlines are going to try and provide ample amount of cover fire, but Mr. Yosu from the flank taking Jane down. Important pick for ElementriX at this point. They need to secure this elimination as well, as they have lost two players now. Incas, there is no point in recovering him. They can't get to him in time, and he's just going to either bleed out or his elimination is going to be picked up by one of the teams surrounding ElementriX. But Skylightz Gaming, it's not looking good for them. It's Seal, it's Phantom Esports, it's ElementriX. They've been surrounded from every single direction.
It is just not looking good for the players, right? If we just talk about it. So let's see. But look at this. These players are just not trying to find up a good fight for themselves. If that can happen, that was such a good shot coming down by Jane on the but I'm pretty sure we're going to be just enjoying every single bit of it. Up and down one side, Wally just taking a few shots. So this is all that happened. And now, if you look at that, Seals players, they are in the water lines. I mean, they might have just dug up their own grave, I guess, with this one. And this zone is actually playing with the players. Sushant gets spotted down. A few shots on him by Sandesh, but they did not exactly hit, so he'll have to stay on his own ground.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Did we just see him walking on water? That's divinity right there in action.
I know, but well, slowly these players still are trying to find up a good composure, good place for themselves, and maybe they'll just keep on moving forward. Look at that. The players are just trying. Vibes Malik takes down Assassin. Seals players, I would say they are going to be struggling a lot. They cannot move out. If they come out in the open, they would be spotted down. I guess Leo was spotted down, but then Mr. Hughes just decides not to take up a few shots or maybe something like that. The first team to get eliminated for today's day is High Voltage with only one elimination. That is just 1 point for them. But look at Phantom taking down Seal Baron. Seal is in a whole world of trouble in the waterways, and Hughes gets taken down by Sandesh. It would have been a brilliant spray, and the confirmation comes in.
But let's see, Sushant with his utility has been pretty nicely on point. Just to look at that. I believe there's going to be one more popping up soon. Oh no, the heal up. Suyog was a little bit further away. Now Jane is extremely low as well. One more nade towards the same point, and I think he can secure a few more pickups. Sushant doing a brilliant job with the utility, keeping the players of Train to Kill just extremely low with their HPs, and they're constantly just using up a lot of first aid to protect themselves. Oh, this one was a bit off point, but Jane, is he visible? Just barely outside the smoke. Sushant behind the rock. Does he have more nades, more Molotovs left in the backpack? Putting on a first aid at this point is just being a little extra cautious. Train to Kill, the first aid's being utilized. Jane, he's going to be back with his HP soon, but no, he gets knocked out. No first aids right there being put on Phantom Esports. The split not really working out, as Mad Max is going to be the next knockout from their side. Jane takes a lot of damage as he runs behind the cover, and, well, Sushant just uses the opportunity to crush Gyalzin with his buggy first and misses the mark. Did he get it? So.
Yeah, he does. But look at that. Joker just was ready for the opportunity, but the Jingle is down right now. Joker, oh, he goes down as well. Venom Legends is just showcasing a different strategy right now, where they are just going bonkers in all the fights. What they can go for, they are just trying to go slowly and steadily. Though Alibu takes down Jiggle. That confirmation just arrives. Venom Legends, they are coordinating in a really good fashion, a really good manner. That's really good. Stalwart on the other side, you really see this, but till now Stalwart does not have a single kill, and so same goes for IHC.
I mean, the two top teams just struggling.
Stalwart's fourth.
Well, I mean, they are not looking to engage against each other, I feel like. I mean, again, the collision that we saw, the defenses from both sides were on point, so it's going to be quite difficult to pick them off as well. Stalwart Esports still managing to hold their ground with 3 players, but IHC, they are done with this. They want to go for this push, take a lot of damage two players, all three of them in fact, not looking too solid now. Pika, he's going to have a wonderful opportunity. They don't realize that he is behind them, and it's going to be an amazing flank if we actually get to see it happen. Two players knocked out from the side of Stalwart Esports, just Pika, the last player standing, while IHC, they're looking to push inside the zone, looking to push towards the circle. It's not going to be easy. Alex putting on the first aid while he is in the safe haven between the blue zone and the safe zone. Godless leading the charge for his team. Icy in the backline. Zioli gets knocked out by the players of Deadeyes Guys, but will they be able to secure the elimination? It's going to be super important for them to make sure that IHC does not make it to the final positions of the game with all four players alive. And as I say that, Zioli is going to be taken down. Alex is going to be next. Kazi connecting their spray. The other two players completely off mark, do not realize there's an enemy on the flank, and they miss their marker. Kazi, before getting taken out, does a brilliant job of just taking one more key player away from IHC.
Oh my god, IHC. Oh, that one had to hurt. That one legend had to hurt. Godless will be taken down. And IHC. Oh, it looks like they are falling down right from the first game. True Love, the individual, has 4 kills. That's just so good. Deadeyes Guys is inside the circle. DE is here to change the course of history for themselves. As right now, they just touched the 3rd point marker. They are looking forward to the 2nd point marker. And by the end of the day, they would want to be at the first. Brilliantly playing. Deadeyes Guys just doing everything on perfection.
Oh, the moment has slipped from the hands of IHC. It's gone from the hands of Stalwart Esports. Now, this one is just going to be between Train to Kill and Deadeyes Guys, ladies and gentlemen. T2K surviving with 2 players. Now, if these 2 lads manage to make it to the top 2, then it's going to be Train to Kill sitting on the 1st position right after this game. If Deadeyes Guys finish up with a chicken and a win, then the 1st position, the pole position, is going to be theirs. Let's see what is going to happen. 7 eliminations already secured by the players of DE. They have a brilliant position towards the southwestern edge of the circle. Phantom Esports playing on the cliff side now have taken down one more player from the side of Train to Kill. At this point, I think we can already say it. Deadeyes Guys, they need this win. This is supposed to be theirs. JyanMaara out in the open, struggling to find a lot of cover, have taken a lot of damage as they make their way towards these ban houses and can be caught off guard by True Love and his nade. It's going to be locked perfectly. No fear. Getting knocked out by the rest of the lads from the side of DE. They are looking to push forward. True Love with another one inside the houses. Train to Kill getting taken out from this match as we have the top 5 teams of this game in front of us. On top, going for a push. Needs to be extremely careful. The UMP can be deadly in close range situation, but still, the numbers can play the advantage for JyanMaara, but that is not going to be the case this time. Deadeyes Guys with a very clean squad wipe against the players of JyanMaara have gone on to increase the number of eliminations from 7 to 9. Well, not a squad wipe yet. Swipe YT is going to be the last player surviving, runs to the corner new room to try and survive, but oh, the situation, it's not looking good for them.
Needs to heal as well. Snipe is on low HP, but Deadeyes Guys, these players, I mean, they are on a different role. They have the circle for themselves. That's really good. They take down Phantom's player. That's really good. Now, all they have to do is just, rush and go for the confirmations. They are doing that as well. They're going to be enjoying every single piece of it, every single part of it. They are just wreaking havoc, chaos, just going, scouting out the areas, wherever they can do in their favor. They are trying. They are going for it. They are loving it, to be honest. So, it just looks good. Slipknot, he's outside, but now he has to move in the open as well, or maybe just fall down to blue. So we'll see what happens. The zone's damage is a lot, and it might just not be good for him. He's down. Play zone takes him.
That's I was about to say 1 extra point for DE, but as you said, play zone being the culprit right there. Down to the top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1 situation. JyanMaara still very much alive in this matchup. I like this team, man. They've improved so much. I mean, still struggling to find elimination points, but hey, consistently making it into the top 5, top 3 every single game is a pretty big deal. And JyanMaara, they haven't figured out a trick to do that. Snipe Whitey is still just holding his position in that house in the middle of Deadeyes Guys and Savage Esports. Sanchir and Hershey, they have gone for a split. One player hiding behind the airdrop right there out in the open, the other one hiding behind the vehicles. It's not going to be easy for JyanMaara to just run towards them and clean up this final few individuals, but look at they are looking to make it happen. Oh, Snipe is going to get finished off. That was a nasty, nasty push.
JyanMaara, they are eliminated, but again in this day, they get to top 3, which is brilliant. Now it's a 2v4 with the 2 players actually having safe houses, but the with the 4 players having safe houses, but the 2 players are inside the zone. That's where Savage stays strong. But what will happen? Look at Shari. He's gonna throw a smoke or maybe a grenade. Or it was a grenade on that airdrop. Now they're gonna be just shooting up a few shot spots down. Sanjir will be giving up that enemy's head marker. Will be giving up the position as well. Is gonna go and take down that vehicle. And Shari is going to go and capitalize, only 100% sure. But then again, if one player goes down, Savage, they might just be faltering down. A good grenade being cooked up by Shari. Goes for it, throws it. Will be taking it down, maybe? Oh, Sanjir is down and out. That means only one player remains. And that one player, it'll be difficult for them to do a 1v4. Hershey has been spotted down. He is done for. Definitely one more shot to the body. And Shari does it with that UMP. Deadeyes, guys. They are in it to win it today.
I mean, definitely the eyes might be dead, but the hopes and dreams are very much alive. And I want to see if they move up to the first. No, they're going to be second. Oh goodness, what is it going to take to topple over IHC? I guess one more game, but still a pretty brilliant job by DE in this matchup. Bouncing up from the 4th to the 2nd.
It is very close, trust me. They did brilliant, and now they're going to be enjoying whatever they did, right?
Yeah.
So that was good, and I'm going to be loving it.
Oh, I mean, now Deadeyes guys, they have found a way to the podium. Can they maintain this pace till the end of the day? So close to being on the first position, but it doesn't matter who is the first right now at this very moment. What matters is who will be sitting on the first position at the end of the 6th match of the day. Just 5 more matches remaining. I mean, the pressure, it's going to keep on increasing and increasing. It's going to go through the roof as the last game begins, but after that, it's all going to be calm because it's all going to be done. We will have the 10 teams for the SA Championship, and we will have a champion for the PMPL South Asia.
I want to see the curse break. I want to see Deadeyes at the top. I want to see the curse break because Deadeyes, guys, they have that one curse. Final day, the team always goes down. Today, final day started. The team is going up right now from 4th to the 2nd position. So I want to see them win. It's not being biased. It's just, I want to see the guys happy. Deadeyes, guys, I want to see those guys, those sirs happy.
Yeah. I mean, we've been watching these lads for a long time. It's been years since we've seen the start of their journey. I mean, literally seen the start of their journey. And from there till now, it has been a long, troublesome road for them. But they haven't given up. They've always been fighting. They've always just made sure that they come back next time even stronger. And they look pretty strong right now. But do they have what it takes to close out the entire day? We will find out. But for now, we'll take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is your man, Super Johnny. That is my man, Ocean Sharma. And ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day is done. Deadeyes guys going out like all out, guns blazing, no holds barred, and secure an amazing winner chicken dinner in the very first game of the day. But now the question that arises is, why is DE second? What is the point difference between them and the team sitting on the first position? And who is sitting on the first? Is it IHC? Did Train to Gill do something special to bring themselves on the first position? Because they did have a slight advantage against the players of Deadeyes guys before the game in terms of the point difference that was there.
Yeah, but then I believe it's still going to be IHC. If it's not, then think about it, right? The South Asians would have finally toppled down the Mongolians. We'll see that. Yes. But then this is, one of our friends like to call it the masala, right? This is the masala that we all wanted, we all needed. But let's have a look at the MVP before we just move forward with all those conversations, because that's going to be there. But in a while, so let's have a look at the MVP when we talk about it. And it is... going to be none other than Turulov Sir, 966 damage. 6 eliminations. This guy has been the reason. I still remember True Love when he actually successfully took down multiple teams in that Giorgio Hill circle. A few weeks back, right? He got a brilliant chicken dinner for his team, and now he's coming up with the same composure.
Well, definitely. And I mean, the composure, the calmness of these lads is pretty deadly for everyone else inside of the lobby. And it's going to be looking very interesting heading towards the next map as well. I mean, Miramar, it's going to be quite intense. We've known Stalwart Esports to pop off in that particular map. Train to Kill have been quite interesting to watch in the recent days on their Miramar runs. Esports, they always have a pretty decent drop location towards Los Leones, and even JyanMaara have decided to leave them alone after a long time. But alrighty, looking at the top players now, I'll stop my conversation, whatever I was talking about. I'll come back to that in a bit. But this entire team was on the same page. There was one call out given, guys, before the game started. Like, hey, we're going to go, we're going to kill, and we're going to get those elimination points.
One elimination, 704 damage. He's on 4th on top. Like, think about it, right?
Yeah. I mean, this makes me happy. DER just... They're playing good, but Ocean, I think we don't need to get too ahead of ourselves. This was just the first game. There's more to go. There's 5 more matches left.
I mean, yeah, that is correct as well, right? Just like you said. But then again, think about it. Hershey's there with 3 eliminations, 3-9 to Savage. They tried to have a decent game, a better game as compared to the games that they mostly just, have. So that's just one of the things. But right now, this is how the teams were. This is how the teams have been. So we'll see what changes can they just, bring forward for themselves. But this was the conversation about this one game. And obviously, I believe Deadeyes Guys and Savage, right? Deadeyes had 3,300, 28 damage dealt for themselves against Savage that had only 829. That's a massive difference in between the 15 eliminations and 5 eliminations for the team. And look at this, 19 knockouts done by Deadeyes Guys versus only 1 knockout that was just, done by the players of Savage. Rest was just the conversions that they had for themselves. 25 plus minutes of survival time because everyone was surviving till the end. Savage, they had only 2 players surviving the last circle, so that makes a lot of sense, a lot of difference. But still, I cannot take my mind off 3,328 versus 829.
I mean, that's a massive difference. And again, Savage Esports, I think the struggles arose in the fact that they lost a few key players from their side earlier on. Just the final few survivors managing to play for placement points, I think, was the best case scenario for them. Had Deadeyes Guys lost a few players as well, maybe Savage Esports would have had the opportunity to move forward and close out the game, but that wasn't really the case. Match summary on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it was, well, there was no love showcase towards anyone else apart from DE by True Love, sir. He was in absolute awe of his teammates, just doing a brilliant job, making sure everyone was totally motivated. As far as everyone else in the lobby was concerned, he was just looking to finish them off.
Yeah, as far as everyone else in the lobby is concerned, they were there. But True Love, he was just, liking everything. So that was good. Talking about the match rankings, all those things, you see Deadeyes Guys 30 points for themselves. Savage with 17, Phantom with 13. There is some difference coming down. Skylightz with 6 for them individually, but DRS, come on, DRS, the previous season's champions, the Wizards with Vibes team.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of the defending champions, as you said, but not just that. I think DRS, the name itself, has a big history as far as the PUBG mobile scene in South Asia is considered, and to see them struggling to stay in the top 10, I think, is something that no one ever expected. Doesn't matter if you're a fan of DRS or not. I think even the people who were not really fans of DRS and were rooting for other teams are going to be shocked by what is happening to this team right now. I mean,
everyone's.
Yeah, exactly. Then they have an opportunity to recover. At least I think at this point, from this point onward, DRS, they can look to just try to get themselves within the top 10, make it to the SA Championship. Maybe the reset that is going to be there between the PMPL South Asia Finals and the SA Championship would be enough to help them recover. But, I mean, for that to happen, we can just keep our fingers crossed, hope for the best, and let's wait and watch what is going to happen in the next few matches. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Oppo F21 moments on our screen. Starting right off the bat, it was Skylightz Gaming finding an easy target in the form of Assault from Raw Esports, who was just out in the open, running towards his teammates.
Deadeyes Guys' players were there as well. Like this, though they were taking up good fights for themselves, but then that Stalwart versus IHC fight, that was a good one, but that could not get to its own ending as per se. Phantom, it was good seeing Phantom just back in that their own old action. This was a brilliant shot taken down by Chain. And if we talk about all these teams and all, JyanMaara, again, they maintained their composure. They were amongst the top 3 teams again and again. That was just really good. DRS, well, they held the zone in a really good fashion, but they could not just convert it. Just coming down for themselves. JyanMaara, if you talk about this team, just like we said, they held decent ground and they tried to go for decent fight. But then again, at the end, they also not exactly though, but they kind of struggled.
Well, let's see. I mean, kind of struggling, I would say. Yeah, I agree with that. But on the other side, I mean, as we headed towards the closing moments of the match, I expected, in fact, a better conversion from the players of Phantom Esports. They were in a pretty decent position, but just the fact that the circle shifted away from them, and that is when they instantly panicked, weren't able to recover, I think was the reason why Phantom Esports weren't really able to get more eliminations. They had a wonderful opportunity, but look at that. Usually, ladies and gentlemen, when we have teams hitting the 1,000 elimination marker, it almost covers up the entirety of the screen. But Deadeyes Guys was so dominating in the match that it makes the 1,000 damage dished out graph look so small in comparison.
Yeah, it definitely does. The numbers, plus not a lot of teams had 1,000 damage as well, right? We see 1, 2, 3 teams. The fourth one just touching 1,000 marker, that was ElementriX, but the other teams were still struggling a lot. And there it is, 170, 167. Deadeyes Guys, IHC. I mean, come on, Train to Kill, they have had 3 chicken dinners. But then the issue is, their good games are extremely good, their bad games are extremely bad. And that's why they're in the 3rd position right now, despite the most chicken dinners in this lobby. Stalwart, they go down. JyanMaara's at 5th, Skylightz is at 6th. But hey, Phantom, they climb up, high voltage goes down. But on the other side, Johnny, Vibes, DRS, top 10 is important.
I mean, DRS, Vibes, both the teams in a position from where they can, in fact, make it into the top 10. But for that, they need to start performing from Miramar. Not the second last of the day, but the next one. Savage Esports on the other side. I mean, the last game was actually pretty decent, but it was just one game. They have to put a lot more into their performances moving forward. I mean, the top 2 finish was actually pretty brilliant, but they need to make sure they're getting those top 2 finishes in every single match till the end of the day if they want a guaranteed move to the SA Championship. It won't be easy for them to pull off, but let's see what is going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we head towards the next game, which is going to be played on the map that is the biggest, Miramar. It's going to be the map, followed by Sanhok, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Now, Ocean going towards Miramar, which team do you fancy?
Trust me, don't ask me this question right now. Don't ask me this question at all. Because, see, you can ask me for a team and all those things, but you understand, it is pressurizing situation. Mongolians, they do good on Miramar. Deadeyes Guys is doing brilliant. I want T2K to win, I know somehow. I just feel it. But at the end, it's weird, right? We know TRS is out of top 10, Vibes is out of top 10. It's a difficult question now because again and again, ladies and boys and girls, only 10 teams will be qualifying for PMPL SA Championship.
I thought for a second you were just going to go full Bruce Banner and just say these are confusing times, but let's see. I mean, they are in fact confusing.
That's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry.
I mean, someone needs to be angry. I mean, if you aren't angry, I think getting to the first position, it's going to be tough. That is the emotional momentum boost that you need to motivate yourself. But ladies and gentlemen, second game all set to begin. We will be heading towards, well, the player cams and then towards the plane exactly before we actually start heading towards Miramar. And as Ocean has said, I mean, it's going to be quite difficult to figure out which team is going to be the favorite going into the game because, I mean, who would have thought Deadeyes Guys would have a brilliant, amazing run on the map of Erangel, and IHC and Stalwarts would be the few of the teams that we would have seen getting taken out early. But I think, again, Deadeyes Guys, they've managed to be consistent. Train to Kill are going to try their level best to finish in the top 3 at least so that they do not slide out of the top 3 on the overall leaderboard as well. And it is going to be quite interesting to see as to what exactly is going to be their strategy going into this matchup, along with the players of JyanMaara, who tried their level best in the previous game, but I mean, we always know. I mean, the struggles were there for them from the beginning in getting those elimination numbers going in every single match that they played so far. I mean, the placement points has always been the priority for the team, so they're going to try the level best to go for those placement points again, and it's going to be quite interesting to see as to how they make it happen. But DRS now, I mean, it's really difficult to figure out exactly what their strategy will be to bring themselves back into the contention form, because I mean, so far they're trying to
3
be a
points,
little bit more
Johnny.
aggressive, but the 4v4s, those team fights are not really working out for them.
It's a 3 point difference between the first position and second position,
Yeah.
and it's just the second game. If a team at second position gets to the first position, then it comes down like there are still games remaining where the teams can just move forward and have their composure. We'll definitely be moving forward with the
Yes.
game really soon. Once we talk about it, I guess these players are going to be ready. They're going to be extremely just waiting for everything with their ukuleles, maybe guitars and
They're
whatnot that they
still playing music.
Johnny, all
Uh,
right, I want to ask you, right? So, what do you prefer? Because I know you are a sound guy yourself, right? You
yeah.
love music, you love creating those compositions. What is that one instrument that you love a lot for playing?
My OG always go-to instrument has been the bass. That used to be my main. I mean, I
Mm,
started off with a normal six-string guitar, but then I switched over to bass because, well, there weren't enough bassists in our school, so I like pretty much had an open spot in joining the band. So yeah, it was a tactical move from my end, but we'll talk about that some other time. For now, ladies and gentlemen, Erangel is live, and the ukulele right there did in fact prove to be a good luck charm for the players of Deadeyes Guys, but well, basically, will the luck run out? That's the question that we're supposed to ask. And
Will
if
the
it
luck
did
stay?
not, then I think Deadeyes Guys are pretty much set up for the first position.
Will the luck stay? That's the most important question
Yeah.
right now. The flight path starts off. We see Skylight's players and Deadeyes Guys' players just dropping down. JyanMaara's following up right now as well. El Azhar's going to be their area. This looks like a good flight path for T2K and for Stalwart to drop down as well. Like Stalwart's going to drop down to San Martin. I want to see how IHC does in this one, because again, you see that IHC, Deadeyes Guys, T2K. One team that wins this game out of these three can actually move to the first position. Stalwart, well, they can win this one, but then for them, first position is like they'll have to play one more game or something like that, right? But Stalwart impresses me in one factor: be it any tournament, be it anything, the team stays in top 5. Consistency is on the next level,
Yeah, I mean,
and it's yeah.
there is no way around it. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they have managed to make it into the top 3 one way or the other. But I mean, we all know these lads, they don't settle for anything else but the first position. So I think that is the only reason that Stalwart Esports themselves are going to be worried that, hey, we are just slipping up a little slowly and steadily, and we are falling a little bit behind from the lobby leaders. So we definitely do need to pick up the pace. But I mean, they are still doing quite. They are still putting up decent numbers on the board. So let's see. There is still opportunity for them to close the distance and take the first position away from IHC or Deadeyes Guys, whoever it may be. But for now, in a little bit of a tricky position. Well, Raw Esports and Phantom Esports. Look at that. Did you ever think this was going to be the first drop clash on Miramar that we might get to see?
I mean, no, but then again, this is how it is. This is how it is happening as of now. But all right, so now we just saw a few teams just dropping down to good places for themselves, and obviously just we saw a decent number of, not exactly the clashes, but decent number of teams just trying to find out a good place for themselves. Savage, all right, this team is also struggling to be in top 10. I believe this can be a good game for them, but then again, they'll have to just maintain that composure. Every team finds up a good place, they loot down a good place. That's a good thing. But then what matters is how greatly or how non-greatly you can take up a few fights here and there. And by the looks of it, Savage was doing good. Now it's IHC. We see them as well just looting down. Godless, the 5-finger player. He has good reflex to be honest, and his reflexes have just they have been refining over all these years, and it's just it always comes out brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, he is an amazing lad. Always, always has been very on point. But I mean, it's been fun to watch him evolve because earlier on in the days, let's be honest, he was a very, very individual performance focused player. I mean, he would only be focused in on how he was doing, and the rest of the teams would also use him as that sort of a wild card individual from their side. And he did a brilliant job in getting those elimination points. Was one of the most phenomenal mechanically gifted players
Oh,
we
that
ever came
shot.
across. But look at this Fixie. Kazi is now in a world of hurt. That's going to be a troublesome position for him to get out of.
I don't know if he can. No, Kazi's not rendering now from this distance. Plus, obviously, there are these, trees and all.
Trees, yeah.
Wixie is trying to move. I get it. He's just, trying to find up a good place. Phantoms players. It's like the backup has a right, but where is Kazi? Where exactly is Kazi? Even I want to know now. Where exactly is Kazi? Come on. They see that vehicle, but no evidence of the player.
He just vanished. That's some
Oh, there he
Houdini
is.
act. Oh,
There
we
he
see
is.
him.
There he is. Look at him, just trying to stay alive. Stay with the haystack. Stay with the haystack. He heard that buggy sound, I guess. Stay with the haystack. He has nothing to heal. Phantoms players are moving away, maybe. Kazi survives. No, Rig arrives. Oh, the backup just arrives on time.
Yeah. This is the perfect backup, perfect timing as well. And as you mentioned, I mean, it would have been a troublesome situation had Kazi been spotted out, but oh boy, the first blood almost occurring as soon as the game started. But Phantom Esports, they have to back off. They have to head towards a reset now. Even they weren't done with their early game looting stage, so they're going to reset and focus in on that. But let's see, the first fight yet to occur in this matchup. Raw, I think, are just going to be a happy bunch, managing to recover their teammate from out in the open, a very vulnerable, a very risky position. But now they are again a 4-man strong roster. No knocks, no damage done, no punishments for this team.
I mean, nothing done overall if you think about it, right? No casualties in the entire lobby so far right now. 64 players alive, 16 teams surviving, everyone's there. Talking about assault nemesis like these players of Raw, just like we had this conversation, now they understand the game plan that their player was down, but then the first aid was given, he heals up, and now everyone's just ready to move for themselves. Nemesis assault just moving out around their teammates as well, just distributing themselves to different directions. ElementriX is RNG. This is the classic ElementriX, right? Getting onto that higher ground for themselves, gonna stay on this ground, gonna scout out the areas around. So they love it. What is he dropping scopes for? He was just dropping up a few scopes here and there. I don't know why.
Well, let's see. I mean, what the intention was behind that. Oh, no. Oh, it's alrighty.
Too fast, too furious.
Too fast, too furious. Way too fast, way too furious. I think that's what Raw should call themselves. Hey, yeah,
Miramar
that's definitely not good driving right there.
The Miramar drift. It's not
Yeah,
Tokyo Drift anymore. It's Miramar Drift now.
We gotta take his license away. Who gave Kazi the permission to drive like this?
Kazi is sitting behind. Come on.
Oh, Rig. Sorry.
Rig is the
My
one
apologies.
who's.
Rig is the one responsible for this.
Rig is the one that's driving, and Rig. I mean, you cannot take his license away, right? Because he saved Kazi.
Yeah.
So I mean, we cannot do anything.
I think they are looking to head towards the Miramar Grand Prix Ocean.
Hey, Verstappen did good yesterday. But then we'll just not talk about that one now. High voltage, they are taking the damage of the blue. Deadeyes Guys is taking the damage of the blue. Surprisingly, Deadeyes Guys wants to rotate slow in this one. Well, if they rotate slow, I don't know. But their immediate competition, IHC, is in the center of the zone in Montenuevo right now. A team that's at the second position is outside the blue. A team that's at the first position is scouting out the areas of Montenuevo. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the end game scenario is going to look like for all these teams. Now, a massive cluster of the teams forming just north of Chumacera towards Ladriela, and we did see a few shots being fired, I believe, from the players of ElementriX shooting towards Stalwart Esports. I don't believe they have a clear line of fire available. I believe it was just a ridge peak where one of the individuals might have become visible to the opposition for a few extra seconds. So a shot fired towards him, and he just falls back because we do not see an extended fight between anyone at this point. High voltage, look at them going for a slow play, slow rotation as well. And Venom Legends, oh, this can backfire. Now, Deadeyes Guys, they're moving together as a 4-man unit, but Venom Legends have gone for a 3-1 split rotation, with Rage being left towards Impala for a very long time.
Venom Legends, these players, it looks like they have that composure coming down for themselves. Rage, yes, is behind, but then it all comes down to Deadeyes Guys as well. How are their rotations going to be just impacting Venom Legends' rotation? The circle closes in, the next circle forms, and these teams are still with the blue. I just don't know. Oh, this is the reason then. 100% I get it.
That's the reason right there. And I think, again, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to find their way, though.
Yeah, but why? Like, now that's genuinely my question. Why are these players doing it? I mean, what is this slow rotation for?
I mean, again, if they don't know what they're doing, the opposition won't be able to figure out as well. But
DRS.
Let's see if Tom has figured out a way to take out one of the players from inside of DRS. The Golden Mirado getting blown up, and Killer is going to be the first casualty of the game. The first blood going to the players of Stalwart Esports.
That was fast.
That was quick.
He just saw the vehicle, he shot the vehicle, the smoke comes out, and the vehicle blows. That was extremely fast. And there it is, the first blood coming down already, the first casualty coming down already. And this time as well, it is the real soldiers. Oh my god.
Quite unfortunate for the players of DRS. I mean, they're trying their level best to find a way inside the top 10, but nothing seems to work. Nothing is working out right now. Again, losing out on quite an important player. I mean, if you remember, Killer White, he has been responsible for a majority of the clutches that we have seen in the entirety of this PMPL, this particular PMPL. Let's see, they will have a moment for revenge. Not revenge exactly, but they will have a moment to, well, pick up one elimination of their own, as Rebel has spotted out the players of ElementriX, who are just going back and forth between two positions.
Stalwart trying to find a good area. In fact, also going for the loot. That Golden Mirado is done for. That breaks my heart right now. That Golden Mirado. Hey, look at Mr. Hyosu's rotation. It's quite close to DRS. Orange and Incas are on the other side. So that happens. And there's that one city, the city of El Pozo. That's where Raw is. IHC on a slight southern side. We see Seals players on the back lines of IHC, like onto the right hand side of the players of IHC, Phantom onto the left hand side. On the southern side, it's Savage's players and all those things. But Deadeyes Guys, it's a good thing that they are not struggling with the blue right now, but they're still struggling to get inside the circle. So we'll see though how they can do it. Skylight's players from the sidelines of El Pozo is where they are. 7C, a team that we don't talk much about, but then we want to see some good games from their side. So we have expectations. So we hope they do deliver. Because again, right now, in fact, in the entirety of the game, you can see all 16 teams. But at the end of the day, only 10 will move forward.
Yeah. From 16, only 10 will get the opportunity to move forward. Again, we're to the SA Championship, ladies and gentlemen. And oh, it looks like there's a chase on. On top is being chased by one of the players from Stalwart Esports, but I believe now he did see the vehicles, the sort of parade ahead, and has been forced away from this position. So the chase is off for a few moments at least. Shifusa clearing the front lines, looking to see if he can secure a safe haven for his team further inside the circle. They have managed to get away from the blue for at least a few seconds, but it won't be easy, as the next blue zone is going to start closing in the next 40 seconds. Snipe YT getting to the high ground. Has Snipe in his name, but none on his back, I believe.
Is not exactly Snipe YT right now. He's just, what do you call it? He's just scouting out the area.
Yeah.
And now he's going down. Whee! Wee! Now, yeah,
Oh,
he
the
reaches.
suspensions on that thing are just gone.
And trust me, the suspension and with that sort of a tire, I mean, come on.
No
Tire
more
was
Miramar
done for
GP.
already.
That's a yellow flag, I guess.
Yeah, yellow flag, yellow flag. The race, like, safety car has been deployed.
Yeah.
Enough with the F1 jokes now. We are gonna be just, looking forward to DRS now. Deadeyes guys. Oh my god, they are so close to DRS. This might just be bad, but DRS looks like they sense it. Now they are moving away. DRS surviving by the whiskers in this one. Because Deadeyes guys, well, they were quite close to them with the momentum.
Yeah. Deadeyes guys was in a perfect position to actually just, well, on top was able, should have been able to pick at least one of the individuals from the side of DRS, but they were just allowed to get away. I think Deadeyes guys also do not want to take any early game fights in this particular match. They don't want to risk losing key players in the early stages and miss out on their ability to secure a few extra elimination points, or maybe even just close out a game with a chicken dinner in the final few moments of the match. Peak just driving that buggy up the hill and finally managed to get to where he wants, but now has to be extremely careful. Finally some bold action, and Incuts, oh, the shot connects. Incuts is going to be forced to just drop back behind the ridge again. And Stalwart Esports, they are looking to collapse on the players of ElementriX, or at least collapse on Incus for the time being.
Incus is on quite a decent HP, if not anything, if not the lowest HP or something. So yeah, the players, they do understand. But ElementriX, now they're kind of stuck. On the other side, IHC is trying to do everything in their favor as well to take down the players. In fact, just to pressurize the players right now, as they have the players of Skylightz in quite close vicinity of them. Not exactly the closest proximity, but still quite close. Look at Galzen, look at Nima just trying to move forward. Marvin Ninja's on one side. Venom Legends' rage goes down by Turu Love. Chari is just trying to pressurize the entire pack from one side on top, just going on top of this mountain, and is going to go for his own pressure as well, but he does not look at the right direction where Rafat was. In fact, Sandesh comes in, takes down the players. C2K, they wanted to be a part of the party. They are. On top is down. He cannot be saved. He might not be saved in all these situations, but I guess the players are still trying to do everything. And if they do it, I would love the composure that Deadeyes guys is actually bringing on the final day. Venom Legends, look at them just taking up a few vehicles, moving forward, but on top needs a revival, and T2K is arriving in this situation as well. They are here to pick up the pieces of what is left in between these two players, in between these two teams fighting up. Venom Legends, let's see if they can survive this one.
Well, it's not going to be easy for them, as Train to Kill, they're going to look to reapply the pressure that has been waved off by the players of Venom Legends. Deadeyes guys can be an absolute wild card in this three-team collision, but on the other side, it looks like Savage Esports, they're not having a fun time in this match. Again, losing a few of their players in the early game stages. Venom Legends, Rage, he's going to try and run away, but True Love attempting to spray him down will not be successful. Now, he knows the players of Venom Legends, they are going to try their level best to push for this compound, but it's not going to be easy for them to take. High Voltage now paying the price of initiating the fight against Savage Esports, who have recovered a 4-man strong roster, pushing towards Wadu. Does dish out a lot of damage onto Hershey, but Hershey right in the nick of time, running behind the factory, will be safe for a few extra seconds. This is a 4v3, by the way, in the favor of Savage Esports, and out of nowhere, Vibes chiming in. They do find the opening, the fight being handed over to the players of High Voltage, and look at Praveen goes on to secure one free point as he picks up the knock of High Voltage for the favor of High Voltage. Well, picks off Hershey, and Savage Esports, their numbers are reduced to 3.
Yep, they are just, reduced quite low. Waru, Extreme, Praveen on this side. High Voltage, they have to do everything in their favor, in their power. Waru just heals up, stays there. Rebel takes down on top, sir. That is one casualty for DE, as well as Malik now just taking off fight against C2K. And look at that. Deadeyes guys, his True Love takes down one player. Playzone takes down the other. And this is not looking good. Now is the fourth circle, so the fights definitely have to happen, as Playzone is also dishing up a lot of damage. Extreme, he needs to heal. Oh, he does not have anything to heal. He only has 4 bandages. Waru, alright, he barely survives. Now he's going to go for a heal on his own self as the players are coming. Savage, his players are coming quite close. Waru has 75 bullets. Did he not see them? Praveen takes one down. Waru still going to go for a decent spray, but look at that. Unable to be taken down. Savage again on a bad bad roll, but it's not stopping up right now. Look at Vibes' players taking a fight against the players of Team Seal as Vishal is down.
Well, one knock secured, and well, Vibes, it looks like they're going to be the world of hurt as Malik is pinned out as well, just hiding in the smoke. Leo takes a lot of damage, runs back behind the broken wall, and now Malik with a nade is going to try and see if he can find a knock, but it's going to be a bit off as the players of Seal Esports have just started falling back. On the other side, look at the elimination feed. Deadeyes Guys taking a massive beating from the players of DRS. I want to see how many players from the side of DE are going to be surviving after that collision, but Malik, last player from the side of Vibes Esports. Skylightz Gaming pushing towards the players of High Voltage. Oh, a massive switch up. Mafia Ninja is taken out as soon as he steps inside the factory. Galzin from the flank is extremely low. Another knock. Galzin is going to be taken out. Probeen is going to be knocked out as well. It's down to Wadu to clutch out this fight for his team. Goes for a flank. Nima is going to be spotted out, but he's cooking up a nade now. The M249 wasn't able to do the trick in the previous one, and this time it fails as well. He just finds one in the final 1v2, and Nima is going to be there closing out the fight. Skylightz Gaming 3 points secured, and now they will look to move forward towards the closing moments of this match.
They definitely are just looking forward onto this these closing moments on for the match. But look at this, the circle shift. It just looks really good. And obviously in the next 20 seconds, the next zone is going to be coming up as well. Ema just staying on one crown for themselves. 7C's Precious takes on JyanMaara Snipe Whitey. That is just not looking good. Jane is surviving somehow. Raw's players, they are on one side. In fact, Rig needs up a revival if that can happen. Jane is trying to just find up a good safe space for himself. In fact. And Zeol takes down Phantom's Vexy, which is not going to be looking good for the players of Team Phantom. Kazi is on one side. IHC, I guess he spots down Zeol. Maybe he's not going to take up a few shots right now. Nemesis from 75, he takes his M249 to 150. And Jane, all right, just has this decent cover for himself for one direction. And Phantom's Mad Max. Oh, these shots were good. These shots were brilliant. They were impressive. But T2K, they cannot do anything. Look at this. Malik is still surviving somehow. But 7C, they also are out.
Oh, wow. I mean, look at that. The top contenders falling left and right. Deadeyes Guys are out. T2K could be next as Jane is going to be the final survivor for his team. Takes down one, but oh! Before the Jeep gets to him, it's just the gunshots that finish him off. IHC in a perfect position to just capitalize on the lead that they have. Vexy is just going to burn alive and be shot at the same time as IHC just wiped the floor with Phantom Esports. 9 teams remaining, 29 players are alive. DRS still pinned down. Vibes not having a fun time as well. Skylightz Gaming looking quite strong with their performance on this map.
They are just, trying to find up a good play. Skylightz, they need this game as well. If they go for a good game, nothing drastic's gonna change. But still, their conversation between them, the conversational points between them and Stalwart might just, come up really close. I mean, both the teams have all the 4 players surviving for themselves. Skylightz right now, they have 4 eliminations. Seal to get eliminated right now as we're talking about. And now Skylightz is moving forward and still against the players of Raw. It's not looking good. Look at Nima, he's barely surviving. There's no HP on him. There is no HP on that player. Still is surviving, needs to heal as soon as he can. And a good grenade from Galzin can actually change and make way for the players to just understand what's happening. But Galzin goes down as ElementriX Sushant uses his mini and gets one headshot on Galzin. But I don't think so. They're going to be just worrying about this one. They have to move forward against the players of Raw. They're trying to struggle with the areas with the blue for themselves, and Raw is on a decent higher ground for themselves. But what else is going to happen? That's one of the questions right now. As Mafia Ninja goes with a good grenade, but I don't think so. He's going to take anyone down. DRS, oh, this game is important. If they win this one, if by chance they win this one, they might be contesting the top 10.
I mean, definitely if DRS win this, they will have a position inside of the top 10, but it's going to be quite tricky now. Let's see. Nemesis M249 goes for the hipfire moment, but oh, it's just the numbers that were in front of him that take him down. 3v1 situation not really working out. So Skylightz Gaming, another point secured. looking to move forward, looking to just apply a little bit more pressure. But JyanMaara now getting caught off guard by the players of IHC. No Fear has already been knocked out. Godless with a wonderfully lined up nade might just be able to dish out a little bit of more damage on the players. And look at that, Gunner, he's barely alive. Suzanne is down to 50 HP as well. And the vehicle is going to be blown up to smithereens. But oh, from the other end, Stalwart Esports getting caught off guard by IC as Pika gets knocked out. And IC, he wants to be quick about this one, just instantly trying to secure the elimination points as well, but will be forced to go behind the ridge again and try and protect himself, as Stalwart Esports still also have all their players surviving in the game.
They are looking good. Mongolians, they like to dominate these kind of lobbies for themselves. And well, by the looks of it, these players, they would want to just, dominate more and more and more when it comes down to it. DRS, well, the struggles are real with them as well. IC is down from IHC, needs up a revive. Zol is there, just going to be helping out the teammate. But the grenades, the throwables are coming in really good. They're coming in from all the directions. So IC needs to understand that value, that worth. Look at ElementriX as Orange goes out as well. Maybe you'll not be able to look them anymore. The players are still surviving, but they are on the other side. Oh god, this is on such a low HP. Still trying to take up a fight, but from the back lines, one shot just comes down to it, which might just be a full stop on the players of IHC pretty soon. Zol, IC are still surviving. JyanMaara's gunner is out there. One more shot on Gunner, and he will be out of the lobby. And there it is, JyanMaara. They are out on 6th.
Oh, but the point went towards the players of Stalwart Esports. That could be a troublesome situation for the players of IHC. Zeroli is going for the revive onto Godless and IC, but is he going to be allowed? Well, will he be given the time required to go for both those revives? Stalwart Esports, they're quite keen. They are quite keen, and they're looking to eager to apply pressure. Look at that. No opportunity for Zol to bring his teammates back into the action, as Skylightz Gaming from one and Stalwart Esports from the other. They're not looking to stop anytime soon. IC is going to be picked up with the help of a frag grenade. And now Godless and Zol are all that remain top in action, going for the cleanup. Skylightz Gaming still looking quite solid. I believe 8 or 9 eliminations secured at this point of the match. And hey, look at that. ElementriX is still there. Wow.
ElementriX, I mean, they are collecting all those pieces, bits for themselves. Skylightz, it looks like they are going for a wrong rush. Maybe, I don't know if they know Sushan's position or not, as he's on one side. DRS on the other. Skylightz versus DRS. Oh, this is a good fight. The ex-DRS is out there taking down the players with a brilliant grenade. Nima is down. Morphin Ninja follows as well from ElementriX's side. They were ready for one team, but they were not ready for more than more than one team just out here. So that's one thing that happened, as Sushan from one side took down a few players. But look at that Stalwart taking a fight against IHC. This is just so brilliant. Godless is down. Zol is coming up to take up a fight. He has fought on a few players, but I guess a few more shots in fact, and Zol will be taken out of the lobby if that happens, as all the players are surviving from Stalwart. They are trying to move forward. Zol is out, and Stalwart, they are looking confident right now. But this fight, 3 South Asian teams just trying to take up a fight against each other. I don't know what's going to happen, but DRS, they need this game at all the costs.
Oh yeah, they definitely do need this game. It's going to be a world of hurt for them if they fail to find the win in this one. But let's see. It's not going to be easy for them. They are trying to push forward. They do have 3 players still remaining. And Stalwart Esports with a 4-man roster being brought back. Action, look at him just lining up the nade. Take out Mr. Yozu. It's going to be lobbed, but just outside that metal shack. And Mr. Yozu manages to survive.
These players are still trying to just survive, be around these areas if they can. Slowly and steadily, fight is definitely happening. AJ taking down DRS's rules. Delta is on there on the other side. Stalwart's action just not getting taken down. Stalwart's players are just there. DRS Delta with a good grenade of his own self. Maybe just trying to take down a few players, but then again, yes, he does. Action gets finished up by his grenade. That would have been a brilliant grenade to watch. Right now, Skylightz is out there with 2 players. Stalwart with 3, DRS with 2, and ElementriX, well, only Mr. Yozu remains.
Well, as you said, only Mr. Yozu remains for the team. This is the final hopes and dreams, and, well, they are going to be shattered. Not just shattered, just blown to smithereens by the players of Stalwart Esports. The three titans in this matchup remaining in the very end, ladies and gentlemen, are Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, and the players of DRS. A 2 versus 2 versus 3 situation with Stalwart Esports with the man advantage, and DRS and Skylightz Gaming. It looks like these two teams are just about to collide against each other, as Delta, I believe, has been spotted out by Mafia Ninja and is just waiting for his opportunity patiently to engage in upon the players of DRS. AJ with an amazing flank as well, but can be caught off guard as soon as he steps on towards the other side of the ridge, as Rebel is going to be there to protect his teammate Delta alongside with him. And the UMP from this range is just going to be absolutely nasty on towards AJ. A lot of damage in just a matter of seconds, so he backs off right in the nick of time. Quite a nice decision.
DRS Rebel just trying to be with the zone. Stalwart's players on the other side. Skylightz on the other side as well. This is not looking good, to be honest. This is not at all looking good. 2 versus 2 versus 3 situation. The final circle. It is upon the players right now. Top, he gets a few shots onto him. Delta understands the value. He understands the worth. He understands the place where he is. Stalwart's cry. Just on one side, AJ gets spotted down as well. Pika with that Scar L in his hands. What can he do? But look at that. Rebel, I guess he needs to understand the job. A few grenades being lofted down. AJ gets spotted down. He's actually just on one side, but DRS was just out there. Top takes down one. Mafia Ninja is down. AJ is just barely surviving. Skylightz looks like they might be on third position. Yes, they will. Now it's down to DRS versus Stalwart, but I guess Top is invisible. No one understands him. No one sees him. No one calculates him. It's a 1-on-2 situation, but Delta will be taken down, and Stalwart, they are going to be enjoying a brilliant winner chicken dinner.
Oh, an amazing win from Stalwart Esports, and just showcasing exactly how you have to close out a game. And I guess now it's just a fight to see who gets second. Stalwart Esports also an amazing win. I believe 10 eliminations secured in the very end. 10 or 11 or 13 eliminations. All right, the number was right there on the screen staring me in the face, but I just missed it. Just like the players missed Top in that final fight. But yeah, 13 eliminations, 15 points for the winner chicken dinner, and still not enough to bring them on the first.
Oh my god, it means the distance, it's just increasing between them and the opponents. Yeah. But then again, Deadeyes Guys, the struggle in this match was actually real if you talk about the positioning that they hold overall for themselves. So yeah, those struggles definitely showcasing. Right now, if we talk about it in the sense DRS needed this game, they got a good game. They will be in top 10, and I hope it comes down not just for them, but for vibes as well. But it's a thing, right? The tournament goes so long that we kind of get an attachment to all the teams. If Vibe comes in, if DRS comes in, a team goes out. No one wants that. So exactly. It's a tough decision.
I mean, no matter what happens, doesn't matter how long the team has been present, at the end of the journey, it's always a bittersweet moment wherein we are happy about the fact that we get to see a few teams that were, well, maybe struggling or not really having a fun time make it to the other side, but then a few teams just their journey just coming to an end. But it's a temporary end, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the teams are going to return to the next tournament a little bit stronger. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Hey, what's up? Yeah, we were missing for a bit, but now we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Necro was just trying to have a word with the puppet master right there. So yeah, Ocean, we don't call it production now. We just call them puppet masters, by the way.
So
'Cause
we are
we
puppets,
follow
right?
all their instructions.
Yeah, we are puppets, but then again, we'll ask the puppet master when are we gonna show the MVPs and all, because then again we have to talk about that as well, because the game
Yes.
happened really good, and I guess our hands are just opening up for that because
Oh god. So the puppet masters have been pretty generous. They have just told Ocean to just stay quiet for a bit because the MVP is going to be on our screen now. It's going to be stopped from Stalwart Esports. See, that's what you get. That's what you get for bad mouthing the people running the show. That's what you get.
wait,
Ocean.
I don't believe it. I don't believe a few things in this one.
Yeah. I see
Look-
1-6. I see second 6. I mean, just the third one would have made
No,
it just
look at the difference of MVP average data versus the player data,
Oh,
right?
wow, I just noticed that.
Yeah. That means not everyone had a high elimination game.
That means no one had a good game.
Yeah, no one actually had a good game.
What?
It's
Yeah, I think we need to have that the Paul Rudd moment from the Endgame movie where he just goes, "What happened here?" Just on cue ready, because like yeah, literally, what happened here in Miramar?
What happened
We
here?
saw a lot of fights happening, so I'm pretty sure there were eliminations being picked up, but yeah, the average stats of the lobby not really portraying the same story.
just not that good. But Delta with 4 eliminations, he could have been the MVP though had he taken the final
okay.
fight in his own hands, right? But Scry on the other side with 4 eliminations as well. IC with 3, AJ with 3. So yeah, IHC definitely is still there, still doing really good. But now it just comes down to the understanding. I mean, come on, Skylightz. I guess Skylightz will qualify. IHC, they're not leaving that first position. I want to see the difference. I want to see the difference.
Exactly.
What
I
is
mean,
that difference?
I think that's what everyone is going to be waiting for right now, to see what the difference is going to be in terms of the standings. Where is DRS after this game, and why is Stalwart Esports still second? Is IHC still just managing to keep the pressure with the advantage that they had, the 15-point advantage that they managed to hold on to since the start of the day? Quite impressive. I mean, considering they're not really having a fun time in the matches. But, ladies and gentlemen, stat comparison. And again, it was quite a brutal game because, again, look at the damage take and damage received numbers from both the teams. Quite fair compared to the number of eliminations and the number of damage that they've dished out. So it was not an easy time, not a fun time for everyone. You had to be on point or you were out.
Yeah, and talking about the highest damage, Godless has it, and Godless was not in the top contenders. So I worry what his elimination numbers are. Highest healing done coming down 628 from AJ. Mafia Ninja coming down with 477. Nima, alright, from the same team. All these players, they got the highest healing numbers for themselves.
Well, everyone just being forced to heal and no other options left. And again, I think Skylightz Gaming, it was quite unfortunate for them because they were pinned down for so long by the players of Stalwart Esports, and DRS was also putting up a lot of pressure on them. So they just tried the level best again and again to keep their numbers up, but the pressure at a certain point just became unbearable, and even they had to bow down. But ladies and gentlemen, the match rankings. So Stalwart Esports walking away with 28 sweet points from this game. Skylightz Gaming with 20 points, DRS 19 points. That's going to be a massive jump for them, and I believe that is the performance that they were looking for in order to get inside the top 10. So the qualification position has been secured. Now you just need to hold on for your dear life, or as the crypto lovers would, not the player, the currency lovers would call it, just the hodl. They have to hodl now.
Yeah, they have to hodl now, and
Yeah.
we saw the match rankings. It just comes down to the understanding that where the players are going to be, just where the teams are going to be after this one match. Again, four games remain. 10 teams are going to be
Yes.
qualifying. Let's have a look at the open moments as well for this one game. Once we just talk about all these things to understand what happened in this game. We saw this early fight, not exactly an early fight, but DRS is one player just being taken out. Still, DRS maintained that composure. That was brilliant the way DRS has played. in this one game deserves all the appreciations. And Extreme just going with the tap shots, using Mini on a sort of auto situation. That was good.
I mean, it was quite impressive right there. But again, that Savage Esports fight should have gone their way. I mean, especially with Vibes chiming in as well. I think Savage Esports had just backed off for a moment. They could have just let High Voltage run towards the players of Vibes and get taken out, but a little too overeager to take that fight, and they were the ones wiped out by the players of High Voltage. Skylightz Gaming show up a few moments later, and it turned out to be a nightmare for them, but hey, I mean, at least there was one individual left towards the very end. AJ and Nima doing a pretty phenomenal job of making sure that that wasn't the moment where Skylightz Gaming were wiped out.
Yeah. And now talking about the way, ElementriX just played, they had a really, really good game coming down for themselves. Still, they could not just convert it exactly. Obviously, it was just one player remaining. He was taken out and down, and all those things did happen. AJ on the other side was trying to survive. But look at this. No one anticipated Top's this rotation by Top. He just moves forward, takes down one. The other player, there were just players actually engaging with him, and Top was the one that just confirmed it as well. So that was a really, really good movement coming down by Top, and I guess everyone liked that. But I had seen five eliminations, but
2400.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. I think we need to go back after our day is done, Ocean, and we need to break down IHC's POV from this particular game. Like, what were they doing? Because this is unnatural.
Yeah, this definitely is unnatural.
Yeah, this is not supposed to happen. 2400 damage and just 5 eliminations? 5 eliminations?
That's what I'm exactly saying, right? That they did not... They just could not go for good conversions. I mean, the good fights and bad fights, right? That's where it is. But IHC 181 was the Stalwart 169. Deadeyes with 169. So Stalwart gets that upper edge because of the chicken dinners, right? In case tiebreakers, that's where we see them. But oh my god, it's getting good.
When the day started, IHC had a 15-point lead. It's still 12 points. They've lost just 3 points in the previous 2 matches. Yeah, it's going to look a little dicey. Unless Deadeyes Guys or Stalwart Esports just straight up go on to win a chicken dinner at this point. Toppling over
DRS.
IHC is just going to be troublesome. And that's a bounce. They make it to the top 8. What?
Now everyone has their eyes on Wise, but what? Seal is struggling? What is this? What is this finals?
Did we just step into an alternate reality or something, or is it opposite day today?
Third day, the day of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, just the final few chaotic moments inside of the match, and Seal Esports, oh boy, almost outside of the top 10 now. Raw Esports, they're going to be feeling the heat, they're going to be feeling the pressure, and they're going to be feeling lucky that there's not a lot of difference between the two teams. They need 8 points. They need 8 points. That's going to be the tie, and anything above that will just push them within the top 10. But no matter what, they need to make it happen in the next game, ladies and gentlemen. And what you guys need to do is just make sure you're watching this broadcast on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia official YouTube or Facebook page. Once again, I repeat, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's YouTube page, because that is where you get these amazing skin drops, ladies and gentlemen, in the live chat, of course. But talking about other things, the next map, we all know what it is going to be. What it is, Ocean? That's your cue.
The Snake Hawk. See, I actually waited for it. Come on, man. I waited to just get that suspense, and then it's like the Snake Hawk comes in. Sanhok, the map of snakes. I would see. All right, I'll tell you one thing. Erangel is you can't call it a city, right? It's the island. Erangel is the island of chaos. Miramar is the island of opportunities because, well, it has the casino areas. But Sanhok is the land of snakes. So,
I mean, you know what? Even though Sanhok has the Paradise Resort, I feel like Erangel would have been a much better vacation spot at this point, because I mean, Sanhok, you just have to deal with quite a lot. First of all, you can't even use your vehicles properly.
All right, if given a chance, Johnny, sorry. If given a chance, what would be that one place in the entire game that you would want to spend a vacation on? Not the map, the place.
Place?
Yeah.
So, That's gonna be a difficult one because I mean,
I have an
on
easy answer for
Miramar,
myself.
I get to. All right, what is it? I know probably the rocket station on Vakendi, I
No, no,
guess.
no, no,
Is
no,
that is
not
that
not
your
the
answer?
Cosmodrome area, not the Cosmodrome.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Paradise Resort in
Oh,
Sanhok, right? Because it's a resort. Come on, I mean,
so
it's a
I want
resort.
to go to one place. I want to have a Miramar GP. That's my end goal at this point. I just want to go to Miramar. There's
Golden
this
Mirado.
massive highway along the Rhine. No, no, we're just gonna ride buggies, man. We need those open wheel vehicles for ourselves. Otherwise, where's the field?
Yeah, I'll just sit on the back. Make sure just I'm just with a proper seat belt. Otherwise, you just brake and
Yeah.
I'm just in front of you. I would not want that to happen, right? I would just drop down in front of you in that situation. So I do
Yeah,
get it.
we don't have the audio capabilities of just having the what do you call them engineers or beside us. There is no team. I'm running out of words. I mean, what do you call that space? The pit crew, where the pit crew is
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
for the teams. We don't have that, so we just
You have to
carry our
pit in
race
to change
engineers on the back.
the tires, right? Compound C4 tires or maybe C3 tires, something like that, right?
Yep.
Whatever, soft, medium, hard. But then
No,
again,
no tire changes.
no
Not
tire
allowed.
changes, no tire changes, no nothing, not allowed. But then again, we'll see what happens in
Yeah.
if we ever get a chance to be in the game, if that happens, right? But then again, right now it's gonna be the players' time because we're gonna be moving on to the land of snakes. The Snake Hawk, it's gonna be upon us. The Sanhok map, it's gonna be upon us, and we'll see which snake just bites better to get the first position for themselves. We always have talked about this as well, ladies and boys and girls. In the map of Sanhok, getting a VSS and a ghillie suit is the
Oh,
worst nightmare you can just go for.
yeah. For your oppositions, not for yourself. I mean, because you're the one wielding the weapon and the ghillie suit. You're basically hidden the entire time. And for the other people, it's going to be a pain for them to figure out exactly where the shots are coming from. Along with that, I think Sanhok is one of those places where whoever is the most paranoid ends up coming out on top, because if you are just constantly checking your surroundings, making sure every single position around you is clear, then you can't be caught off guard. And I think that is the only thing that a majority of these teams are going to be well worried about at this point, especially the teams that are sitting on top, teams that are fighting for the first positions. And I mean, it's going to be super exciting, super fun to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, let's straight away head towards the plane. We saw the player camps. No one is doing anything interesting these days apart from doing a lot of fun stuff inside of the game. So we'll just head towards the
You
match.
know, maybe they have this understanding that we stalk them while they are
Yeah,
just
I
on the
think so.
camp. So
Yeah.
they're like, let's not give them any content. Although today we saw Skylightz players using guitars, Deadeyes Guys players using ukulele, so we have that slight bit of content coming up for us. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, this is the third game. You know what that means? Well, only 3 remain. And
Yeah.
you know what that means? This is the first and the last Sanhok of the day. You know what that means? The flight
What
path
does
starts
that
up
mean?
till Kampong. It means that the flight path is still Kampong and the players have to drop down. Oh, JyanMaara is on a split already. I like it. I like it. Savage just dropping down onto the areas of Paradise Resort. Obviously, now there's no A1 Esports, so they understand that, they can stay there. Skylight's on their own split, and they have the circle as well. If played correctly, this can be a Skylight's chicken dinner.
Yeah. I mean, if played correctly, I think was the correct phrase to use right there, because still a lot of possibility for mistakes to be made. Skylightz Gaming, I mean, Suyog was quite close to AJ, but he instantly starts moving up north towards the rest of his team. And JyanMaara split. I think earlier on they decide, all right, this might just work out. But now Snipe YT, there's a high probability of him getting caught off guard by either the players of Stalwart Esports or Savage Esports. And it's not going to be fun at all if he gets picked off this early in the match. Remember when JyanMaara were doing very well for themselves, comfortably inside the top 5? Well, all that comfort has been stolen away from them, and now they find themselves from being in a position where they were challenging the trophy to being in a position where they are like, well, struggling to be inside of the top 3. But hopefully we see them make it. Again, as you mentioned, Ocean, 3 more matches left.
Yeah, 3 more matches left. That's all that they have for themselves. Stalwart's players in that boot camp area. He's going to be going for a good loot. But you know what bothers me? That is Deadeyes Guys' location, right? They are still struggling with one important drop, although they have a good place for themselves. But the split that they have, like Chari going on to the southern side of boot camp, and the other players are going to be staying on the Alpha side, the Camp Alpha Island side. So that's just one of the things. 7C on the other side, you see Ripson. just is gonna just find good loot for himself. Akujor is there as well, so all these players are gonna be just finding up good places, and they're gonna be just going for good loot for themselves if that just comes down to it. Right now, 7C's players, they have a decent area. Precious on the other side from 7C as well, just onto the sidelines of Kampok, is inside the circle at a really good place inside the zone. Don't have to move much, can stay here for maybe 1 or 2 zones, depends on how the circle is going to be shifting up. Has an M4 right now for himself, that's Ripson. Has a UMP. This combination of UMP and M4 is just really brilliant as for what players like to just use it for themselves. Both the guns are good in the close ranges as well as the mid ranges nowadays, and in Sanhok you don't mostly opt for a long range fight. So I would say overall it is a good. These weapons are really good.
Yeah, I mean it's the perfect combo for this map. The only thing that I think can be swapped in, it's going to be a DBS, but that's also just relevant to the early game stages or extreme close quarters indoor fights on this particular map. Other than that, I think I completely agree with you. UMP, M4, nothing is going to beat that combination. Uzi, well, again, another interesting pickup, but completely falls off when you have to switch over to that mid-game action where the UMP still is pretty useful. So I think that has been the trade-off between the Uzi, which we saw quite prominently being used by a lot of players 6-7 months ago, just completely vanish. Not vanish exactly, but just take a much more backseat in the meta these days. But again, I mean, it's not about the meta, it's just about the fact that players and teams right now have strategized to just take it slow in the early game stages. No early game action. Not a lot of it, and priority has been given to those 17-18 minute marker fights where a lot of the chaos does in fact break out inside of the match. Phantom Esports just exchanging a bunch of stuff. Dieta is finally going to be prepared. 7C Esports, they're going to be quite close to them, so I mean, they will have to be careful once they decide to abandon those compounds, but for now, at least, they're going to be completely safe and completely isolated.
Yeah, I mean, they are just, away, but look at that! It already starts. Leo taking down 7C Akujod. And Steel Shot takes down T2K Legend. Different fights have just already started. They have exploded onto the maps of Sanhok. Looks like Leo is going. He does not know about any other threat. Maybe he is confident that there's going to be no one. Imagine had there been someone, right? Could have been a bad situation. So now he just goes for a different elimination. But wherever he's throwing the grenade, I just want to tell you, my friend, you're just wasting it. Wasting that one throwable. On the other side, you talk about Venom Legends versus T2K. That happened. One elimination. No elimination has happened, but that one knock did arrive. Akujot goes down. That's the first blood that Leo gets it up for himself. But now, Venom Legends is trying to do everything in their favor. And there's another one. Legend. He goes down.
Not really looking good. Trained to kill at this point. And Venom Legends, they are looking to apply a lot more pressure on these lads. Get that. Jane is going to be stuck out in the open. Rage again and again looking towards that rock. Jane not really having the opportunity to fall back. Finally decides to run towards that house. Has the vehicle quite close as well. So it's going to be a quite safe getaway for him. Let's see how long will the players of Train to Kill survive now. Legend was picked off. Just a 3-man roster remaining. Suyok, Sandesh and Jane are all that's left. But again, 7C Memo and Ripson together finding the opening. A free pickup for 7C Esports.
Memo just gets that one for himself. That was such a good way, right? To take down the players. He knew he had that slight cover. He'll have to crouch. Just moves forward, crouches, then just, takes down the player and then crouches again. That was just so good. On the other side, airdrop number 1 has an MK14. Just waiting down for the players. And obviously the level 3 stuff, that always just stays there. Savages players on one side, JyanMaara on the other as well. And it just comes down to a 7-minute marker. The game comes down to a 7-minute marker. 61 players alive, 16 teams surviving till now. Nemesis, in fact, the entire Raw team, they have lost down 1 player. So they do understand the value of the positions right now. Plus, they have to cover more ground for themselves because less number of players means you'll have to look forward to different directions, more or less. Raw, the struggles have been there for the team, but then again, we know this team is capable of a lot of good things, so can do that. Look at this. This was such a good one, just coming down to the players, and then this was the second one. 7C, in fact, they just retaliated and they gave up a good fight. But now in the close proximity, we can see Vibes players as well. They are moving around, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to be rushing or anything anytime soon because it's just the first circle that too is closing up right now. Nothing major is going to be happening up.
Yeah, nothing major, nothing important about apart from the few early pickups that we witnessed. 7 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. Still, I mean, the teams that lost those individuals from their side just managed to find a few safe spots for themselves. 7C Esports on the other side, I think, still will be required to be extremely cautious with how they move around to the mid stages of the match now. They are, well, sort of surrounded from every single direction with not enough cover available for them. And if they get pushed upon, it's just going to be one team fight after the other that they will have to deal with. But on the northern part of the map, look at that, Venom Legends. Now, that is a comfort zone for them. Even if it's a central shift again and again, I think Venom Legends, they will have a pretty easy time just finding their way towards the zone, finding their way towards safety. And let's not forget, there are other teams as well towards the northeastern side of the map, and even they are going to be trying to make their way in, as we do see the players from IHC quite close to the players of Venom Legends, and IC is the man leading the charge over there, so might have a little bit of a collision on our hands.
We'll see though if that collision just happens up anytime soon. Sooner or later, though, teams will understand. They will realize the way they are just maintaining their positions around Skylightz players. Again, they have a good place. They can win this if things go good for them. Vibes, that Kampong area, just like you said, right? That they need to understand the value of it. Seal. Look at how calm these players are right now. They understand that obviously it's just the first circle. You don't have to give much time to their opponents to just reposition. Also, they would also not want to reposition themselves. So Seal is just playing slow, playing around, not taking much of the pressure, in fact, on for themselves. Right now, if we talk about these elimination points, you see IHC with 94% Zol. Yesterday he was around 42%, but now he drops down to 36. That means the team is stepping up as well. True Love on the other side is with 36% as well. In Deadeyes Guys, Shifu with 24. And look at this shift. Again, it's for Skylight. This is a good shift. It is with Skylightz Gaming. They, again, need to just, they need to flow, let the previous game's momentum flow in which they were in top 3.
Well, but let's see. I mean, this is going to get very intense all of a sudden. The eastern shift of the circle just keeping everyone on their toes. And talk about being on the toes, Seal Esports, I think they're just about to be woken up from their sleep as Jiggle taking a few shots on Demo is going to find an impressive knock, but the distance between the two teams, it will be something that Seal Esports will have to figure out exactly how to protect themselves from this assault, as Malik and another lad behind him have in fact managed to get to the high ground quite quickly with their vehicles. Vishal and Malik, the duo, going for the push right now. Demo was knocked out, but Wally, he has the flank, and well, oh, it looks like Vibes Esports might have just dragged themselves into a trap. Vishal, he's going to be caught off guard, but he knows where Baron is and where they are exactly going for the revive from, so a nade is going to be lobbed behind that rock. And if they do not find or secure that elimination point and Seal Esports are back to a 4-man strong roster, then it's going to be a world of hurt that's going to be waiting for the players of Vibes Esports in a few short moments.
It definitely is going to be just like that. We'll see, though, what these players are trying to just understand and find out for themselves. Seal Demo goes down as Vibes is starting to take up a fight as well. But Deadeyes Guys versus Phantom. Deadeyes Guys needs these kind of games for themselves. They need it to work. Oh, they are throwing up a few smoke grenades here and there. Phantom's players are moving forward. They are moving away, in fact. But look at Deadeyes Guys is charging in Slipknot. He still has to heal. And now he does heal up for himself. I guess Shifu just understands who the players are. He's just, still trying to just take up a good fight for themselves. Yeta goes down. Phantom, this is one bad thing for them. But look at that from the other side. Phantom's players taking down Deadeyes Guys. Shifu is down right now. And Phantom, they are losing up on their players. But they don't matter. Mad Max. Wow. Look at this movement. I guess he can surprise the players. He is ready to surprise the players. But when? That's the question. He can straight up try and wipe down or maybe pressurize the players, but he's moving on a different direction. That grenade is good.
if the name is Mad Max, then the man should play as a Mad Lad as well. I believe he should have gone for that push right there. But the nades from Wexy now finding the opening. Mad Max taking a lot of damage as On Top has finally spotted out the threat behind his behind the backs of Deadeyes Guys. Does manage to go for the instant finish onto the lad. Now DE, they have two of their own teammates knocked out. And getting a revive going, it's going to be pretty important for them. Chari is looking to find a safe spot to go for the revive, but Seal Esports on the other side. Look at that, as I said, a world of hurt waiting for the players of Vibes Esports. And well, this pain, this is not going to go away. Wally is looking to find that last survivor from the side of Vibes, which I believe is Jiggle in the distance. And well, Seal Esports, they are mad about losing Demo. They will not be calmed until Vibes Esports is wiped out.
Yeah, they'll not be just, calming up anytime soon right now. JyanMaara's players are just, paying the price as well. I mean, IHC is trying to take up a good fight on those players. ElementriX is orange. All right, he's using an M24. Let's get a good headshot if there's someone that's going to be peeking up. But I guess no one is going to be just, waiting up their time right now. So orange, he'll have to wait for a while before he can just, take one good shot. I like his unicorn back though, right? It's super good, if anything. But we'll talk about that later on. Ripson, I guess he was just trying to move forward, but he was read like a book. His movement was read like a book. A good grenade just being picked up by Ripson. It just goes out. Phantoms Wexy needs to understand the importance of his own self right now. 7C is trying to just stay and trying to do a good fight, but there it is. Wexy with an Uzi takes down one. Now he's on low HP, can be easily taken out. They just need to maintain the calm and composureness for themselves. And there it is. Another team is out.
Well, another team biting the dust right there. Oh, no!
Don't do this to a Lambo ever.
Yeah.
Don't do this to a Lambo.
Ocean is pretty mad right now. He's offended by the act of ElementriX. And, well, let's see. Raw Esports at this point, 3-man strong and still struggling around. No position left for them to just feel comfortable in. 7C Esports on the other side. Again, another 3-man roster, losing Aku George so early in the match. And, well, they're not really moving in the right direction. There's another couple of lads waiting for them right on the other side of that hill. I think Memo, his sixth sense, the Spidey sense started to tingle and he prone down right in the nick of time. Otherwise, True Love, he would have had an easy pickup. The Vector at this range is going to be quite a nice knock and an elimination secured. Now, 7C Esports numbers reduced to 2.
That was actually, a good one coming down from the players. As Deadeyes Guys, they know how important this game is, and they have 4 total eliminations coming up on their favor, and they would want to increase this number more and more and more for themselves. So, well, we'll see though what happens. As for all these players are going to be just trying to find up a good place, in fact, for themselves in all the fights. But then again, Deadeyes Guys, the struggles, it's like they're not struggling in this game, but somehow just keeps on happening here and there. So yeah, but right now, look at this. These players are still just trying to find up a good place. On top, he's still looking forward to a fight, but he's at the edge, so he can take down the teams on the back lines. But I guess he's looking in the wrong direction.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting now. Deadeyes Guys still looking quite solid. But Stalwart Esports closing in slowly and steadily, just slithering towards their now their prey. They are not going to be able to detect this push. Top, he's quite close now, just waiting for On Top to step out in the open. But Shifu is going to be the first casualty, it looks like, as he has been spotted out. But Pika, no, not going for the shots. Finally gets up with a UMP, finds the opening. Deadeyes Guys, the second knock is going to be secured, as well as Top is the man who takes down On Top. 2 free pickups for Stalwart Esports. And no way for Deadeyes Guys to react to this. The other 2 lads, Shari and True Love, just too far away. No cover fire, no protection for the 2 isolated men. But still, the trade knock is going to come in for True Love. Quite difficult for him to secure the pick, and it's not just going to work out. DE, only one option left. Just reset and fall back into the blue zone. 70 meters before they get to safety.
Deadeyes guys, these players, they understand now that, just like we said, right? As of now, the struggles were not there, but then they
Yeah.
lose down their players, and now they understand the value of the zone, of the composure. It's the fourth circle, definitely is going to be biting up them slowly and steadily. Not right now though, but after the circle just closes up, right? They need to understand their positions are going to be extremely important. They saw Ross players just moving around. They are in the open. Will they take the shots? That's the question. Smart decision coming down by the players, not taking up any shot. And now, in a while, as a zone has to start off, they might just be there. But Joel with a DBS? Oh, this guy always likes to be a troll.
Well, definitely. And let's see, a nade in his hand. Sanchir quite close for him to secure that pick. So an easy pickup now. Savage Esports, their numbers are dwindling down slowly and steadily. IHC doing a brilliant job of just being an absolute roadblock, a wall in front of the players of Savage Esports. Joel with another nade. Alex right beside him, and well, the utility is going to be lobbed non-stop towards the players of Savage Esports, but it's going to be quite difficult for IHC to find an opening in this fight. But the only thing that they have going for them is the fact that they are on the edge of the circle, so the ball is in the court of Savage Esports, and they will have to make a decision whether they want to take this fight against IHC and push forward on top of that ridge, risk being wiped out in an instant, or they just want to avoid it entirely and just move away, move in from another position. Well, even the other spot is not empty as JyanMaara do manage to catch them off guard. Eisenberg knocked out. Anif and Hershey still surviving behind the wall, but not for long, as from the back lines, it is going to be JyanMaara. Susan stepping in, chiming in, taking down Eisenberg. Anif, he's not looking too good as well. Hershey is going to be the last player surviving for his team with barely 30 HP on him. The first aid being used to, well, put him in a much healthier position, but it's not going to be enough. The nade,
He's back to the same HP. He's
Yeah.
back to the same HP. That grenade just did the damage as it just, the similar to the first aid healing. But now Hershey needs to understand that he needs to give up a revive to Anif. All right, the smoke is there. But how will this survive? On the other side, Suzanne needs to give up a revive to his own teammate as well. But then again, there's that slight small panic room for them. 20-minute marker is where we are touching up right now. Pika is on one side. Tries is trying to maintain his composure, his calmness in all of this game right now. But look at that. IHC is rushing in. They are chiming in. They are taking down a few players of the fight, but IC goes down as well. That means what's going to happen? Oh, no. Alex is the last one surviving. Has Godless as well, but Godless is on a different direction. But no, Godless is moving forward right now. He needs to revive IC as well, but looks like he would want to move forward. In that case, IC will be easily revived, and that means it's more points for IHC.
Yeah, it's an easy recovery for IHC, but the next shift, it's not really going to be for their protection. It's just on top of Skylightz Gaming, again finding a very good spot inside of the zone. But IHC, let's see, they are quite keen on wiping out the players of JyanMaara before moving further towards the next circle. Savage Esports on the other side against the players of Stalwart Esports. Pika with a wonderful nade, finding the opening. Hershey's the man knocked out. Anif again under a lot of pressure of being responsible for his team's survival. Jiggles is drowning to his demise, resulting in Vibes Esports getting wiped out. But ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports, now they're taking two fights at the same time, along with Savage Esports and the players of IHC. IC has been picked off as well, so it's down to Alex and Godless. And Stalwart Esports, if they manage to pick off IHC in this matchup portion, that means their door is going to be wide open to take the first position away from IHC.
Well, this definitely is going to be a really, really difficult situation for all these players when we talk about it. But look at that. The eliminations are still happening. Raw, they do get eliminated by Team Seal, as the Seal team just, took down all the players. Skylightz, they have the circle just like we had the conversation. IHC, Alex is going to be dealing that damage off the blue on for himself. ElementriX's players are on the back lines. They're also surprisingly doing extremely good. But then again, ElementriX, their main goal should be to reach top 10 right now. But Action just, repaying the debt. Where is Godless? He is to the sides. Action, will he overcome it? I don't think so. So Action needs to move to the backlines, to the circle, in fact. But he might gatekeep the edge. Oh, he's getting shotted from the other side as well. Needs to stay in onto the cover. But nope, AJ has a different story.
Well, from the distance, Skylightz Gaming doing the heavy lifting now. late into the match. 22 minutes and 9 teams, 22 players still surviving, and Stalwart Esports so close to getting wiped out. AJ, oh, he knows where Orange is from the side of ElementriX as
Johnny.
well, but just failing to find the opening. Yeah.
The AJ skill got stolen. It got stolen by someone.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that's gonna be
That's
really
gotta hurt.
No, he got it. He got it. He finally got it. I thought it was just, it was stolen, but no, he gets it. Oh my
I mean,
god.
had it been taken away from him, I think that would have hurt Skylightz Gaming at this point. They did not really have a lot of elimination points. That was the first pickup of theirs in the entirety of the game. Look at Nima, not even dishing out any damage up until now. Gyalzen is there with 218 damage dished out in total. Does know exactly where Rules from DRS is hiding, but he has other things to worry about as well, like covering up the position towards the left-hand side of Skylightz Gaming. Just make sure that there is no way Seal Esports or Stalwart Esports or ElementriX will be able to take them out. And well, with Seal Esports trying to close in from the rear and not really succeeding in doing so, I think their time in this game is about to run out. But Mr. Yozu, an amazing spray connecting on Mafia Ninja, does find an incredible opening for his team, but now it comes... Well, the time comes for them to start securing those points, working towards securing those elimination points as well. Nkasi chimes in as well. Another one. AJ goes down. Sanhok so close to the players of DRS. Oh, this is going to be chaotic. Rebel is going to be blown to bits and pieces with a wonderful nade, but DRS... Oh, that's... I think that has to be the end of the journey in this map.
7 teams, 14 players alive. That just comes down to a 2 average for one team. So we'll see which players are just going to be surviving solo as well. DRS, the players are just being taken down. They are being tortured in all these situations as Jane just gets that confirmation for himself. Has a good higher ground impact around the circle. Sushant, if you talk about him from ElementriX, well, ElementriX needs a good game. T2K is on the other side. T2K has the momentum flowing up for themselves, which is really good. Seal, what do you see him up at the distance? That is just, he's just going to be doing heal battle outside the circle. So Seal might not survive for much longer. Might as well next team to just falter on, depends on how many first hits do they have. Pika, we see him as a solo man surviving. Spots on the players of T2K. Sandesh is just out there. Galson takes on T2K's Jane. I guess this might just be a good full stop on T2K if it just falls down. Look at Pika. He's so close. He has the opportunity. Sandesh is just there. Pika has an M4. Pika, does he have a clear shot? I guess yes, but still he's not taking any shot. Galson goes down. Galson is done for. Skylightz is done for. Oh, they had the circle, they had the edge, they had everything. But now, look at this, Pika. He has Sandesh right in front of him. Just there.
Well, Sandesh is definitely going to be there, but does he have what it takes to just be comfortable enough to try and take the fight? But let's see, ElementriX, Mr. Yozu, still... just thrown out along with Inkas. Oh, has he been spotted out? But no, as soon as Sandesh goes for the shots, IHC's Godless steps in and tries to take him down, which was a big mistake. IHC getting eliminated on the 6th position. Well, they did not have a lot of options as well, to be fair. But Train to Kill looking very deadly in this matchup portion. And I feel this is just going to be them and Stalwart Esports in the end. And yes, it is Pika in a 1v3. Nowhere left for him to go and no way for him to clutch out this fight. All 3 players together. As soon as he reaches the summit of this hill, that has to be the end game. And the final closing moment of this match, Train to Kill just finding that last pick. They are looking for this, but they're looking in the wrong direction now. Pika sees Jane quite clearly as well. Jane, he spots him out, and there's the cleanup. Train to Kill. An amazing winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. They are not looking to slow down, not looking to stop anytime soon, but the question still remains the same. Will they be sitting on the first page? Second again? What is going on?
IHC is creating a legacy. They are creating a legacy on which no one can play. They are just, creating that one little place for themselves under which no one is just, getting that hold.
That little place is worth $10,000, by the way.
Exactly. They are loving it, and they're like, whatever happens, any team can play good, any team can play bad. But there was a 3-point difference between them and the second team after the first game. Then they increased it. Now they are still just there. So we'll have to see what the difference now just becomes. But T2K, they earned a brilliant winner chicken dinner coming up for themselves, and I'm pretty sure they are going to be just cherishing it, because this game did not come in easy. Stalwart was just there. Pika was there behind them. He could have just changed the face of the game, but then again, T2K, they managed to just clutch it all out for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. This was an amazing, amazing win for the players of Train to Kill. Now, all they have to do is just get one more game in like this as soon as possible, because now only 3 matches remain, ladies and gentlemen, before the top 10 teams are finalized for the SA Championship, and also before the winners of the PMPL South Asia Spring season are announced. Uh, it's going to be very exciting, but again, a little bit of a shaky performance from the team sitting at the top, in fact, is what is keeping these final few matches very, very intense. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. For now, we're going to take a very short break, so stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
with 7 eliminations, 837 damage coming down on him, 24 minutes and 51 seconds of survival time with 3 knockouts. Sandesh doing really good for himself, for the team. In fact, he was amongst the top fraggers at the end of the first day. It seems like that is coming back, but then again, we'll understand all these things by the end of the day, that where he stands, but his team is definitely standing at the second position right now. Later on, things might as well just change, but before that change happens, before all those things happen, teams will try to do everything good in their favor so that they can just get a hold of the good games. But then it's not just about one player, it is going to be about other players as well, and that's where the top players are going to be just coming up forward as well. When we talk about the numbers, we will definitely see how these players are going to be just have been doing up for themselves. Right now, we will be moving forward with the top players, and that's where we see Leo with 4 eliminations, 688 damage. True Love coming up with 4 eliminations as well. And on the other side, we just talk about it, we see Wally and Suyog with 3 eliminations each, 496 and 383 damage done from their side individually, if we just talk about it. But then again, these players, they definitely understand their own homework as for what they have to do, because then again, at the end of everything, what matters is the way these players are going to be just pushing their own limits. And well, it looks like they do push their limits to pretty good senses all for themselves. They definitely are going to be just doing really good in the upcoming games as well. T2K, we see 2 players Seal, we see 2 players Deadeyes Guys. Again, for Deadeyes Guys, it's important. They had that lead for themselves. They were at the first position at the first game of the first day. But then from there, it has been an up and down journey. But talking about Train to Kill and Stalwart, 1538, 1384 damage dealt between these teams. 418 damage received versus 1078. That's a massive difference just coming down on it. 13 eliminations versus 6 eliminations. That is quite a difference. Versus 6 knocks and 8 knocks between these two teams. That also just looks quite decent when it comes down to these players. But look at this, right? T2K's survival time, it's quite low as compared to what they have for themselves. So yeah, that survival time definitely just calls up for good numbers. And if we talk about Stalwart, right, that 22-minute marker coming up for themselves, it definitely just shows quite weird. Match summary is where we are right now. Delta with highest healing of 1689. Godless 1448, Wally 1193, True Love. Oh, what? It's 1689, 1448, 1193. Then True Love comes with 300 healing only coming up for himself. That's weird in terms of the individual healing numbers. And on the other side, if we talk about highest eliminations coming up from Sandesh, that is 7 as an individual. We talk about him in the MVP stats. Sandesh there with the highest damage as well, 837, and that definitely just looks really good. Highest knocks with True Love, sir, definitely just comes out good. And highest assists with Snipe Whitey, that is 3.
Oh, exactly. And then you have Delta too coming in with the highest damage dealt right there. But now let's take a look at the match ranking, as Train to Kill, of course, won that previous game. Unfortunately, though, Seal as well could have been one of those teams that could have been in the run-up of winning the previous game, but unfortunately, they just had quite a lot of early casualties. That's something they really suffered with in the previous game. ElementriX too right there on 4th spot with 10 placement points and then 4 elimination points with only 14 points wrapped up total. I mean, the elimination points isn't really something that's giving them a lot of booster right there in the match rankings, but still, top 10 is what the teams really need to progress on forward in the future competitions. And if they do want to get their hands on the money, then maybe it makes a lot of sense to try and go for a lot of much more elimination points, which some of these Mongolian teams are trying to pull off. But I mean, so far on second place, Train to Kill with a lot of consistency in the placement points and also in the elimination points. They've found a good balance. They found a nice sweet tuning, and now they're just waiting to take over that first spot with that consistency.
Definitely, they can maybe, but then again, I see it's like they are just there at the top of the game right now, as of now. But then we'll have a look at the map rotations that T2K had done in this smaller smaller map for themselves. And look at them, they like to go to these areas which are onto the north of Skylight's rotations. That starts from Camp Bravo to Lakavi, and this team was in Mongnai. So their first major concern was if Skylight's rotates faster or if they rotate slow. So they never went to the center in the first place, but they started picking up small compounds, right? It gives you a good chance to just scout out the areas, etc., etc. And once they were comfortable, after those small compounds, look at their movements, right? It's from one compound to the other, and then they move to Camp Bravo because the circle has shifted. They understood that the teams will not be in Camp Bravo area anymore, so they start shifting a bit late in terms of the zone. They were in the zone, but then again, they were trying to just move slow, never taking any hasty decisions, but still trying to figure out a way from which they can be around the center. Not exactly on the center, but around the center. And I would say that kind of worked pretty good for them.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the homework really does kick in, right? And you do know Skylightz at what point marker they decide to leave the Camp Bravo area, and this is where TDK knew, okay, at this point, there's going to be no way there's any team inside the Camp Bravo area. TDK, they easily contest that, move on over the compound in the front too, just to get a better spot nailed down. And then TDK realized, okay, the compound they had, they were looking pretty great, and they were also seeing a lot of frags just being taken away in the kill feed. So TDK knew at this point, patient has to be the name of the game. And then later on, slowly and steadily, just moving inside the final zones too, and just getting closer and closer to that victory.
I just know getting closer and closer on that victory coming up for themselves if we just talk about it. But right now, if we just have a look at all these players and the way they had played, right, it was just a brilliant game coming down for T2K. Again, at the last moment, Stalwart's final player was just behind them, but then again, they managed to take that player down as well. It was just one man surviving, but still he got good points as well for himself. But then again, it just becomes a question. IHC, what will it take to topple those giants right now? Because it's just 3 games remaining. Will it be again a final circle turnover or not? That's one of the questions, but again, the answers, they might just come in.
Well, I mean, you answered the question yourself. The Giants, you'll need a giant performance indeed to take down a team like that. Way much more elimination points are needed. And the consistency definitely should be there too, because as you said, I'd see they're looking at the top of their game without a doubt, and it's looking like it's next to impossible, at least for now, to take them down. But I'm pretty sure in the future lines, if TDK, they keep on playing like this, they're going to be able to close the distance. Now, this is where I'd see too. They're going to feel under a lot of pressure. One single game just let loose from their hands, that'll help TDK to just close in the distance by quite a bit. That nade right there from the side of Venom Esports, though, what a bounce, and then straight up just bounced inside the window.
Yeah, those was just, some pretty good nades just coming down. Look at this. Seoul, he is a troll now. He likes to go with the DPSs and, likes to use it. Deadeyes Guys, the struggles, right? They had all the players surviving. Then all of a sudden, they had only 2 players surviving for themselves. Things did just change, but not in their favor. Right now, these were the zones in which Seal was trying to dominate. They did though, but then again, the circle shift was just not exactly in their favor. Skylight's players, AJ, in fact, got a few confirmations, but then as soon as the players tried to move out of the open, they were caught off guard and they could not do anything. T2K, again, a brilliant positioning inside the circle for them. Skylight's players were being taken out one by one. They were not looking at their backlines, and that was a big mistake. This is where Godless goes down. They spot down one final player as well, but look at this, right? Pika, he was still surviving, trying to survive, but then was taken down. T2K, they enjoyed it for themselves.
Even though still a second place from the side of Stalwart Esports, a great showing from their side without a doubt. But the team that I'm going to be worried about now has to be Savage Esports. So far, not able to do that great in the overall rankings as well. Savage, now the pressure is going to start to pile up, because indeed, you don't really have a lot of games left in your hands anymore. Damage graph in front of us, TDK with 13 elimination points and 1538 damage dealt. Stalwart Esports with 6 elimination points and 1384. Unfortunately, the conversion on the side of Stalwart Esports wasn't really there. But again, at that point in the final zones, it was just too many teams for Stalwart to try and take care of.
And look at Phantom, right? 528 damage with no eliminations. That also just kind of hurts. IHC as well, 5 with 1, 2, 2, 2. So many teams did try to get good fights, but oh my god. IHC with 190. Train to Kill with 189. Stalwart with 187. This is good.
Way too close.
Deadeyes Guys with 175. Imagine if Deadeyes Guys gets a chicken dinner, right? With the number of elimination points, they can also topple down the first position. So it's between 1, 2, 3, 4 right now JyanMaara's on 5th. Skylightz is there. Seal, DRS. Well, DRS marks their entry in the top 10 with the previous game. Previous game, and the previous game as well was a decent one for them. Not the best one though. But this is close now. IHC, they better be prepared. They can reach 200 and triple digits in terms of placement points and eliminations if they play their cards right. Otherwise, Train to Kill is definitely coming for them. If not them, then Stalwart is definitely coming. If not, then Deadeyes Guys would want to come in for them. But Vibes, what happened to this team?
Well, it's a complete different team, huh? Vice, what exactly is going on? You guys dominated the league stage, and where you guys need to perform the most, that's where you guys are not able to perform, and that's something that I'm wondering now, because some of your players were in the elimination leaderboards too in the league stage, and now they're just not seen anymore. Vibes, what can be there? What can be the problem? Because if you talk about communication, the communication was on point on the league stage, and now coming inside the grand finals, I think so. It's just that teams realizing that how the competition has evolved, and now it's time to get even more serious than the league stages. And this is where Vibes, they've just been caught off guard.
Vibes wanted to get serious. Obviously, they would want to get serious, right, as compared. But then it's like the lobby is not letting them put their hands on the entire fights, right? Because you see, it's not like they so they're kind of struggling, but it doesn't seem like it. They take good fights, and then all of a sudden they get caught down in the performance and the pressure and all. And I believe those pressure situations are something that are just taking them away.
Exactly, indeed. Those pressure situations, as you said, is something that puts every single team under a lot of pressure. And indeed, that's going to put them in a lot of discomfort too. They're going to be unsettled for the entire game, and the paranoia too will start to build. And this is something that teams will need to try and figure out within them, because it seems like for now, though, Ocean, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, yeah, I'm doing great.
So how's the day been going? That was an amazing start, first match itself for winner chicken dinner. Please take us through that first match. What was going inside your head? What was the calls coming up from all your teammates? Must be an excellent start for as you needed.
Yeah, so at first we were just trying to get the chicken dinner, and then we were playing passively, but as we got that compound, all the teams were pushing us and we were just holding it, and then at last, yeah, bang, I mean, we got the chicken dinner.
Right then, it was bang chicken dinner. As you said, it was in bang chicken dinner, and it has been a roller coaster ride till now. #1 in the first match, and early elimination in the second game, and again a match which we thought that it could go to your favor, Sanhok. Well, what went wrong in Sanhok? What exactly went wrong there at that point?
So we three, me, Trulop, and Sorry, we were focusing on 7C, and on top was like behind. You know, I mean. He had to take care the backstab, and he had to scout the left part, but there I mean it went wrong there, you know. I mean, he was also focused to 7C, so at that time ST got the zone, so yeah, I mean, they scammed us maybe.
Well, that was a sort of a scam for you, because you were not prepared for that. So I guess my analyst duo has got a lot of questions for Sifu sir, because you have been playing to that top-notch level. We have been regularly discussing about your fragging power, the kind of gameplay that DE has been showing in the final. So I'll pass this stage to both of my analysts. Maybe they have got a lot of questions for Sifu sir.
Okay, Sifu sir, my first question is for you about how the victory matters for Deadeye. This PMPL, you guys have doing very great. So does it matter or not?
Of course, yes, it matters, because I have been grinding, you know, for 2-3 years now. I have played all the PMPLs till now, so of course it matters. But you know, I never lose hope. I've been trying and trying. Even if I lose this time, I'm gonna try again. So, you know, I mean, this is not the end. We still got time.
Okay, you are
so,
so you are very near to victory as well. So what are your upcoming strategies for the left games?
So we'll try to go for the chicken dinner, and we'll try to collect collect points as much as we can. So yeah, that is going to be our strategy for the next.
Okay, best wishes to Deadeyes as well.
Right then, another question will come from my side to Sifu sir. The addition of Turulov has been an excellent to your team. The kind of fragging capacity that guy has, and kind of matches that he has been putting forward. We remember the match in Erangel where he solo clutched 1v4 sort of situation with player from 3 different teams. What has been the role of Turulov exactly in the team, and how his addition has boosted to the team?
Currently, True Love is playing as an SLTer, so he goes forward. I mean, before he had to play. I mean, he was an IGL, but after that he was playing supporter. But looking at his role, I gave him the assaulting role. So Tsari and True Love is in front, and they're like what to say, synergy from previous team SG. So they brought here, and then it is somehow going good, going great.
Right then, as you said, he was in IGL. If we look at the lineup of D, then we can see a lot of IGLs there. You yourself, you are one of the OG IGL, and then we have got Charis, who have been seeing IGLing for his former lineup, and then Turulab coming up. So, what kind of addition does this make? Is there sort of confusion when too much of cults are there? Is there sometimes too much of over information, or how do we sort this down?
No. Actually, they all wait for my call. During their addition, initially there was some kind of problem. I mean, like calls, classes, those type of. I mean, there was problem, but right now it's not. They just wait for my call. They ask whether go to there or not. I mean, they ask me, and then I give them calls. So it's not a problem anymore.
Okay, previously on South Asian Mina Championship, we saw like True Love has been added to D. Can we see some changes on upcoming South Asia Championship from D?
No. There won't be any changes for the year.
And short question: as can we see some different strategy on South Asia Championship? Is on PMPL, D is focusing for a ace to ace game, but can they follow that same strategy on South Asia Championship?
Well, it depends. First, I gotta see the teams of other regions, and then I gotta study their game plays. So, looking at other teams. So, yeah.
Right then, that is still a secret from Deadeyes Guys. How will they perform in South Asian Championship? Finally, Sifu, so one final question to you. DE has been one of the most OG team of Nepal, and we've seen a lot of fan base supporting you, rooting you each and every day on your lows and on your highs. So the time has really come up to now. It's time to prove the worth. So final few words for your fans. What is the message from your side and your team?
सुरुमा त सबैजनालाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद अहिलेसम्म सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भएकोमा हैन एकदम मनदेखि नै एन्ड त्यही हो अब यो चोटि पनि फेरि दिइरहेछौँ खेलिरहेछौँ आफ्नो बेस्ट दिइरहेछौँ हैन हिम्मत हारेको छैनौँ अहिलेसम्म हार्दैन पनि हामी तपाईँलाई थाहा छँदैछ हैन यत्रो भइसक्यो अहिलेसम्म हारेको छैन नो म्याटर जस्तो सुकै रोस्टर चेन्ज एनिथिङ इट डजन्ट म्याटर वी किप अन ट्राइङ सो त्यही हो यसरी नै माया गरिदिनु होला आउने दिनहरूमा पनि so त्यही भनेर चाहिँ एकदम मनबाटै धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद सबैजनालाई.
Right then, Sifu, it's just 15-point lead from #1. So hopefully we will see DE rising up to the occasion. As you always say, we believe in DE. So thank you so much for joining, and all the best for the remaining matches. Hopefully the trophy is coming home.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep on supporting. Pray for us.
Thank you so much. धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. Wow, Sifu sir. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. Of course, brought to you by OPPO-F21 Pro, and that great interview with Chief from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Now, we're literally just having a little conversation about how Deadeyes Guys, they don't really need a lot of points. All they need is one single chicken dinner, and they might just be in the top 3.
Yeah. I mean, for Deadeyes Guys, and also they have 3 games as well, in which if one of the games maybe just goes on something, they can still just have a decent game for themselves. So we'll see what happens in those ones.
Exactly. But it seems like, again, it's time for us to push to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Fight! मेरो एलगाडे फ्रिज त गेमै स्टार्ट गरिदिँदो रहेछ त यार ओभर पावरफुल मान्छे है क्या अरे चलपल भइसकेछ त मेरो त यार हल्का एलगाडको प्रब्लम भएको गेमै स्टार्ट हान्थ्यो त्यो त कपडा लाएर आछ कि छैन छैन भानु दाइ अगाडि देखिने खुकुरी खुकुरी ताक्छ त
म बसे ल हेलो नाम के पर्यो ए ल ठिक छ टिममै पि हो भएन नि त यस्तो त भएन यार यो पिएमपीएल प्लेयरहरूलाई ट्रेन चलाउन आउँदैन रहेछ
What are you talking about, man?
जित्नुपर्छ ल हामीले टिममेट कहाँ छ
ओइ म चलाउँछु है हटाउनु
यामा
ओइ ब्रदर म चलाउँछु नि
हैन हैन कुदाउँछु
उले भेटाइसकेको थियो त
Back in the lowlands.
Target acquired. Target eliminated. Okay.
Just then.
माथिबाट बम हान्छ छोड्नु न हिँड्नु न अर्को प्लेयर आयो त कुन एयरलाइन छ यो
ओए 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 म माथि हात लान्छु तिमी बम हान है मिल्छ भने
ल
ठीक नै माना बम हान्दै बम हान
हेलो त
ताउ सबलाई आना के
ओए दामी हानेको रहेछ यार
Any sure? को छोड रहेछ यार यस्तो साह्रो खेलाउने अनि सबले मलाई मार्न खोज्दैन त अनि ओ माम बुढी ओ नगर न यार अलिकति दया माया लाग्दैन सिट चेन्ज गर्नु खाना छ ओइ ओइ पिलियो ओइ लाग्यो तङ मेरो हेल्थेर न
हेलो त इजी दाइ यतिको सम्म त हामी विराटनगर पुग्थ्यौँ होला यार दाइ यतिको कुदाइमा त दाइ अनुमति छोडेर मलाई रिगेर लागिसक्यो यो नै प्लेनमा चढे यस्तो भइसक्यो यार दाइ अहिले त धेरै बेरसम्म बसेर होला यार दाइ
ओए यो त ढङ नआए त नि
दाइ दाइ चेल हाल्दैछु दाइ उठाउनु न त्यो टाइमसँग सुताउँछ डाइरेक्ट हाल्न पर्यो दाइ यो बेस्ट पाइलट
I'm joking! Stop! 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 Stop the break! Stop! Stop!
Got him!
वाइफीसँग दोङ छ दोङलाई चाहिँ घुस्काउँछु पक्नै म इन्स्टामा गर होइन दाइ ओपनमा त नरोक्नु दाइ होइन दाइ अहिले नरोक्नु न यो हात यो सोल्लेस भाइ के भन्छ दाइ यो को हो दाइ कसले हान्यो यो दाइ पड्क्यो पाइलट ओबे
It was at this moment that he knew.
म ला मार दे यार दाइ आफ्नै टिमले
ओइ ओइ साङ मर्यो होरा जित्यो हान्ड राउन्ड माइकलहरु
सबैजनालाई स्वागत छ माइ नेम इज सन्दन गौतम एके CR7 हो र ल अब ठिकै छ अब यो क्वेशन अझै पनि रुल्स के छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ अब क्वेशन सोध्ने 10 सेकेन्ड भित्रमा केटाहरूले चाहिँ चट्ट लेखेर मलाई चाहिँ पेपर देखाउने अब त्यही अनुसारको म अब मन लागि जस्तो मन लाग्छ केटाहरूको कति अब हार्डवर्क कस्तो गर्नेछ त्यही अनुसारको म मार्क्स दिनेछु केटाहरूलाई फर्स्ट क्वेशन इज एकदमै सजिलो प्रश्न रहेको छ साथीहरू तपाईहरुको लागि एयर ड्रप कुन भेकलबाट बनेको हुन्छ बराबरी पोइन्ट दिने निर्णय गरेको छु सबैजना 10 पोइन्ट मैले हस्तान्तरण गरिसकेको छु है तपाईहरुलाई यस प्रकारको रहेको छ है त PUBG मोबाइलको सबैभन्दा ठुलो म्याप कुन हो? लगायत तपाईहरुसँग 10 सेकेन्ड रहेको छ। ल चाँडोभन्दा चाँडो। ल दोस्तीहरु, अब सबैहरुलाई थर्ड क्वेशन आइसकेको छ। तेस्रो क्वेशन यस प्रकारको रहेको छ। PUBG मोबाइल कहिले रिलिज भएको थियो? ल गाइस, सबैलाई फेरि पनि 10 पोइन्ट मैले दिइसकेको छु। कसले जित्ने त हो? सबले मिलाउँछ त हो। थर्ड क्वेशनसम्म सबैजनाको प्लेयरहरूको पोइन्ट टाइ रहेको छ। अब हामी अगाडि बढ्नेछौँ फोर्थ क्वेशनको लागि। फोर्थ क्वेशन इज कुन म्यापमा तपाईले टुकटुक पाउनुहुन्छ? हाम्रो सब ट्यालेन्ट देखेर बधाई छ। अब हामीसँग रहेको छ अन्तिम प्रश्न। अन्तिम प्रश्न यस प्रकारको रहेको छ दोस्तीहरु। हेर्नु, which map can you find भोल्नोभा? भोल्नोभा भन्ने ठाउँ कुन म्यापमा छ?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022, brought to you by Oppo F21 Pro. And of course, we also saw that little interview with Shifu, sir. And now we're going to be moving on over to the front game. And now this is something that's going to bring down a lot of teams completely on the latter half of the board. We talked about Vibes, one of those teams that was doing so phenomenal. We do know they have the caliber too to prove themselves in games like Erangel. And now we're just waiting for them to wake up. But is the wake-up call going to be too late? That's the question.
Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. 3 games remaining, out of which there are 2 Erangels and obviously 1 Miramar coming down. Miramar might just be a slow game, but we know that the last Erangel is definitely going to be just a fast process as for what it always is. The teams would want to just end it as soon as they can. They kind of just like to go for those kind of games, but then this Erangel matters a lot. 1 point difference coming down in terms of IHC and obviously coming down Deadeyes Guys, and then there are other teams as well. Stalwart, we saw them where they are. T2K is out there as well. So yeah, these teams are going to be just coming up on the good composure. Deadeyes Guys definitely at the 4th position right now, if I'm not wrong. So they would want to just climb up the ladder for themselves. And talking about T2K, yeah, that 1 point, it's going to matter a lot, because IHC, whatever they can, they have a chance to go to 200-point marker, or else a team might surpass them and go to 200-point marker. So it might just be a weird situation. We'll see though what happens in the upcoming game.
Exactly. Now, the planned flight path is in front of us, and it's currently going to be starting all the way from military base and ending somewhere near shooting range. It's quite an interesting one, but we also have gotten a little call out that maybe the previous game is going to be rehosted, so we're not really going to be seeing that game anymore. But yeah, again, getting back to the conversation that we are having, this also gives us a bit more time to talk about those teams. Currently in the top 16, Venom Legends 2, that found themselves in. But again, how safe are they? Because Venom Legends, they also need to realize, in the end of the day, you also need to be in top 10. They're currently having only 39 points. And if they do want to get to top 10, the top 10th position is controlled by High Voltage. And High Voltage currently are sitting on 94 points. And that's quite a huge difference. And considering the fact that you only have 3 more games left in your hands, man, I don't really know what to expect.
I mean, it's like they can maybe just go for a YOLO approach. Again, that's just a thing that we say to console the teams. I know it. Obviously, teams would just want to understand that the mistakes that have been made, they cannot just undo those mistakes, right? They cannot come back and just redo all those things and all those scenarios, etc., etc. So these teams, I guess, they will have that understanding just for themselves. Venom Legends is one of those teams. In fact, DRS, I mean, they have a chance. They got a chance today, and they are out there in the top 10, right? they played with the momentum. That was a good one. But coming down on a team like Venom Legends, again, they had a chance. They could have just started off on a good note today, or maybe tomorrow, maybe yesterday, or a day before yesterday, right? But they could not just maintain that composure coming up for themselves. Now there's another team that is Vibes, a team that we know can do pretty good, but is just not doing that good. So I believe Vibes might just not have a good vibes coming up for themselves. So yeah, things have taken a south turn for them.
Things indeed have taken a lot of turn. And then another team we talk about things getting turned around for has to be Savage Esports. A decent show. I wouldn't really say a dominating showing from the side of Savage Esports in league stages. But coming inside the grand finals, I was the only person who had a lot of hopes from this team because I took a look with how they like to challenge those 4-on-4 fights. And they 90% of the times, they also found a lot of success in those fights too. But I don't know what exactly is the problem coming inside the grand finals. And this is what we talk about, right? A team really having those star players underneath your belt. But again, somewhere down the line, then you're lacking on that tactical approach inside the game. And this is something that Savage Esports needs to learn quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about Savage, right? Savage still decided, like not exactly decided, they tried to have a good game here and there. In fact, Savage have had multiple decent games coming down for themselves. But then Savage and Vibes, they have that same similar mindset in which they thought they did good on the Super Weekends, kind of the vibe. They had a different mindset in that one. In this one, they thought that yeah, we have done good, we can maybe just keep following that same composure, but that did not happen. That just changed everything. So things like that are they are something that I believe Savage can maybe work for, because this team is also a known team when it comes down to the region. We have seen them coming down from the times of wild cards, and they have been just performing really good. But now coming on this stage, things are looking maybe not so good. And it's not just them. Seal, well, they are still struggling around top 10, right? So Seal needs to understand the same composure as well, because this team dominated the Super Weekends with massive point differences as compared to their opponents. But now, I just don't know. They might qualify, they might not qualify, but it all just comes down to a few teams that had a different mentality in the Super Weekends versus this mentality. It's just not good.
I mean, things are indeed not looking that great. Only 3 games left in your hands, and now we're probably going to be moving on over into one of those games. That means after that games, you will only have 2 more games left in your hands, and that's something Savage Esports needs to realize. They will need to start picking up the pace. And again, this is what I said. The wake-up call might just be a little too late, but if Savage Esports, they do get enough amount of time, and even if they do get a bit of rocket boost in the upcoming game, then maybe in the later 2 games, they will also have a great momentum flow.
Yeah, they can just have a great momentum flow just coming down. But then again, the matches are not remaining, right? It's just 3 games if we just talk about it. They'll have to have good games in all the 3 games, because that sword is still going to be on their head, right? One wrong move and it would be a game over, a season over for them, right? They'll just take a few chunk of money for themselves and they'll go out of this entire tournament. But then JyanMaara is one of those teams that is just, that has just did really good, is at the 5th position right now. This team has had its own share of struggles. I mean, I was talking with Johnny about this one as well. If you remember, they used to play under a different name in the previous seasons. VT and JyanMaara used to be that name, right? And then they went on being JyanMaara again and again. The players have definitely changed since all those times, but there has been one thing, that they are also one of the most experienced lineups. Like, it's good to see these old lineups just coming back again and again. Like, if you talk about ElementriX, a really experienced lineup with Mr. Hughes just getting that lead for the team. JyanMaara, another experienced lineup coming down, getting that lead for the team. But then it's not just them. If we talk about a team like Deadeyes Guys, now they're definitely just showcasing their understanding of the entire tournament. So, well, I believe we are going to be moving on forward with the game really, really soon. And this is gonna start up. A few players just smiling at each other, but the game's gonna be serious.
Oh, the game's indeed going to be serious, because they will have to put on serious faces, without a doubt. I mean, the teams that are currently even on the top, things are getting way too spiced up over there too. There's not a lot of difference between the top 5 places, and at this point, every single player, every single team will need to put on those serious faces, because we also saw TDK, they're only 1 point away with tying up with TDK, with tying up with IHC. So Again, IHC too, this game has to be the game of their life. If that's not going to be the case, then IHC will not have a cushion anymore. As you can see, TDK currently sitting on second spot with 189 points, and IHC with the first spot with 190 points, and then you have Stalwart Esports with 187. So close, and this is getting way too close for comfort.
Yeah, this definitely is. Just getting way too close. So IHC needs to have a good game. Now it comes down to my question, right? If they'll go for a shelter split or not, because IHC, they have two drop locations. One of them is a shelter split. Previous IHC, the previous use, they used to just drop down anywhere on the lobby and they would just, want to take up any fight that they can. But now they're taking everything in a bit serious manner, serious fashion, to be honest. Raw, they're dropping down to a northern side, from where they like to start off for themselves. T2K is out there as well, as you can see, just see them dropping down to Severny's area. They'll glide to Severny. This is Raw's secondary drop location. We just want to talk about it. JyanMaara, well, that Lipovka-ish split coming up for these players. DRS likes to go to Milta. They're going to be dropping down to that area as well. Stalwart will take up a vehicle and maybe will move to Nova Repnoy's area. But Skylightz, all right. Now they're going to be starting up their drop. Is it going to be the good old Primorsk or something else? Because we have seen them drop down to Primorsk once in this entire tournament.
Ooh, that'll be interesting. And it does seem like that's what they're going to do too. So Skylightz Gaming, because at this point they like to drop near the chargeable apartments, and the plane fly path was a little too far away from that. So they're going to be dropping all the way down south near Primorsk. But the circle is something that's going to add a bit more spice inside the game, because the circle this time is going to be another shift. That means Skylightz Gaming is going to be one of those teams that'll have quite a long way to rotate inside. Not that long though, but again, it's just the first zone. So Skylightz Gaming, they will be able to make it barely on the edge. But if the next circle shift even takes another shift, then that's where problems will just start knocking their doors.
Yeah, it will just start knocking up onto the doors of the players if things just don't go good for them. I mean, the zone's going to go north, definitely. That's going to be happening. Deadeyes Guys is a good place in this one. Again, if you talk about it, Deadeyes Guys, if they win, right, they're going to be getting 15 points for the placement only, and the rest are going to be their elimination points, whatever they get from this one. But then again, there are 3 more teams in that contestation. It's IHC that wants to increase their points. It's T2K that has the safe zone for themselves. And then it's Stalwart. They drop down to the southern side. Wherever the circle is, this team doesn't care.
We'll talk about teams not really caring. I mean, currently, Venom Esports is one of those teams, right? They like to stay under the radar. They don't really like to get a lot of eyes locked up onto themselves. And doing so, Venom Esports, they've actually gotten quite a lot of eyes on themselves too, because we saw in the first day, Venom Esports with quite a decent points for themselves. And now, coming inside the day 3, Venom Esports, they're not really looking that hot. They're also on the verge of eliminations. Venom Esports, they need a banger performance here just to get the cushion rolling.
IHC, it looks like they're going to be just starting off that decent loot. A few players will go to the northern compounds of shelter, and obviously we're going to be looting onto those sides. And a few are definitely going to be just going to be making their way for the circle. A decent rotation. That is what they're going to be just starting off with. Obviously, they would, in fact, want to get a hold of better vehicles. Buggies are good, but if they get a few UAs or maybe a Dacias on the way, they can definitely just take those and can just move forward. Right now, if you look at IC, right, we can have that understanding that he is just going to go for a decent loot for himself. A few things here and there, 7.62 ammo and all those things. Alex just moving forward. Zol on the sidelines as well. Stalwart, all right, the team has to travel 1,600 meters just to reach the edge of the circle. Talk about center, it's going to be a different composition overall, so they're going to be taking a lot of time. It is going to be a time-consuming effort from these players, and given the fact they don't have much time, 20 seconds for the circle to start off, and maybe 3 minutes for the circle to touch them if they stay in Nova Repnoy.
For now, though, Venom Esports, again, they're just trying to get their hands on some great loot. Vibes, another one of those teams that like to drop in the Water City, also near the ruins. Do see one of the players from Vibes quite separated out. At this point, majority of the teams, they're just going to be waiting for the next circle shift. They will try to barely make it on the edge, because the next circle is where things will be decided. But if it does center up, then teams, I'm pretty sure they will start to sweat quite a lot, because at this point, if it's a hard shift, either on the northern or the southern side, that'll be a good thing. But if it does center up, then we're not really going to be seeing a lot of action hitting the deck. And that's when we know if it gets late, if the zone just keeps on shrinking down, that's when we're going to be seeing an absolute hell breaking loose.
Savage onto the areas of Yasnaya Poliana. Now, me and Johnny have had this conversation, right? That previously, Skylightz, that is the old DRS, they used to drop down to Yasnaya, right? They used to have that area all for themselves. Now, with Savage us contesting that area and Skylightz just still trying to go for different drop locations, I don't know how, but Savage mentally they have conquered that area, but if they don't qualify, I'm pretty sure, and if Skylightz qualifies, I'm pretty sure Skylightz is going to keep on going to Yasnaya Poliana because that is just one good place that helps Skylightz. They know their rotations from all around the areas, be it a southern zone, be it a northern zone. They know their rotations. They will go for the classic rotations again and again, and Skylightz is going to be benefiting a lot from that place.
Yeah, that's actually a great point too. It makes a lot of sense because if they're not really going to be making it, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now. It's Train to Kill against IHC, the top first place team and then second place teams going right after each other. And we talked about this, how close the points are. And if IHC, if they do get a casualty onto themselves, if IC gets eliminated right here, then Jane is going to be a happy camper. And even the entire team of TDK, they're going to be quite happy because IHC will need to start the game off with a handicap.
I'd say it's going to be extremely difficult for them. I mean, the team decided to opt for a really fast rotation as compared to their slower rotations that they used to do here and there nowadays. I don't know what just went on to the minds of these players as they went for a comparatively different rotation. Jane, he knows he has created pressure, has 16 bullets, needs to reload, I guess. Maybe does not have more bullets for himself or something like that. IHC, though, is still trying. Look at this. One player of IHC is trying to just, land his buggy in the water lines, needs to go for the revive on the player IC. And Jane, he can still pressurize from the other side, but it seems like he decides to go for a different collision. Chief Usa's grenade on the other side takes down Wadu. And how are they going to go for the revive? That's my question. But a few grenades being lofted down can be a good one. I don't think so. It's going to be exactly countering onto the players, but then again, they're still going to survive. And Deadeyes Guys, the Rozok Kings, we'll be moving on high voltage. They like to drop down to school apartment, but it looks like the first rotation actually cuts each other off.
High voltage, currently all 4 players just isolated in one building. And Deadeyes Guys, they do have a lot of breathing space in this fight. Again, it really does come down to how well they're going to be able to navigate their way through in this compound because unfortunately, Deadeyes Guys, now 3 players in the front. High voltage, they're also catching quite a lot of bullets. They're damaged quite heavily. Wado G barely surviving on a sliver of health. True Love 2 just edging his way on in on the compounds right there, just trying to find a little off angle that'll find the players of Deadeyes Guys a little opening, and Deadeyes Guys will try to capitalize on it.
I guess they don't understand what the player is. They thought that Deadeyes Guys' player just arrived to that corner, but True Love with the jump punch, he just comes down to this the location. Praveen is still going with that UMP, but then there it is. Deadeyes Guys, they do maintain their spot of just choking around these fights, and that's happening here again. High voltage, they are trying to maintain a good place for themselves. High voltage, they had this compound all the while. It's his second knock, he needs a revive, but then again, Deadeyes Guys, as you look, as the clock ticks, they are left to a 2-man duo. Maybe the last one will be surviving, but then again, for how long? As Deadeyes Guys on top has to make a run.
Yeah, and this game actually means quite a lot for High Voltage too. And I'm pretty sure High Voltage, they're going to be happy that they won that fight because High Voltage currently, they're sitting on 10th spot in the overall rankings with 97 position. But with that fight won, now High Voltage, they've toppled over the players of Phantom with 97 points. That's looking quite great right now. High Voltage in 9th spot, and High Voltage, if they do get a really nice and consistent performance in this game, then maybe there will also be a little bit more placements higher in the overall rankings, as we do have Venom Legends. One of the players gets taken out in the open. It's Ale. The smokes are tossed in to try and help the man out, but again, he's way too in the open.
I believe T2K is going to surpass IHC with this game. I have a strong belief of that somehow. T2K is also a team that just rotates a bit slow if the circle's up north. They could have gone to shooting range, right? That's one of their composures to just drop, to just move. But then again, T2K decides to go to the other direction. Obviously, they spotted on a few players. That was IHC's players. They did take one of the players on. But then again, IHC decides to retaliate from that fight. And now they are moving on to the players of Venom Legends, out of which 2 are down and they cannot be revived because they are down in the open. Venom Venom Legends somehow took a bad decision of maybe using their 2 players to move forward and to maybe just get these compounds, these houses, but IHC was ready for it. Had Venom Legends players reached these houses, it would have been difficult for IHC to even just push, because then again they would have different areas, different altitudes, to just look forward onto themselves. But this situation now, as we talk about it, Godless gets his first confirmation, opens up the bank for the team, and Dictator will be the next one to follow down. He cannot survive. He cannot be revived. He's too far away from his teammates now.
Yeah, Venom Legends, you do see Dedicator is just trying to crawl, but unfortunately he gets too exposed and he will be instantly confirmed now. As IC is still behind this tree. The entire team is in the front though. Venom Legends, a 2-man strong squad now. It's going to be all down to Steel Shot and Rafat. We saw yesterday Steel Shot put on some insane numbers in the entire game, but now it's IHC just creating so many issues and so many troubles for a team like Venom Legends. And we talked about this. Venom Legends currently sitting all the way in the bottom of the leaderboards in the grand finals, and this is not a sort of performance they need.
Yeah, losing down on 2 important players, but now IHC, Zeol, maybe he's going to contest for this hill. He's going to just, it looks like it. Or maybe not. It's just going to scout out the areas. Or what is going on in his mind? I guess he's just, being a part of the distraction or something. Zeol, so close. Now will move away. They lost on 2 players. And now Venom Legends, they need to understand whatever's happening. They might just be feeling that pressure. Shield Shot, Rafat. They are feeling that pressure, to be honest. Godless on one side, Zeol is on the other, as well as he's just... Now he moves on to his teammate. Maybe he was just a distraction. He was trying to be a distraction on which Godless could have capitalized, but then that did not happen. In the final moments right now, Rig is trying to move forward with his own teammates as well. Raw, they need a good game as well for themselves. The second airdrop, sorry, has a Groza and an 8-time scope in this one.
And also a couple upgrades for the players if they do want to go for it. But again, Groza is an absolute shredder. And there's another team right next to the airdrop. It's JyanMaara. And it's not going to be that tough for JyanMaara to go and grab for this airdrop. But again, that's what we know. That's what they don't know. JyanMaara, they're quite in safe hands for now. But JyanMaara, if I'm JyanMaara, I do not want to risk my life for that airdrop. I would try and go for those consistent placement points because, again, in the overall rankings, I want to place myself, of course, without a doubt, in a better spot. So why just take that little risk instead if I do have better utilities and better guns to play around with? But the next circle this time is going to be shifting up north a bit. So that means every single team will now get a go call to just shift on northern side. And that's what exactly happening. The entire map is now filled with vehicles.
The classic Stalwart rotation for a northern circle. They move from the backside of Yasnaya. They are coming up from that side. Phantom's players right next to 7C's players. They are just, moving forward with each other. JyanMaara Snipe gets taken down, but look at that. A few players were just, dishing out a few shots, and then now Yeta actually understands that he took a wrong fight on a wrong day, and he will be punished rightly for that. 7C opening up their account as well for the first elimination that they have for themselves, and now they're going to be just getting up a good place for themselves, as you can see it. And now Nemesis, in fact Team Raw, they are on the other side. So Phantom, they're kind of stuck in these situations. The buggy just tumbles around, but Phantom, I don't think so they're going to be just surviving this one. 7C from one side is actually dealing a lot of pressure, and that's going to be another elimination confirmed for 7C.
7C Memo 2 gets nice confirmation on it himself, and 7C is another one of those teams that's on the struggling phase. So every single point wrapped up, that's going to mean quite a lot. IHC 2 now finally charging on the players of Venom Legends, and Godless should not step out in the open. If he does, he will be taken out, because currently Venom Legends do have a really great crossfire setup for themselves. Venom Esports in the back raw too, now trying to expose themselves a bit too much. From the back is JyanMaara peppering down some shots. Phantom in the front. They're quite hurt. Mad Max barely surviving. He has the smoke covering his vision though. That's something that will keep him safe, at least for now. But again, how long? Because the smoke's going to be fading away soon. And Godless over here, again, charging on the players of Venom Legends. Steel shots the man alive. But the M249 is going to have an insane magazine, which is not going to be running out anytime soon. And this is where Steel Shot 2 will fall prey to it.
Godless took down 3 players of Venom Legends in this one fight. He's going to be really happy. ElementriX's Incus takes down his own teammate. All right, that doesn't look good for ElementriX right now. On the other side, Raw's players are trying to just maintain a good fight, but then again, they are not just getting that from this fight, as Rig is down, needs a revival. His teammate is there, so that's not going to be an issue. But IHC, now they're struggling with the blue after taking that fight. They will reach inside the circle as well, but do they have a safer space for themselves? That's an important question. They have 194 points coming up for themselves. TDK still has to open up their account right now. Stalwart on the other side, 187 points as well, so they can just try to have a good fight. But Stalwart says this rotation is incredibly awesome. They like to just move from the back lines, and then they find the weakest team as compared to, like, as per their own understanding. They just rush in, take up a fight. That's how they like to go for it. T2K Jane taking down one of the players as well. So T2K, well, now they are definitely showcasing up their fights, but we'll have to see if it ends with them being on the top.
Seal right here. They do sense a bit of threat in the front. Just don't know how to counter it at this point. Seal all 4 players up for them too. They're going to try to move on in from the edge of the zone. That's what they're doing currently on the southern side. And Deadeyes Guys, we saw them getting dismantled quite early off in the game, and we had a lot of hopes from them. It's just something that Deadeyes Guys, even they themselves, did not really expect. But another team that really needs to put on an insane performance has to be Savage Esports. In this game, there's so many teams that this game's going to mean like a lifeline to them.
It definitely is going to mean like a lifeline coming down to the players. But look at this. The circle has some different ideologies for its own self. Skylightz, though, I mean, they have to reach inside the circle as well. 7C, as of now, they have showed a good composure. But what if some team just, rushes onto that one little compound where they are? Look at IHC trying to rotate from the southern side, but I don't think so that's going to be working out. But Assault from Rogers taking down a few players. But then again, he goes down. And Sanchir will get a revive. Raw Esports, well, they follow up. That means another bad game from the side of the players of Team Raw. This is not looking good at all. They are out of top 10. Well, it's 2 games remaining. Can they come back?
That's what I'll find out too. The Molotov tossed in so close to the shack. 2 of the players are still falling down, but unfortunately, Sanchir, no, you just stepped outside of the Molotov, and the smoke is something that Sanchir didn't really realize the Molotov's right in. And now Savage Esports, they're just getting bombarded by all the other teams. Another Molotov tossed in, and this has to be it for Savage. There's no way they're going to be able to sustain the amount of damage that's being inflicted onto them. JyanMaara too, now they're going to charge on as Savage. They found themselves in the worst footing ever. Anifo is going to be the last man alive. And yep, just too many players to deal with. He should be taken down soon.
But now JyanMaara needs to understand that where they are, that's where Phantom was just, pressurizing the players of Savage. But I guess Phantom, they have been trying to crack the code of all of this fight, but it's just not exactly working up in their favor. Nopia needs to heal, has 3 first hits, but then he will take it down by DRS's killer YT. DRS wants to join the party. They are trying to join the party. They are joining the party for themselves, which looks extremely chaotic on all of these situations. Jane, he is trying to spot down the players of Stalwart. Picker, action top on one side, would want to take up a decent fight, but T2K, they have lost on one of the players, that is Legend, who has been absolutely legendary in a lot of fighting situations. Now we'll have to see what happens. DRS, the players are trying to take up a good fight again and again, but then again, look at that. Suzanne just returning the favor as takes down one of the players, that is Rules was taken down. Rebel goes down as well. Now DRS left with 2 men in all these situations, and Delta is so close to Suzanne. I want to see where this grenade goes. Oh, it just moves above.
Snap YT just crawling on in a little bit on the right side. Does realize he's not really in a safe spot right now. Gunner too is just barely surviving. Another man at JyanMaara falls down. Not a great news for them. Two men already short. JyanMaara, they're down to just the final man alive with 150 points, and currently they've wrapped up 4 eliminations in this game, but that's not going to be enough because JyanMaara too, they're currently sitting on 5th spot, my bad, and they have 4 points, as I said. That's not going to be enough for that. That's not a start that JyanMaara expected in this game, without a doubt, and they've also been handicapped, or scratch that, they've been taken out from the game in 13th spot.
12 teams, 38 players alive in all of these situations. JyanMaara, Raw, Savage, Venom Legends just falling down to the demise. High Voltage is taking up a fight against IHC, but looks like IHC will be just stopping up on their momentum right now, with only 5 points coming down for them, as they will be thrown out of the lobby by the players of High Voltage. Well, High Voltage wanted to play YOLO. They played YOLO, and now they have 7 eliminations in this one particular game.
7 eliminations on their name. DRS right here. Venom Esports, they're still surviving somehow. That's quite impressive, even though they are just facing the waves of enemy teams back and forth, back to back. And still Venom Esports, they're able to sustain it somehow. They're able to make it out alive. Seal, another one of those teams that's currently trying to edge their way in on the southern side of the zone. They still haven't really found themselves a footing. Vibes, too, they're currently alive in the game. And Vibes, we talked about this, another one of those teams that really needs to put on a stellar performance. If they don't, then they are going to be ruled out of the top 10.
Just going out this time, it was Deadeyes Guys, a team that was on 4th position with 176 points for themselves. Obviously, JyanMaara is out. That means they don't have to worry about anything right now. But then G2K and Stalwart, they would want to go for good points. And there it is, Stalwart going on to the 2nd position overall as they secure one more elimination on for themselves. They have all the players surviving as well. Just like we said, this backside rotation of Yasnaya mostly favors that team, and they are making it theirs. But now they have to go inside the zone. This is going to be a really tricky affair for Stalwart because they are not in the circle right now. Now they just reached the edge. They might be taking a fight against the players of DRS. And yes, they spot them down. Rebel is on low HP. Stalwart is trying to do everything in their power. But meanwhile, High Voltage looks like they are going to be on a full stop now as ElementriX just is taking players one by one.
Oh, they just decimate the entire push of High Voltage. Assassin taken down to half HP. And now look at Orange right here. He's also trying to go for a drop shot, but unfortunately, he doesn't really have the HP supporting him. And it's Stalwart Esports helping out the players of ElementriX unintentionally.
Orange on such a low HP needs to heal. He can just take a few things from the crates here and there, but then again, Stalwart, they do understand where they are. They do understand what they want to do, so they will maybe try to just move forward up for themselves, Stalwart. But well, they are waiting for ElementriX's player because they do understand that someone was fighting with someone. That means there should be a player just onto the back lines. They are moving with the edge, and the circle is kind of favoring them. Well, the circle is not exactly favoring, but the edge is kind of favoring them, and they know how to make the zone theirs as they are just throwing up a good grenade, taking down the players of DRS. Now it's 6 teams and 21 players remaining, and Stalwart, they want to go for that first position. They are hungry for it.
Still, though, 6 teams alive and 21 players in total currently in the lobby. Skylightz Gaming is one of those, and this next circle is going to shift right on top of the players of 7C. Ripson, we saw him yesterday put on some insane numbers on the board too, and this is Ripson's time to do it again, and Ripson's able to deliver. He's inflicting a lot of pain and hurt on the players of Stalwart. Top is now going to be another man who's going to be taken out for the squad of Seal, and look at Seal. They're catching a lot of bullets from the side of ElementriX, but Seal, they finally put down the final man down. Final nail put in the coffin, and that's going to be it for ElementriX in the 6th spot. Stalwart Esports, they're going to try to fight back, and now Pika has no other option left. He needs to stick the res on the top. If he's not going to be able to do so, then top will be taken out.
Top is taken out now. Pika is the last one surviving all these situations, and he is moving forward with that slight dip coming up on his favor. 7C, all of a sudden they are changing everything that they were doing in their own playbook, and they are just moving forward with a different momentum. And there it is. Memo secures one more, is on a rampage with 5 eliminations for himself. This Memo is something that we missed a lot. Skylightz this time not going really aggressive, but they are just going good with the momentum, although they'll be spotted down by Memo again, who takes one more player. 7C this time is a different one. Precious just goes for that confirmation on for his own teammates so that they get 11 total eliminations. Galzin might just be the next one to follow up. Yes, he is. Precious takes him down. The positioning was brilliant. Joker's trying to steal that. Galzin is down as well. He might just steal that as well. All right, he gets it for himself. Marpin Ninja is down. Age is the last one surviving. Akujad with a good grenade takes on that elimination for himself, has 12, and now he wants to go for the unlucky number 13, but this time it might just be unlucky for Skylightz. As AJ, he sits in that vehicle, he's on low HP, but Akujad gets that 13th.
Oh, and the Molotov toss so close. The vehicle's on fire too, but it's okay. Now we do have 7C right here, all 4 players up. They're currently looking like a dominating force in the entire lobby. They're also able to clear out some of the teams in front. We did see 2 of the Mongolian teams to were alive, and they looked like they could have been the potential threat for the entire lobby. But for now, that's not really the case. It's Baron from Seal alive, the only man up, and then it's Pika from the side of Stalwart Esports alive. That's the only man up too. It's a 4-on-4 on 1-on-1 action as top 4 teams are still up.
This is just not looking exactly good for the players when we talk about it. 7C's players, they are trying to just change everything in the course of their own times. Stalwart, they wanted to dethrone the team that was at the top, that was IHC. Well, they have probably done it. If not anything, I believe they have done it. Vibes, again, they want a good game, although in this one they don't have that much elimination points, but they want a good game. Will it be the start of it? But then again, they'll have only 2 games remaining after this one, so we'll have to see how they can play it, or if they'll do one more miracle, just like they did once they were just trying to go in the previous Super Weekends. They played miraculously in that one, but now, if they can just pull off that same one. Malik with that TPP angle is trying to just that top TPP angle through the smoke is trying to just watch out the areas. Now he drops down, just actually drops down, but he's been spotted down. He is spotted down. The shots just go to the left side. That's not where the player was. Memo, he had a brilliant chance, but he kind of botched it out. Now I do feel that whatever happens, Memo is definitely going to be the MVP though.
He has to be. He's been putting on some insane numbers. Yeah, he's been putting on some insane numbers, without a doubt. I mean, he currently has 6 elimination points, and then Akujot too has 5. It really does come down to the damage numbers as well. So it's going to be a little tough to just figure out which one can be this one. But this nade is going to grief the game of Vibes. And Vibes really do need this game secured in their accounts. And oh, there we go. Baron's position compromise seal. The last mana seal will be ran over by the players of 7C. And 7C too. A great showing from their side as well. They really needed this banger of a game. But then Vibes too. They're going to find a return opening. A great reply from the side of Vibes.
But they have taken the main man down. That's Memo. Has 7 eliminations. He's down right now. 7 individual eliminations. Pika still surviving. What is it with Stalwart? If one player survives, he goes to the top 3. That happened in the last game of Sanhok. Now that's happening in this game as well. Last game, they were at the 2nd position. This game, they are at the 3rd position, though. Right now in the top 3, though. We'll see what happens as Vibes and 7C. The players are trying to take up a good fight. Imagine if these two teams just keep on fighting. They keep on knocking the players down. In the final moment, Pika just takes that 1 elimination. I would love to see something like that. But then again, we'll see if that happens or not. But right now, they are understanding that the immediate threats are right in front of each other. Vibes, they want to take down 7C. 7C, they want to tear apart Vibes. We'll see who does it better.
Vibes, though, 3 players up. Jiggle is taken out completely. So at least a big threat from the lobby is currently neutralized, but Joker's still up too. Joker is one of those numbers that was putting on some insane numbers from the side of Vibes. So Joker needs to be taken out as well. And for 4 now, it's going to be Malik who gets knocked out. The confirmation should be there. Memo is trying to go for it as well, but he's going to barely tuck himself in a bit of cover right there. 7C too. 3 players up on their side. Vibes, 2 players up from them. And look at Memo. He's trying to wrap in from the left side slowly and steadily. Is Joker going to get his eyes locked onto him?
They're still trying. Memo's just out there. I guess one shot did connect to him, but then again, he just sits on the top of the vehicle somehow.
Oh my God.
And that was a bad news because he's just healing. He understands, but I guess no one has eyes on him. Maybe now Ripson does, but no, he does not. He's not even looking at that direction. He has to move forward as well. Akujot's there. Precious Pika. If he makes a move, he will be spotted down. He's trying to just neglect the damage of the blue. Now he is with the blue. He is just out there. He is being spotted down. Will be taken down as well. There it is. 7C gets one of the finest winner chicken dinners of these 3 days. What a brilliant way to just execute it. Memo played like an absolute god.
Oh, he did. He played like an absolute beast without a doubt. And with that win, 7C, they boosted themselves up to 13th overall ranked. A huge game with 34 points. 7C. Man, you guys had it in you guys. But where were you guys this entire grand finals? You guys decided to step up in the 4th game of the final day of the grand finals? Come on, that's a bit too late, but it's okay. Top 10's the place where you want to go. Upcoming 2 games too. A great performance wrapped up, and then 7C, we might just see them in the potential top 10.
19 eliminations. That is one of the highest that we have just seen as of now. And 7C, Memo and Akujot, these two guys just performed. There was instances when it looked like they were playing duo versus squad in fact in these situations, although they had all the 4 players surviving till the end. But then again, they managed to just maintain that composure for themselves, and everyone just enjoyed watching that understanding of the game coming down from these players, because these players, they also had to travel quite a distance to get into the circle, but still they did that with ease. They got a good game with ease, and they never let any pressure come onto them right from the beginning.
I mean, the pressure indeed. Well, I mean, 7C, I feel like in this game, after this game, they should have a little bit of more sigh of relief. But still, if you talk about the pressure, that's going to be there. Because on 13th spot, they're still not out of harm's way. And we know currently the teams that are right around or underneath the 13th pack, 7C, they will need to at least get that cushion for themselves. And the cushion's not going to be possible because they only have 2 more games left. And expecting these kind of victories in both of those 2 games, it's going to be next to impossible. But ladies and gentlemen, what do we know? We will be able to find that out only in the future phases. Before now, it's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. And of course, this is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. I mean, so far, 7C, man, it's a little too late to wake up. So you guys are not really going to be in the contention to get that prize money in your hands, but at least you guys can go for the top 10.
Definitely. I mean, every chicken dinner just, gets a boost on your morale as well. That just, comes up pretty good. With 2 games remaining, 7C can maybe just go there if they have what it takes. They'll have to go for like #2 in the other 2 games. If it's a #1, that's obviously even better. But then again, we'll see though if that just arrives, because around the last 2 games, teams would want to go and play YOLO for themselves. But then again, it's a question if under that YOLO approach, will they feel the pressure or not?
Man, YOLO approach. I mean, look, YOLO approach at this point, it has to be there for these teams because they just don't have any other chance. So I completely agree with what the point you're making here. But again, I mean, 7C, if they even try to go for a bit more placement points in the future games, I mean, this game was a pretty good game just to give them a head start. But in the future game, they will have to go for as sneaky as possible because we cannot expect them to win all these gunfights like they did in the previous game. Now, this might just be strategy coming up from 7C, which is highly unlikely, but if it is, then 7C will be easily able to qualify. But if it's not, and if this game was just a fluke, then 7C will need to just keep this momentum going, and they would need to realize that at least for now, the air's in their favor. But we're going to be taking a look at the most valuable player of the previous game. It's Memo with 9 eliminations. And 7 knockouts, 1 assist, and 26-32 survival times, damage of 1260. Memo has been looking pretty phenomenal from the side of 7C, and hopefully he keeps on doing the way he just did right in the previous game too. Ripsintu is one of those players, but unfortunately in the previous game, he wasn't really able to activate himself. But the top players of the previous game is right in front of you guys. Akuja too with 7 eliminations and 634 damage dealt. Rabin's going to find himself on the 3rd spot with high voltage with 4 eliminations and 511 damage dealt as well. Godless from IHC without a doubt has to be there. But Stalwart Esports, they were able to sneak away with the 2nd spot to play around with. And Pika just did such a great job keeping his entire position anonymous, keeping his identity anonymous. And Stalwart Esports, they just got a great game for themselves too. The consistency currently is flowing in Stalwart Esports' favor, and that's what Stalwart Esports need. Those decent points in all these final 3 games, and maybe they can also get the 1st spot nailed down for themselves. As we take a look at the stats comparison between 7C, 2,916 damage dealt, and then you take a look at Stalwart Esports, 1,065 damage received is going to be 731, and then 12 or at least 1,256 is going to be from the side of Stalwart Esports. Again, great stats from both these teams. The Stalwart Esports, they were clearly proven unparalleled because Stalwart Esports, they got handicapped quite early off in the game, and that's why they weren't really able to get an elimination or a damage-heavy game. Match summary in front of us, and Memo's going to find himself with 9 eliminations, the highest damage this time too. Memo's going to be stealing the cake here, but Ripson with the highest assist, 4 assists. Orange from the side of ElementriX with highest healing done, and then you have highest knock from the side of Memo. Again, Memo is just all over the place.
And Memo has been all over the place, as you mentioned, but 7C Esports still quite a decent run from their side, at least in this match. But the question, Necro, that is in front of us right now is, will it be enough to push 7C Esports through into the top 10? They were struggling as far as the overall rankings were considered, but now with this matchup, can they stably hold their position and just, well, wait it out till the end of the day? We have 2 more matches to go, 1 more Miramar and the last map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. And well, as far as the rankings for this match are considered, 7C Esports pretty much just owning the map this time. 34 points secured. Stalwart Esports, not a close second, but still managed to finish second, half the points of 7C Esports, with 17 being the number. Seal Esports on the third, with 12 being the points that they were able to accumulate for themselves. But again, I feel like finally it would have happened in the overall rankings. We would see IHC be on the second position and not the first. Hopefully, at least.
I mean, look, you're taking a look at IHC, and I'm looking at Savage Esports, and I'm just like, what the hell happened to you guys, Savage? You guys need to pick up the pace. I mean, last 2 games left, Johnny. If you're the coach of Savage, give them some wise words. Give them a speech of, wisdom, something like that. Just give them
I don't have any
man.
wise words. I mean, in a situation like this, the only thing that you can do is just go absolutely all out YOLO in the last 2 matches, because you have nothing to lose. If you mess up 1 more game, that's a very, very bad position for the team to be in terms of the overall rankings. So from this point onwards, I think Savage, they can be in the comfort zone due to the fact that they have full freedom heading into the last few games. But let's see how they utilize that freedom and if they actually manage to convert it into a qualification position.
I mean, we started the entire day off, or the entire previous Erangel game off, with a great fight between the players of Deadeyes Guys and Savage. And unfortunately, Deadeyes Guys, they got taken out by the players of High Voltage. And this was quite interesting, right? I mean, Deadeyes Guys, we were literally having a conversation about Deadeyes Guys. And Deadeyes Guys, too, one of the players, Shifu Surf, I'm not wrong, had an interview currently, or previously in the show that was going on, and right after the interview is not able to perform good, so it's the interview curse.
Interview curse. I mean, that's just going to be something else. I guess that's going to deter players for showing up for interviews, which is going to be bad for us, because, I mean, we like having conversations in between the matches, but talking about conversations, I think 7C Esports this time just let the weapons in their hands do all the talking, securing 19 eliminations, quite a high number in a lobby like this, and doing a phenomenal job of making sure that the entire team was all on the same page. This drive over on Baron was absolutely brutal.
And yeah, 7C, man, I'm not going to lie, what a banger performance. 34 points wrapped up in that previous game. Oh boy, 7C, absolute giants. I mean, a giant performance indeed, but again, this is what I said, that might as well just be a fluke. Was that a fluke, though? I mean, I'm not really going to be 100% sure, and that might just be 7C showing their true colors and true skills. But if they're not going to be able to just keep the consistency flowing the upcoming 2 games, then I would call it a fluke.
I mean, if that happens, then I think everyone watching this broadcast right now is going to be calling it a fluke, Necro. Because if 7C, they fail to be consistent, then it just has to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. But let's see. I mean, the other teams in comparison do look a little faded if you are looking at those graphs. But look at that. As I said, Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, walking away with the first position after this matchup. 204 versus 195 on IHC. 9 points. That's all the difference between these 2 teams. And with 2 matches to go, anyone can take the first position at this point. Even Train to Kill are not out of the fight yet. They still have an opportunity to take the first position at the end of the day and walk away with the trophy, and also $10,000.
Talk about the $10,000, though. I mean, look at the distance between Train to Kill and IHC. Just 5 points difference. These two games, man, trust me, there's going to be so much pressure on the top 5 teams and then on the latter half of the board on the bottom 6 teams. An insane amount of pressure on all those teams. I would say at this point, the team that's currently all the way in the bottom side, all the way in the bottom lines, which is 16th spot, you might as well just count them out. So Savage Esports, they still have a decent chance to show themselves up. If they're not going to be able to activate themselves in the upcoming game, then we will count Savage out too. Savage's journey will end right there.
Well, yeah, as you said, if they are not able to convert even just one game at least, I think their journey is going to be done. But I think, again, the options are going to be there. 54 points right now. And then we have Phantom Esports sitting on 96 points. They have to go for the chicken dinner wins. Get a performance in just like Vibes 7C Esports has done. And I think Savage Esports, that's the only way they make it through. But otherwise, it's pretty much done and dusted already. Otherwise, Venom Legends, I think that's it. We can call the DOA on Venom Legends basically 39 points. 39 points secured. And with just 2 more matches to go, it's not looking good for them. I mean, just a 50-point gap that they have to cover before they make it to the other side. But ladies and gentlemen, that is a lot of work for the teams to accomplish. For you guys to grab yourself some beautiful, beautiful skins, you don't have to do quite a lot. All you have to do is just tune into the broadcast on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official YouTube page and the Facebook channel. And there is going to be a process with the giveaways, with the skin drops, and it's going to be linked in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, so keep an eye out for those links as well. But heading towards the second last game, the penultimate match of these grand finals. I mean, the intensity could not be getting any higher. I'm pretty sure this is just going to be a nail-biter finish. It's going to be extremely close, even in the last game.
Talk about a nail-biter finish, though, Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, man, my nails are already gone. Like, I don't have any nails left anymore.
Same here.
So... yeah, look at that. There's just no nails. It's already gone, dude. So, yeah, I was already biting my entire nails while I was just watching that previous game. And then 7C just came out on top. A complete unexpected team just able to roll through the entire lobby. But again, as we said, the consistency should be there in rolling as well. So
yeah,
let's find out, are 7C going to be able to pull that off or not? Now, one team we know that is really is capable of rolling through lobbies and that's still currently sitting down on the latter half of the board is Savage. And how are they going to do so? I mean, I don't know. They do have a lot of caliber. They do have a lot of potential, but they're just not able to show themselves up to the occasion.
And it's not just Savage Esports in a position like that. I mean, talk about Vibes Esports as well. Team doing so well in the league stages. Again, it's the same story. It's the same words being repeated. Top 3 in the league stages and outside the top 10 in the finals. That was something no one expected to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, what we do expect is the next game to be live and on our screens in a few short moments. So before we head towards the match, we do, of course, have a wonderful tradition of having a look at the faces of the players. Oh, I see a wonderful smile right there. That's it. Just keep on smiling and keep pushing through.
And look at who is the guy in the mid lane? In the bottom, he's completely sitting in a dark room, and the only thing we see is his face because there's a there's a phone light.
One of the lads from the side of DRS, I guess.
Oh, that's quite interesting. That's funny. That's hilarious. But yeah, I mean,
that's the gamer mode right there.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, that's the gamer mode right there. But again, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, do not do that though. I would personally not recommend playing like that. It's really bad for your eyes because there's also harmful rays coming out from the device. So do not do that. But yeah, we do have currently the planned fly path in front of us, starting all the way from La Cabrera, or Oasis if you'd like to call it, and ending all the way towards Puerto Paraiso. Now, Los Leones is currently going to be heavy contested without a doubt because it's right in the path as well as Skylightz Gaming. They're going to go back to their old drop spot, La Cabrera. I do want to see. My eyes are going to be locked on Savage. Savage, this is your floor. Just take it away.
This has to be their game. Let's see. They're going to try the level best as well to secure a few extra points for themselves from this matchup, but it is definitely not going to be an easy feat for them to accomplish. But let's see what is going to happen. JyanMaara, Skylightz, Raw, Stalwart Esports, DRS, ElementriX, T2K, 7C Esports. We're seeing all of these teams take early exits from the plane. But again, it is Miramar, so my expectations of seeing early game action, they are going to be close to nil.
So let's see where the circle is going to be shifting to, though. I want to see a circle that's going to put every single player in the discomfort. But look at Nima. He dropped onto Oasis. Oh, interesting spot to drop in. Can we please spectate Nima? Oh, we might just see a city ending right here. A Los Leones ending. I couldn't ask for a better ending in this game. In the second last game, I could not ask for a better ending.
I mean, it is definitely going to be quite amazing to see those urban area collisions towards the end of the match. But in order to get there, we have to go through the entire 20+ minute ordeal of the rest of the game. But let's see who makes it through the other side so far. I mean, look at this. An interesting drop clash between Train to Kill and Savage Esports. It's a 2v1 that Legend finds himself in. But oh, the one game where I say I don't expect early game fights is where a lot of the teams from the bottom of the table are going for early game collisions. And look at that. 7C Esports finding the first blood. Memo just getting a pick onto Alex from the side of IHC.
And then IC2 now is going to retaliate back on Ripson. A reply back right there, and we'll also get the confirmation without any trouble. So IC, at least he's able to get the fair trade. So IT is still down to a 3-man squad. Same thing goes with 7C too. But the problem is I'm worried for 7C here. Is because Godless's position currently is really good. And Godless is just going to give all the info away to his teammates.
Yeah. And that, in turn, could cause a lot more trouble for the lads of 7C Esports. But let's see what is their game plan going to look like. Again, not looking too solid in the overall ranking. 7C Esports right now do have the opportunity of just trying to force this fight against the players of IHC. Now, Zeol is also completely isolated. So IC and Godless will have to just, well, keep that distance from the entire fiasco. They can't really abandon their teammate in this early stages and risk taking a massive disadvantage to the late game if they make it after losing 2 players like this so early in the match.
Look at Legend now. He's on run. Hershey spots Legend out. Legends do not want any sort of early collisions at this point in time. But the nade from the side of Hershey might just catch Legend off guard, but that's not going to be the case. Legend now exactly knows what's going on around him. This nade could have been close, but no, it's going to be the answer for now, as Hershey might just be caught off guard while he's trying to make it up the stairs, and that's what exactly is going to happen. Legend's going to capitalize, instantly shuts down the man in the back. Now, Legend 2 is taken down quite slow, and Nifo has a lot of burden on his shoulder to try and at least equalize the man number here. But is that going to be the case or not? Nifo does realize Legend's quite low, but he's also getting shot at from the back lines. One single bullet might just seal the deal. But Legend, he's still able to take out another player, Savage, barely on a sliver of health. Savage, they're losing these individual duels, and that's not going to pan out well. What's going on with Savage? The confidence dropping now. Savage dropped down too on 16th spot. Savage, it's done for them. I'm really sorry to say it. There's no way you guys are going to be able to make it in the top 10 anymore.
Just like Venom Legends, Savage, they follow up soon. And again, as you mentioned, I mean, it's going to be close to impossible for them to make it into the top 10 from just in the last match that is remaining. But again, the collision of IHC and 7C Esports on our screen. Zeol has managed to get a safe position for himself, while Godless and IC, they're still trying to close in towards Memo. It's not going to be an easy push. They have covered quite a lot of distance already, though.
For now, it has came down to a stalemate. 7C2 being quite paranoid. I'd see having a decent amount of loot racked up. On the other hand, you take a look at Zeol. He has no mets to play around with. Only 7 bandages. I'd see so far a bad start for them, considering the fact that they've already lost their first spot in the tournament. I'd see they're not really going to be in the greatest of the mindsets in this one, but they will need to try and control their nerves with the gun. And I'm pretty sure they've done that in the past too, so it shouldn't really be that big of a deal for a team like IHC to make it happen. But 7C, currently, they're in form. But keep this in mind, someone has said these great words. Form is temporary, class is permanent. And IHC, they have a class.
Well, IHC, they might have the class with them, but sometimes that temporary form can prove a little too deadly, even for the biggest titans as well. So, I think, again, it's going to be quite important for IHC to be extremely careful about how they approach the situation in front of them, and they are being extremely patient about this. This is quite rare sight to see. IHC pacing themselves in a team fight, but let's see. Precious, it looks like, has used the free look close to the window and figured out exactly where the players of IHC are positioning themselves, but we'll come back to that later, ladies and gentlemen. As Skylightz Gaming, Galzen just takes a few shots towards the players of Raw, and well, Galzen is also in an isolated spot, so it's not going to be easy for him to survive if Raw actually go for an all-in push into this team fight.
Whew. Speaking about Raw, what's your favorite cold drink?
How do you get from Raw to cold drink?
I don't know.
What is that segue right there? I mean, I want to hear more about that, but
I don't know, man. It's just popped up in my mind out of nowhere, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you do know what my favorite drink is. I mean, not cold drink exactly. I do not really like to consume a lot of cold things apart from just water. But I have to say, just love having a lot of lemon tea. Good for your throat right before a broadcast as well. Just keeps
It's not a cold drink.
It's not a cold drink. It's just a drink. My favorite cold drink is just going to be a cold glass of water.
Well, that's cap, ladies and gentlemen. And Johnny, man, not gonna lie, Johnny's currently on a complete, like, you know what they say, is trying to go for a complete transformation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's having that protein shake in him, too.
I'm lifting weights.
Muscles. Yeah, he's been lifting weights. He's been gaining some weight, too. We're going to be seeing a complete new Johnny with some six-packs and some, I don't know, some muscles and stuff. You know, Johnny would not be Johnny anymore. He would be, I don't know, something else.
Super Johnny. It was right there. It was right there in the name, Necro. You missed it.
Ooh. I mean, nah, not really. I mean, you're Super Johnny right now, but we need to find you another name.
Yeah. I guess we'll talk about it when I actually grow some muscles. I mean, it's not easy. It's going to take me like almost an entire year. Probably, I think, by the Global Championship, I'll be in shape.
Ooh,
Hopefully.
Okay. That's a statement being made, ladies and gentlemen. Clip that. If he's not in shape,
by the Global Championship. I have a lot of time.
We're going to take a huge treat from Johnny. If he's not going to be in shape, we'll take a huge treat from Johnny. So, yeah. I mean, free treat, right? Who doesn't like free food? All of it. So, Johnny, I'm down for it. But, yeah, I'm also thinking of, like, you know, losing some weight. Hit me up, dude. Just give me some tips, you know? Maybe I'll try to do that. But for now, let's find out.
Both of us are headed in the opposite directions, Necro.
Oh, but let's meet in the sweet spot, you know?
Yeah. Just completely jacked.
Yeah.
Muscles everywhere.
Oh, and the circle, too, is going to center on up, Johnny. So that means teams that are not really going to be that worried anymore. Circle centering up. Not a lot of sign of worry for teams, and we might just see Los Leones ending, and that's one of my favorites. But taking a look at the airdrop one this time, it's going to be the MG3, and we know how detrimental this gun have proven throughout the entire PMPL.
Well, let's see. I mean, it has been quite impressive, but let's see if even in this game we're going to see the MG3 just packing that incredible punch along with it. And also, which player will actually go for the airdrop, since it's quite close to Picardo and none of the teams are close enough to actually fall back and recover it. I think Skylightz Gaming might just take that route and just pick up the weapon along the way, but it looks like they are trying to push through Chumacera right now towards the zone. So there might be a little bit of a collision between Skylightz Gaming and the players of Raw as they try to approach the circle from the southern edges. Apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of the teams, I believe 5 to 6 different teams have actually made their way towards the city of Los Leones and have in fact found a lot of decent cover for themselves.
Venom Legends, though, one of those teams that's currently completely out of nowhere. In no man's land. I mean, I don't really see any other teams close to Venom Legends, so at least they're looking great for now. It's going to be T2K if you do look a bit more north side from them. So, Venom Legends, they will need to make sure they're currently going to be moving out from under the radar because they're all the way in the 16th spot. As I said, at this point, I'm going to rule Venom Legends out. Unless if Venom Legends gets 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, they're going to be able to make it in the top 16. If that's not going to be the case, then Venom Legends, they're pretty much down and dusted.
When it's not just 2 chicken dinners, it's 2 chicken dinners with a lot of eliminations. I mean, they're going to have to pull off like 20 eliminations every single game along with the wins. And even then it's going to be a coin flip whether they make it or not until we have the overall rankings, which basically is going to just solidify all the points for these teams. But let's see. We still have a long way to go. I mean, still have to get through this game first, and then the next Erangel is going to be there as well, ladies and gentlemen. So far, I mean, we did have a little bit of an early action. We had one squad wipe, Savage Esports being the only team to take a massive, massive hit till now in the matchup. Other than that, 7C Esports have lost one lad. IHC have lost one of their players, and no other losses inside of the match. Oh, Steel Shot sees a buggy moving in the distance, but can't really shoot at that distance with the M249.
The M249, indeed, yeah, as you said, he cannot really shoot in that range because the recoil is going to go crazy all over the place. Venom Legends right here. Again, as I said, this is something they really need. They want to make sure they're being under the radar, not really catching a lot of eyes on themselves. And yeah, playing as safe as possible has to be the name of the game. And Murado is not a vehicle I personally love in the map of Miramar because it just blows up way too quick. You need a tanky vehicle in these kind of maps, and that's what I personally feel like bus or a normal truck can be the best.
Well, let's see. Again, Killer YT.
Oh
not
no!
looking...
It shifts away.
Yeah, shifts. Well, the city is still in there, so there's going to be a possibility that, well, we're just going to pray for it to happen. The circle shifting towards the southeastern edge, where Seal Esports are currently, but this shift benefits the players of Raw and Skylightz Gaming. Look at that. All of a sudden, from just running way too deep towards Los Leones to struggle for center control of the zone, now they just turn left, go north, and find easy entry inside the zone. Trouble in paradise for the players of IHC, who will be the last team entering in from the western edge of the circle, and will also have a lot of teams blocking their way as they move forward.
Talk about IHC, though. Unfortunately, the rookie's already down and out, so IHC already starting this game off with a handicap moment, but they still did get the elimination trade onto the players of 7C. 7C2 is one of those teams that we want them to put on some great numbers in the final two games, and they're also starting it off with a handicap moment. They do have 1 point wrapped up, though, but that's not going to mean quite a lot. I would say that engagement right there against the players of IHC wasn't really worth it because 7C, they got shook away. What I'm really going to be eyeing out for here has to be Skylightz Gaming now. I mean, even though they're looking pretty safe inside the top 10, still Skylightz Gaming is one of those teams that I know that can be a potential threat for the top 3.
Well, let's see. I mean, the potential is going to be there, but it's not going to be easy to make it happen. ElementriX. Sauce has been spotted out. DRS from the distance rules is the one keeping him pinned down in the corner of that window. Otherwise, Sushant, I think his intentions were pretty clear. He wants to get away from this position, or maybe just take a few shots of his own towards the players of DRS, as Wives also from the flank are going to apply some pressure, and Sushant finding the opening with the Mini 14, taking rules down. Impressive shots indeed.
Impressive shots. Calm, cool, collected taps. And he's going to keep on tapping away. He's trying to light things up on fire in the front. But DRS so far, they have found themselves in a safer compound. They're going to make sure ElementriX, they're not really going to have any more eyes locked onto them. Again, just the stalemate. Talk about the slot zones. This is one of those we're not really seeing a lot of just actions going on. We do hear those gunshots ring in time to time, but we're just not really able to find an action. We're not really able to look at a collision, and that's what I want to look at, right? Because this is the second last game. I was expecting a lot of targeting. We did see a target at the start, but then it was Savage Esports who got wiped out.
Well, let's see, though. I think we're going to have the second squad wipe on our screens pretty soon, as we almost, well, saw that collision happen against the players of T2K. I believe we're going to be heading to that fight straight away. Ale, with a nade in his hands, is going to take one right next to him. HP dropping down to around 40 on the individual, and Venom Legends, they are going to try and reset after that. Not really looking too healthy to just run in and push towards the players of Train to Kill, especially with the split. The other lads catching the attention of another team in the distance, which is, I believe, the players from 7C Esports. And they have managed to find an opening over there as well. Just keeping them at bay, keeping them in the distance. and making sure that they have the information as to where the flank can come from. A little bit of a slowdown between the action. Train to Kill also looking to readjust. Now, T2K won't have the information of where the players of 7C are, so they might be the ones getting caught off guard, but Venom Legends, they are out in the open and quite exposed as well.
Talk about players being exposed. Venom Legends, all 4 players up, a team in the front of them. They're trying to hold them off at bay. And now look at High Voltage, inflicting some pain and hurt in the players of Raw. One of the players taken down quite low, is barely alive on a sliver of health, and is also going to straight up book it with the bus. And now Raw, another man falls down. As it's High Voltage, they're just stacking these bodies on top of each other. Raw, how are they going to put a full stop to this entire domination that currently High Voltage is possessing on top of them? Now Molotov 2 will be tossed on in. Maybe the final man will fall on top of the flames, but Cooney is still barely able to survive. 3 players taken out. The confirmation should be there too on the side of Raw. And now I don't know how Raw are going to be able to play the upcoming games too, because now ElementriX charging on in against the players of Vibes. It's all down to the final man alive. Or scratch that. Jiggle is right there in the compound. Jiggle should be taken down soon, but no, that drop shot just medicates everything, and Jiggle's able to make a comeback.
Well, barely left with any HP, and Jiggle finds a way out of the sticky situation that his team just ran towards. Joker was the man knocked out, and it's going to be an easy revive for the lads of Vibes to push for, but a few of the elimination points going to the players of Deadeyes Guys from that fight as well, so Vibes not really being able to convert everything from that situation, but let's see what's going to happen as the teams move forward. DRS again colliding with the players of Venom Legends, still no output. Final result of the collision of the 2 teams, but as we move forward to the 17-18 minute marker now, there's going to be a lot of chaos inside the match, an absolute bloodbath we are about to witness as Baron, he comes to spot out the players of JyanMaara and Venom Legends at the same time.
Talk about trying to kill here. Oh no, look at Seal just mowing down the players in the front. And this time on the receiving end, it's going to be JyanMaara. Gunner has no other option to move out in the open because he's also taking a lot of damage from the zone. But Baron is going to be able to take out Gunner as well. JyanMaara in such an unfortunate sticky spot to get out from. And now JyanMaara, they have no other option left. They will need to roll out the rest 2 players in the back. They will just need to let them bleed out because JyanMaara, they're just down to the final man alive. And Gunner 2 is in the wall of death, taking a lot of damage at this point. JyanMaara down to just the final man alive. Seal doing some light work on the players of JyanMaara. Again, just being held off at bay. Now Seal, they will need to try and go up against another wave of enemies, and this time it's going to be DRS.
Let's see, are they going to be successful in this fight? Or have they had enough for all the aggression? Oh, Suzanne, he's going to be spotted out, and Demo just securing that final pickup, but Stalwart Esports now, as you mentioned, against the players of DRS. Rebel has been spotted out, and nade blob towards Delta, but DRS, no intention of being a part of this action. They straight up just get out and leave, abandoning that compound, just leaving it in the tender care of the players of Stalwart Esports. Playing for survival, can work out, but Delta now has to deal with all of this pressure of the players of Stalwart Esports, who have, in fact, almost caught up to him.
Talk about players being caught up. It's the players of DRS now moving on in slowly and steadily inside the zone. Seal, the only potential threat for them was DRS, but now DRS too. They've left this compound. This is where we wonder, do Seal need to make it inside the next zone though? Because we do have the players of IC too trying to hold the players of Phantom off at bay, but Phantom with a great reply onto IC. IC is now going to melt in the hot summer day of Miramar.
Well, as soon as you say that, he melts instantly, gets knocked out, but let's see if anyone will be able to secure that finish and get that point for themselves. Wally with the nade towards the players of DRS. Leo in the backlines is going to try and take care of the players of Vibes. Now, this is going to be an interesting approach from the side of Stalwart Esports because target prioritization is going to be super important in how they approach the action. But on the other side, though, let's see Phantom Esports, Slipknot making a push towards Godless. IC, as we talked about him, was knocked out. Mad Max and Vexy going from the flank. They're going to try and see if they can take care of IHC Esports all by themselves. It's not going to be easy, though.
Oh, it's not, and look at 7C. Man, so many teams, they're just out in the open. have no other option too, and 7C was one of those teams that had quite a phenomenal previous game. They do have 2 elimination points wrapped up in this one though, but that's not going to be enough for them to solidify their spot in the top 10. Vibes as well doing great for themselves. 4 elimination points wrapped up, another player's knocked out. If they are able to get the reset through, that means they will be a 2-man strong squad. That's more than enough to survive. But that's not going to be the case for now. As Seal, they're going to put the final nail in the coffin and just eliminate Outwipes from this game. And now IHC with 3 players up. Zolt's quite hurt. This nade from Mafia Ninja might just be lopped into perfection. But hopefully this nade's too connects. Mafia Ninja moves away in the nick of time. And Gelsen's nade this time will connect on as y'all. IHC, they're quite hurt.
Well, they're almost about to get wiped out. It's not looking good for the players of IHC. It's the final players left standing, Godless. Oh, what a brilliant grenade by IC. Takes down 2 from the side of Skylightz Gaming instantly, but it's not going to change the final result as IHC Esports have been wiped out from the match, ladies and gentlemen. Final 7 teams, 21 players still surviving, and look at that. Stalwart Esports, they have the complete circle in their control. This is the game that will give Stalwart Esports the advantage heading into the last game of the day. But Deadeyes Guys, they are still here. They're still part of the action. And well, DE, they're just looking to collect those points from the players of Seal Esports. Oh, on top, just missing a lot of shots.
Baron now is going to prone back in the fields. Again, I said fields. That means he's quite exposed from the surroundings, and Baron will need to watch out from that. Pika, this nade might just be tossed pretty close, and yes, it is. It's going to blow the final man of 7C up, and all the glimmers of hope now, they're going to be fading away in this game as Deadeyes Guys, they're getting charged on by the players of 7C, or by the players of Skylightz Gaming, my bad. And Skylightz Gaming so far, they found the opening too. So Deadeyes Guys now, they're going to be on the receiving end in quite a hurtful situation here too. Shifu Sir is going to be the first man to get ruled out as On Top is now going to move down. Chari too is quite hurt, but On Top is connecting those shots. Those crucial shots needed to be connected, and he's able to do so. Whips out the M16A4, but the unfortunate stuff is that he had it on single fire, so he just needed to tap away in the close range. Skylightz Gaming got a huge advantage in that one.
Well, now they have the advantage, but how are they looking to press the advantage and get the win? That is going to be the question that we're going to be asking till the very end, ladies and gentlemen. Skylightz Gaming now 10 eliminations secured. AJ was knocked out, but the revive is going to happen as Gyalden was right next to him. Raw just down to their final player. Assault just stuck in the middle of nowhere, just using a ridge as cover, while Stalwart Esports, they have 7C Esports surrounded as well, but their main threat at this point are the players of DRS. Action taking a few shots, finding a knock onto Delta, and now DRS, they're going to be left just out in the open, stranded. Another nade lobbed in their direction. Will they make it? A 3-pointer from Action. Definitely a nade that's going to... But that would have made Kobe proud, but look at this, another one. It's going to be quite close, and that's the finish on Delta. Rules and Rebel, all that are left standing for the players of DRS. Another nade, it's going to be close as well, but just right outside the damage radius. DRS still hold on, and they still manage to survive.
And Stalwart, they're looking to charge in still. Oh boy, Stalwart currently they're the biggest threat in the lobby. That should be eliminated, but that's not going to be the case. He gets the eyes locked in, and DRS now, they're barely able to get the rest back up on Rules. How is Rules going to be able to play this? Yup, next to impossible. Had barely any sort of HP left, and now Stalwart Esports. Oh, this is their game. No way Assault pulls off a clutch, right? It's a 1-on-4 situation. Stalwart Esports, they've got the best firepower in the lobby. There we go. The final man put down a sleep as well. Stalwart Esports with a dominating end right there in the second last day, or in the second last game of the Grand Finals.
Well. What a way to end it all. Look at that, they've glitched the entire system. A glitch in the Matrix has appeared, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Stalwart
they're just on another league.
They're so good, we're going to make them start over now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, we don't even know what place to put them at, because they were already at first spot, and after that position, after that placement right there, we just don't know where to place Stalwart Esports. I mean, they're just out of this league at this point. Just put them in the PMGC already.
I think it's perfect though. We just make them start over all the way from the bottom and make them climb in one match. Let's see if that happens.
It's like a lap, you know, like a racing game lap.
Yeah. Oh man, that just made me crack up. But as I was saying, I mean, apologies for that. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, or as I was about to say, Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, they are still sitting on the first position. They haven't just miraculously been, not miraculously, but they haven't been tossed all the way to the 16th spot. They're still leading the charge. But I think with a performance like this, now the pressure falls upon the players of IHC. Can they recover in the last game? Who knows what is going to happen? The last time IHC and the players from Stalwart Esports, they were playing for different teams back then. The lads from IHC were playing under the banner of Zeus. Stalwart Esports back then were playing under the banner of Astra Academy. The last time a situation like this arose where Stalwart Esports, the players were sitting on first and the players of IHC were second. Erangel was the last game of that day and IHC just dropped onto Nova Repnoy to take that early fight. I want to see that again. I hope that happens here towards the last game. But before that, I guess it's time for a short break.
Yep. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022 with Oppo F21 Pro as our sponsors. And now, of course, moving on in, Johnny, has been a phenomenal day so far. The final day, the expectations and teams are actually living up to it too. But unfortunately, had a lot of expectations coming inside this game from 7C, but they weren't really able to deliver it up to the mark.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Stalwart Esports, they've got our back and they're going to provide us with some content.
I mean, definitely, Stalwart Esports is living up to all the hype that was there about them since the start of the tournament. They might have missed out on just securing the trophy a few times earlier, but this time they're back and they are hungry for blood, securing the first position. Now, I want to see what exactly is the difference between Stalwart Esports and the team right underneath them, because that is going to be quite interesting to see now exactly what the target is for IHC to achieve in the last Erangel.
I mean, the target here for IHC has to be quite a lot because Stalwart Esports even doing so great in the previous game to this one, and then even doing great job in the previous game. So I don't know, man. Stalwart Esports, they got second spot in the Erangel game, and now even coming inside the Miramar, the first spot with a lot of elimination points wrapped up too. So it's going to be quite a lot of cushion for that Stalwart Esports FCon. At this point, I might as well just conclude them as the winners. Before now, let's take a look at the MVP of the entire tournament, or the entire game, my bad, or the previous one. And let's find out who is it going to be, and why do I even question it? Of course, it has to be Action.
I mean, an incredible performance. 5 eliminations secured, 881 damage dished out, and a single assist. But hey, we're not going to talk about those assists. I mean, the individual brilliance from the set of Action, again, resulting in Stalwart Esports getting a winner chicken dinner. But I believe this time it wasn't him alone. It was the entirety of the team coming together for that win. And it was an incredible job done by everyone from the lineup of STE.
And Stalwart Esports, yeah, incredible job indeed from everyone from the side of lineup, in that lineup right there. So 5 knockouts, 2 from his side, 881 damage dealt, 23-28 survival time. It's like whenever Stalwart Esports, they get a chicken dinner, Action has to be the MVP without a doubt. Sometimes top 2 can steal the cake, but it's okay. Action usually is 90%, is able to stay consistently on the top. On the second spot, we have top from Stalwart Esports. There we go. The duo is going to be right there. Skylightz Gaming too, being quite a lot of threat in that previous game, but unfortunately, weren't really able to live up to the mark, so they got taken out somewhere in those late phases of the game. And then Vibes as well, trying to put on some consistent performance. But it's too late, though, isn't it? Don't you think so? Are they going to be able to make it in top 10? Have they made it?
Well, I mean, we're going to find out. Let's see. I mean, the overall rankings are going to be on our screen soon. So, Necro, your questions are going to be answered. But, I mean, yeah, that's actually what we want to see. The top 10, what is the list going to look like after this matchup? But before that, a lot more stats to go through, starting off with the next one, the team comparison. So, again, Stalwart Esports, look at that. How did they make it work? And why is Raw Esports second? They took 952 damage, only 265 deaths,
0 LMs,
0 LMs, and they still make it to the second position in the match with a 17-minute average survival time.
Oh my god, talk about staying under the radar and talk about just snaking it till you make it. Raw Esports, oh boy, they've realized that's the only strat now that's going to save them in this one. And Raw, they're going to go for every single odds with them at this point. Stalwart Esports, though, 1831 damage dealt. Action, he himself had 800 damage, so that 800 damage on the top is just all by Action. And then 13 elimination points wrapped up from the side of Stalwart Esports with 8 knockouts and 2330. I mean, Raw, they're completely proven and paralleled when it comes to the stats comparison in that previous game. Matt Summary, too, in front of us, is Action got himself the highest eliminations and the highest damage, and on top from the side of Deadeyes Guys with the highest assist. But unfortunately, Memo this time is going to be there with the highest healing done, and then Action again with the highest knocks. I mean, wherever if you talk about a man being just out for blood, Action is there in these stats.
Yeah, I mean, every single time Stalwart Esports have a game like this, there are two people who are the usual suspects of making it happen. One is Top, the other one is Action. One of these two lads is definitely going to be present in the list of the top performers if Stalwart Esports are doing that, and sometimes even when they aren't doing so well inside of the match. But I mean, props to Raw Esports. That has to be one of the best survival runs we have seen in a while, apart from the Extremes performance from a few days earlier, the last few days of the league stages. If you remember the clutch the man had for himself, absolutely beautiful. But looking at the match rankings for now, ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports, 28 points secured by them. IHC only getting 2. The difference before this game was 9 points. So yeah, Stalwart Esports, I guess, now have a massive advantage in the overall leaderboard.
Talk about the advantage, though. I mean, yeah, as I said, at this point, Stalwart Esports, they've gotten a huge cushion, and they're also able to nail down that first spot. But now in the second spot, we knew it's IHC, but we never know. In that previous game, maybe IHC got toppled over because we saw IHC, they had quite a rough start in the previous game, so they weren't really able to put on some insane numbers. So that might just be a possibility that team right underneath them might have just toppled IHC over because that was not really a lot of points gap between them. But we still need to take a look at the overall rankings and get a confirmation.
Exactly. I mean, we are going to have a look at the overall rankings in a few short moments, but I believe before that, we're going to have a look at a few more clips. Yes, the Oppo F21 moments of the game are going to be in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1.5. Yeah, we're going to get there soon.
There we go. Oppo F21 Pro moments. The device as well, just rolling up. Talking about the device, make sure to grab your Oppo F21 Pros because currently it's available in the market and you guys do not want to miss out on them. So make sure to grab them. I see this is how things really started off. Some great trades back and forth, and I'd see we're able to get those elimination points wrapped up for themselves. And this Savage choke right here, I would call it an absolute choke because Savage, the way they were just funneling inside the players of TDK, the way they were just gifting those eliminations away, man, they were not even able to stand up for themselves against him.
Yeah, definitely not being able to stand up. And it was quite an unfortunate start for them as well. No retaliation at all. And I believe after this, we will have the damage histogram on our screens as well. So we're going to find out exactly if Savage Esports stood a fighting chance. They had a moment to retaliate the aggression towards their direction. But Stalwart Esports, I mean, we saw them in the thick and thin of everything since the mid-game stage of the match, and they were doing a brilliant job of making sure if they were taking a few shots, they were getting those conversions instantly.
Oh, do you think now any of the teams will try to target Stalwart Esports? Some South Asians?
Yeah.
Do you think some South Asians will go for a target? Because I feel like that might just happen because we saw in the previous one, Savage Esports, they realized TDK was being a huge threat for the Mongolians. So Savage Esports, they targeted TDK and just tried to rule them out. But then we might just see the same thing happening with Stalwart Esports too, because TDK, they need that first spot. So some of the South Asians, they are not going to be happy with the way Stalwart Esports are hindering the performance of TDK.
Yeah. See, I agree with you on one thing, and I disagree with you on one thing. As you said, I mean, there's a possibility of Stalwart Esports getting targeted in the last game, but I don't think it's going to be one of the South Asian teams. I mean, all the teams basically are South Asian teams, but I don't think it's going to be one of the OG teams from the region. I think it's going to be IHC. they are the only ones who are going to be gutsy enough to actually go for a drop clash towards Nova Repnoi and try and pick up the players of Stalwart Esports early. But let's see what is going to happen. Head into the last game. Everyone is going to be unpredictable. And yeah, so Savage Esports did in fact dish out some damage. 250.
Oh boy. Do you think Savage will target TDK again?
Maybe. I mean, a high chance of that happening. But Necro, look at the comparison right now. So 250 damage by Savage Esports, no eliminations, and they finished last. 265 damage by Raw Esports, no eliminations. They made it to the second position. I mean, talk about survival instincts right there.
Yeah, and then, yeah, as you said, talk about the survival instincts, and then you have players of DRS coming in as well with 9 elimination points and 1491 damage wrapped up. Skylightz Gaming too, we saw them in the MVP page, or at least in the top 5 players. Yeah, there were Galzin and Mafia Ninja available in the top 5 players with 1388 damage dealt and 10 elimination points wrapped up too. So Deadeyes Guys there too with 3 elimination points and then 1348. Overall, teams, they had quite a lot of high damage game in the previous one, but they were just not able to get the conversion with the eliminations. But if you take a look at a team like Seal and look at their conversion into elimination points, they've been doing quite a phenomenal job so far. But Stalwart Esports, as we said, they're completely just a whole nother beast. It's going to be tough to take out a beast like Stalwart Esports from the top.
Well, let's see what the uphill battle is going to look like as, well, the damage histogram has been in front of us long enough, and I believe the next thing on our screens, Necro, it is going to be the overall rankings. And here we go. Wait, what? We have the schedule now?
You got skamazed.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. But yeah,
are we
for
just
now,
going
we
to
have
keep everything hush-hush into the last game? Wow.
But yeah, here we go. Moving inside, it's going to be Erangel's. And now it's going to be the final game, too. Going to be quite interesting to find out how things are going to be looking like in this one. Because, again, we said this. It's going to be the final game of the final day of the entire Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. So brace yourself. Fasten your seatbelts because the play and fly pad's about to hit the deck soon.
We don't have seatbelts, Necro. We're just going to have to grab onto our seats.
You can just take off your leather belt and just attach yourself to the chair.
Yeah, I don't think I'm skinny enough to fit that way, but let's see. I mean, I'll hold on to my desk. I'll just grab onto my desk and just make sure I don't move. You guys do the same. But again, I mean, so going into the last game, everything is just a speculation at this point, ladies and gentlemen. We know one thing is for sure that Stalwart Esports are first, IHC right behind them. Then there's going to be Train to Kill and Deadeyes Guys as well in the charge for the first position. But realistically speaking, IHC is one of those teams that stands the closest to the players of Stalwart Esports. So their probability of taking the first position away from them in this last match, it is going to be the highest. But we'll talk about probability, numbers, possibilities a little bit later, because all of that is just going to vanish as soon as the action is about to begin. And, well, it is about to begin because we will be having a look at the player camps first and then jumping right into the last game. But there's no time left. Let's just start heading towards the action now. Necro, before we jump to the game, though,
yeah,
what do you think is going to happen?
Okay, so let me tell you.
Who wins?
Who wins? Okay. So the final game is going to be won by Deadeyes Guys.
Alrighty.
Okay, and we're going to see targeting right off the bat. I don't know which team's going to target who, but we are going to be witnessing potential targeting going on in this one. And I think it has to be at least some of the teams from the Mongolia, or at least Savage. I'm expecting them to target someone in the lobby. I don't know who is it going to be this time, though. But yeah, Savage, they do realize currently at this point there's no way they're going to be able to qualify anyway, so might as well just go for some target points, and that's what they'll go for.
Let's see how beneficial it's going to be for them. But look at this, the trajectory of the plane leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map. Stalwart Esports, they're going to have a comfortable early drop towards Nova Repnoi, but as you mentioned, Necro, is anyone going to target any other team? We are about to find out the answer to that question. Venom Legends taking an early exit towards the western edge of the main island, while Skylightz Gaming have dropped towards Primos, quite close to the position of ElementriX. Another important thing about this match is going to be the circle. Which position will the circle hold? If it heads towards the northern part of the map, then maybe we're going to see Stalwart Esports be a little bit hesitant in the early game action. If it is towards the southern side, then oh boy, I mean, we better be prepared for the aggression that will be showcased in this final match.
Talk about the aggression, though. I mean, I want to find out how things are going to be looking like, because so far, we're not really seeing any drop clashes. Stalwart Esports 2, they're currently going towards Nova Pnoy. Savage Esports are here as well. Let's see how things are going to be looking like, because TDK, they're not going to be able to go to their designated drop spot just because of the plain fly path. They're going to be screwed over big time. Now, what I'm wondering about is how are some of these teams going to target? Because even if they had the intentions to target, the plane fly path just completely spoiled those. Before now, it's Venom Legends getting dropped on by the players of IHC. And oh, IHC, look at this. I mean, it's not even getting dropped on at this point. IHC too, they got screwed kind of heavily by the plane fly path right there. And IHC and Venom Legends, they had a drop collision.
I mean, there was a little bit of a collision between the two teams, but IHC managing to find a way to come out on top, just using their numbers against the isolated individuals of Venom Legends. But that was just the first blood of the game. I mean, IHC still have a possibility of going for a few more pickups, but let's see. Right now, IC, it's going to be important for him to find some healing utility and get his HP bar back into a decent position. A few vehicles being recovered. Godless running towards the US, and well, there's going to be another one recovered as well.
The car looks sick, man.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
it's a
like
Lamborghini, so...
Yeah, it's like whenever these players just play with the vehicles, I wish I had one too. It's okay.
I wish I had one
I'm not
IRL.
crying. What did you say? You wish you had one IRL?
Yep.
Man, that's way too expensive. If you do get one IRL, though, if you do, you know, we'll drive it together.
Sure.
Sure?
The problem is, I mean, I don't know how to drive.
It's okay. I'll be your driver. I'm down to be a driver in Lamborghini. I mean, I don't care, dude. I would drive that stuff all day.
Hopefully we make it.
Come on.
Hopefully make it someday that we are able to drive those vehicles that we just keep dreaming about. I mean, but for now, I think the best thing is just like enjoying the feel inside of the game. But
yeah, just virtual vehicles. That's all we can do. Man, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to make it there, man. Just keep working hard, guys. Just keep working hard towards your goals, and I'm pretty sure you guys will find success eventually. Moving on in, though, I'd see, again, they were able to inflict at least a little bit of hurt on the players of Venom Legends, and now Venom Legends, they will start this game off handicapped. So Venom Legends is another one of those teams that have been screwed over by the plane fly paths, and that has been screwed over by the entire Grand Finals, because Venom Legends, they're not going to be able to make it in the Grand Final or in the South Asia Championship anymore.
Yeah, but I still like the fact that they haven't given up. It's not like they're just taking early exits in the squad fights or just running into worst possible situations. Venom Legends are still trying their level best to at least secure one win before they go out.
I just looked at the map and I saw Savage and Pochinki. That means Savage had their eyes locked on 7C this time. Because 7C too, they're getting really close to their top 10 spot in this game. 7C, they would want to make sure they're finishing this game on a good note. If Savage, they're gonna even able to at least take out one of the players from the side of 7C, then the entire
look at this!
of Hope are going to be just destroyed. But Savage, 3 players out the equation off the bat. And now Savage, they're just going to be down to one last man alive. Eisenberg, too much eyes onto this man. All fight for the pride too, but Eisenberg's going to be able to find one. Will he find the second one too? Yes, he does. How is he able to pull this off? Barely allowing a sliver felt as well. It's going to be able to patch himself up, and Suncher's going to be the man falling down to the front. Savage, at this point, they have no care in the world. They're going to try and go for the spoiler here. Uta is going to be the man of the clotheslines, catching a lot of bullets. The AK in his hands might just be proven quite detrimental, but that's not going to be the case. Uta is going to be the counter for the entire squad of Savage.
I mean, again, Savage Esports, 2 games back-to-back. The first team to get wiped out. And, well, the hopes and dreams are over for Savage Esports. Let's see what happens to Vibes against the players of 7C Esports. Bishal trying to hold his own against an entirety of of 7C Esports. A few utility being lobbed to just delay the push of the lads, and Bishali's trying his level best to survive. Another nade being lobbed into his room. Now he has to jump out right in the nick of time, drops out through the window. Now the shots being fired on him, takes down one more player, but will instantly be dropped by Aku Jod. And 7C Esports could have been much worse, but they still managed to survive and still managed to stay 4-man strong.
Vibes is another one of those teams, man. They really need to make it inside the top 10, dude. 7C2, I mean, oh, this is the fight. This is a do-or-die moment for all the teams that are currently in the latter half of the board. And this is going to be quite interesting to see which one's going to win this one. Because, again, 7C, they got forced out of the Pachinki area. So 7C thought maybe this compound's going to be uncontestable or uncontested. But then the players of Vibes were over here too. So, unfortunately, 7C, they just ran into the players of Vibes. And then they were able to rule a couple of players out from the side of Vibes. But still a bad start for Vibes. This is not something they were looking for.
Well, but let's see. I mean, it was an unfortunate start for them, as you mentioned, just losing out on one of the players this early in the game. Not really something that they were prepared for. But 7C Esports now, they are also forced to play an impromptu game, as Pachinki was taken control of by 7C Esports a little bit earlier into the match. Now, they have been wiped out, but still was a little bit of a hindrance in 7C Esports' game plan in the early stages. Seal Esports, look at them, playing from Gutka already, quite close to the players of Phantom Esports, and IHC again going for the early Everest control.
Early Everest control. And oh boy. The entire huge circle right here has centered down. Now, this is pretty much a standard circle, but the planned fly path was something that was not standard. And that's why we saw a lot of early collisions. A lot of players were taken out. The entire squad of Savage again got taken out. Phantom Esports this game too got spoiled completely. And oh boy, this is not something these players expected. I'd see they have all the players up so far. ElementriX 2 is right there with all their players up. 7C, they're right in the smack center with all their players up as well. Oh man, at this point, every single team, they're just waiting for the next circle shift to find out where it's going to be shifting towards.
Well, we're waiting to see that happen as well. A massive cluster of teams towards the central and the western side of the map. Seal Esports right underneath the Everest. I see on the high ground now. Since he is on the opposite side, there's no way he knows Seal Esports. They're maneuvering around this tall mountain. And the possibility of a collision between the two teams, a fight breaking out. It's going to be close to nil, but you never know what's going on through the heads of these players, especially in a situation like this. IHC, they're going to try their level best to make sure that the winner chicken dinner goes to them in this particular game. Otherwise, they will be missing out on the trophy of the PMPL South Asia Spring Season. The circle shifts towards, well, kind of in the middle of Shelter and Pachinki. Shelter and School, sorry. High Voltage are going to be pretty happy with the shift. They do not have to do anything. They have control of the school apartments. They can just hold on to that control and just protect themselves. Stay safe, make it to the late game.
Talk about making it to the late game, though. I mean, Stalwart Esports currently, they are just trying to edge their way in all the way from the coastlines. And ElementriX 2 are right there. A little bit up north. The airdrop this time is going to be taken away by the players of Deadeyes Guys, who is right next to him, so might as well would want to go for it. But what I want to know is which gun they've got their hands on. Godless, on the other hand, though, is going to find some elimination points on the players off Raw. As IHC, they're just not going to stop anytime soon. The pedals to the metal, and IHC, they're looking to confirm all these elimination points, and within a blink of an eye, Raw, they're down to just the one last man alive.
Well, let's see. Raw not really looking too hot in this match now. As you mentioned, down to the final player surviving for the team. It's not going to be easy for them to make it out to the other side, but the same thing happened to them in the previous game as well, and they made it to the second position. Had a few extra players that time, so it's going to be much more tougher than the performance they delivered on Miramar. But let's see, IHC now, 4 elimination points secured. They're going to need a lot more if they want to be first at the end of the game.
Oh boy, the suspense is just absolutely killing me in the overall rankings. What's going to happen? Oh, we saw quite a lot of early clashes. Now coming inside this one, we're seeing quite a lot of early bodies hit the deck too, and we don't even know how things are looking like in the overall rankings, because even in the previous after game segment, we did not see the overall graphic, and we were told by the Puppet Master it's to keep the suspense. So you guys are only going to be able to find that out after the last game. So you guys will have to stick around. And yes, we are going to be evil ones. We're not going to let you guys find out. You guys will have to live in a suspense.
Well, there's a lot of suspense right now. Again,
Johnny, can you do one of those demonic laughs, because currently we're controlling the suspense, and the audience, they cannot do anything. They can just sit there and watch, and they will have to live in suspense.
I don't have a demonic laugh. I think it just sounds insane. Like if I go like, yeah, it just sound. I sound like I just escaped from a madhouse.
You sound like a kid who just watched a cartoon or who just watched a horror movie or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah. Look at this Wiko. Why are they doing this? It's like they know I like these cars and they keep on showing these. Stop, observers. You guys are teasing me at this point. It's not good to tease people, you know? You know, karma hits you back sometimes. I'll tease you guys more.
Smoking as well, so it would have a double heartbreak just to see it blow up.
Oh boy. But yeah, high voltage now. That was the final man up too from the side of Raw. Come on, just let him go. Why are you guys just isolating that man? And a great nade placement coming through from the side of Assassin to seal the deal on the entire squad of Raw now. They're going to be eliminated out in the 15th spot. Unfortunately, Raw, were they able to make it in the top 16? Man, look at the suspense. We just don't know what's going on.
Well, let's see what is going on. We are about to find out. I mean, it's been quite an interesting scenario with how the teams are moving around in the game. The circle just completely shifting towards School and Rozok. A complete northwestern shift, while majority of the teams had already overshot the current edges of the zone. Everyone just clustered up towards the southern side of farm. Will look to move up north, and since it is an open location, I think we are going to see a lot of mid-rotation team fights at this point. Skylightz Gaming be the first ones to move up north, and they are being matched by another team right next to them. It's going to be quite interesting to see if a fight is going to break out between ElementriX, 7C Esports, and the players from Skylightz Gaming, as the ramming towards the apartments is going to happen. The small city right next to the school position. And oh, look at this. Nima is looking to push forward, but ElementriX, they take a hit from the rear as IHC are going to start to chime in. Nima is isolated. The UMP doing wonders, but no, it's not going to happen. And Nima is going to be knocked out. 7C Esports doing a brilliant job of handling the pressure as Skylightz Gaming. The push is going to be unsuccessful from this team. Akuja dropping down to the ground floor with the UMP again, just trying to see if he can find an extra knock. The second one, it's going to be found by Memo as well. AJ getting knocked out, and Akuja is just going to be cleaning up one after the other. Skylightz Gaming down to the last surviving player, I guess.
Oh man. And Skylightz Gaming, look at this. I mean, blink of an eye, the table's now flipped against them. They thought they were going to be able to crash straight up onto this compound, but then 7C, they're just able to flip the switch out of nowhere. And look at this off angle from Memo. It's going to flush down the man all right underneath. And Mafia Ninja, no other choice left, and he will straight up run into the leftover players of 7C. Akujat and Ripson, they're going to take care of Mafia Ninja. Skylightz Gaming ruled out the game as well. So many early eliminations happening. Oh boy, just show me the overall rankings already. Like, oh, okay, well, it's unfortunate.
Oh man,
I was just lost for words when I saw that.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. But let's see. I mean, we are sort of heading towards, I guess, in an even more chaotic part of the game now. 15 minutes in almost. Just 13 teams remaining. 46 players still alive. 7C Esports have managed to hold on to their ground for so long instead of the match, managing to wipe out Skylightz Gaming a few moments earlier. But will this last game be their win? Let's not forget the chase is on. And 7C Esports will also try to propel themselves into a qualifying position. IHC, they know exactly where the players of 7C are with the way Alex is positioning his crosshair and ADSing towards those houses, just waiting for someone to step out so he can take them down.
I mean, look at IHC. They're giving it all they have for the first spot.
Yeah.
In this game, you saw they've just amped up the aggression too. They're going for those early elimination points, and now they also want to go for the victory. And I think IHC might just be able to seal this. I mean, even though IHC, things are going to be quite tough, man, because currently they just have a bit too much pressure to play with. Also wrap up those elimination points. Also go for the placement points as well. That's going to be quite tough, and elimination points too on the top. That's going to keep on adding on a lot of pressure. And Deadeyes Guys now, they're going to be against the players of high voltage. Now IHC, now they're going to try to chase down the team in the front. It's Wipes too. Two of those players get knocked out, and they should be ran over soon by IHC. And IHC is just going to eject, and there we go. Easy confirmations on the lats right there. Not really, no sweat. Deadeyes Guys currently, they're controlling the best compound in the entire circle near the school. And Deadeyes Guys, they're in the prime spot too. I told you, Johnny, Deadeyes Guys, they're going to win this game. But IHC, it's going to get real close for the first spot.
Well, let's see. Can they actually make it happen and go on to win this game as well? But for now, DRS on our screens have managed to take control of a building towards school apartments, with Stalwart Esports closing in from the rear, and they are moving quite quickly as well. DRS, they're going to have to be extremely careful to just deter the initial assault. And in fact, high voltage, look at them chiming in. Action is going to be the first knock from the side of Stalwart Esports, but Top retaliates with a knock and a finish of himself. Extreme being taken care of quite swiftly as well. Delta was lining up a Molotov, but decides to not go for the toss. As DRS, they have their own troubles to worry about. Specifically, the players from the side of JyanMaara right behind them.
Oh, that's not a way you want to peek out that angle, Seal. I know you guys are getting a little too ahead of yourself, but that's not what you want to do in these kind of moments, Seal. You want to make sure you're conserving as many as players as possible for the late game scenario, because this circle is one of the most detrimental circles that's going to keep on getting venomous and venomous later on in the stages. As it keeps on shrinking down, it's also going to move out in the open. The compounds are going to start running out of the zone. And now we have Seal. Baron 2 got taken out, unfortunately, so the rest should be there on their side. But Seal, they're just catching way too many casualties. And Seal, this needs to be stopped, because if any of these teams, they do decide to just straight up push on in against the players of Seal, then it's going to be next to impossible for Seal to just defend that compound, because at this point, too much damage is being inflicted. A lot of meds are being burned through.
Yeah, they're burning through a lot of healing utility already, and that's just going to make the late game situation a little bit more unfavorable for them if they do not manage to replenish it in the next few moments before they move out, in fact. But let's see. JyanMaara Susan again looking towards the players of Seal Esports. DRS looking towards JyanMaara. It's kind of a mismatch between all of these teams. No one really retaliating to who is aiming towards them, and they have their targets set. But still, the collision is being deterred by the fact that there is no incentive to force the fight. They are smack in the middle of the circle, and as long as they hold on to these cover position, it should all be good for the next few moments. But look at that. Again, in the elimination feed, we saw the name IHC. They're doing quite a brilliant job. Is that correct, Necro?
What?
IHC sitting on 11 eliminations?
Oh my god, wait, I just saw that. Wait, this is getting way too close for comfort. That means IHC, they're eyeing out for the first spot. They really want that cash money in their hands. Let's go, IHC. I believe you guys can make it, man. All you guys need is more points, and Godless is trying to put up on the board. But no, unfortunately, the aggression of Godless, this time it's going to be countered by the team in the front, and Godless will fall down. IHC, now they're down to a 3-man squad. Godless getting countered, TDK2 looking pretty good. But IHC, they're going to try to keep on inflicting that pain and hurt on the players of TDK. They're not going to let them run away like that. And look at IHC. They know. They've already found the opening. All they need to do is just capitalize. And Venom Legends too now. They're just being such a menace. They're just being such a problematic team for IHC here.
Yeah, from the flank, dishing out a lot of damage. Now, IHC, they're going to look to finish off the last 2 surviving players from the side of Train to Kill and just finish off the entire team. Just make them pay for what they have done. Taken out Godless a few moments earlier. Stalwart Esports on the other side, just looking to protect their position. For the first time, I guess, since the start of this PMPL, we are seeing IHC being the team with a more elimination as compared to Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports now just hiding their spots, but IC from the side of IHC is going to be picked off as well. Deadeyes Guys, Shifu just managing to run away safely, avoiding all that damage from the throwables. JyanMaara are going to be taken care of by the players of Deadeyes Guys, as the entire team is just going to be wiped out in a matter of seconds. And oh, Deadeyes Guys, they're looking for the next squad to finish off, which is, well, it looks like the players from 7C show up right in the nick of time.
They do, but how long are they going to be able to show themselves up near this? There we go. Blink of an eye and Ripson's out the game. It's going to get ripped apart. And now 7C, they're just crumbling down on their knees. And one more nade lopped in on the other side of the compound wall. That should be it. That should be the end of the entire storyline for 7C here. IHC, unfortunately, they get eliminated out in the 11th spot. That means, oh, the top spot's going to be way too close. They still got 12 elimination points, though, and that's all they're going to get in this game. IHC, I feel so bad for them. Have they made it? I'm pretty sure they haven't, but still, it's just getting way too close. TDK is still up. Yes, they are. They are up with 3 players alive. This game can also be stolen away by TDK. But as I said, Deadeyes Guys, they're currently the most strongest opponent in this one.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. I mean, they are still holding on to their position. Deadeyes Guys also doing a pretty phenomenal job in this one. Look at Akujor. He's going to be spotted out. On top, you need to peek out and take those shots. But no, he holds on for a little too long and loses out on 2 of his players. Now finally taking a few more shots on towards Akujor as the blue zone has finally started to close in. Shifu, he's trying to back off. And well, 7C Esports, I guess that's the recovery right there. Oh, Nade also getting delayed. On top, drops out into the blue zone. Esports cleaning up the players of DRS as High Voltage comes in with a brilliant third party now. Big names have all been taken out. D2K, as you mentioned, Necro, they still might be able to take the win.
The circle shift was right on top of the players of TDK and Venom Legends. It takes a huge northern shift, and now Deadeyes Guys, they're also going to be in such an uncomfortable spot. Some of the teams that are going to struggle to make it in, there has to be Seal, DRS, High Voltage. These are the teams that's going to be next to impossible for them to make it in. But Deadeyes Guys, they currently have all their 4 players up, so they're going to have the manpower to back them up. Seal, a great nade and a great opening also being found. That's going to open a lot of glimmers of hope for Seal to try and maneuver around and navigate their way in inside the next zone. As DRS, now they're looking quite hurt. The wall of death, too, is going to start to close in. DRS, the pressure is going to keep on increasing as the zone's going to keep on shrinking down. Seal, they're going to inflict a lot of pain. And DRS, they're eventually also going to fall down to the entire play zone. And that's what Seal realized. Now Seal, all they need to do is just move on in the open grounds and try and make their presence known in the next circle.
Well, but let's see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The top 7 teams of this match on our screens now. And top 16 players still alive. Deadeyes Guys present with the entire squad in this matchup. Venom Legends doing quite a decent job in this game as well. Look at that, on top, picking off the players of Skylightz Esports. Still going ham in this fight. And in this game, trained to kill again, as we mentioned, the final 3 players surviving. Airdrop being picked off by the players of DES. Chari is going to be the man yielding that weapon. Skylightz Esports, they don't have a lot to do at this point. They're stuck in the blue. They're quite far away. It's an open area rotation. It's going to be tough for them to get themselves inside the zone from there, from the school walls. And well, Leo has been spotted out. Baron as well. A few more shots to do the trick, but Venom Legends from the distance just distracting the players of Deadeyes Guys. Leo has finally been taken down. Vibes Esports getting eliminated from this match. Final player from the side of Skylightz Esports. Baron behind the broken wall steps out and gets taken out instantly. Deadeyes Guys, look at that. 9 eliminations secured. Skylightz Esports are done. We're down to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen, in the final game of the day, in the final game of the PMPL South Asia Spring Season. Venom Legends with 3 players, trained to kill with 3, and Deadeyes Guys with all 4 still alive. Well, Shifu was knocked out, but he is going to be revived in a few more seconds.
Yeah, there is another one of those teammates right next to him. So Deadeyes Guys currently, they're also controlling the majority of the zone. They are out in the open, though. They will need this hilltop control, and this is where TDK might just be a bit problematic for them. But Deadeyes Guys, if they do get this high ground control in their hands, then they're going to be unstoppable. I mean, I made this call saying that Deadeyes Guys are going to win this game, and this is going to happen. Trust me, my call is God's call. Okay, that's a bit too much.
Well, but it's okay. Let's see. We can still enjoy this game, and well, the speculation is going to be there for the overall rankings as well. But let's see. Venom Legends stuck out in the open now. The push towards the zone, it's not looking good from their perspective. Chari already finding the opening. Ale slowly and steadily crawling towards this hill. And Deadeyes Guys, every single time the circle has been anywhere close to Rozhok, they have gone on to win the game. And I think the situation is not going to change this time as well. Ruffet again on his knees. Ale out in the open, Dedicated taking a lot of damage. And well, the spray down from on top is on point. The Hagger advantage very well converted into his team's favor. And Ale is going to be the last player surviving inside of the smoke, taking a lot of damage. Well, he has his moments of surviving. Hasn't taken any damage till now, but now finally will be forced to take the fight. And a little bit of damage dished out. Last player from the side of Venom Legend. And he has been spotted out a few pixels outside the smoke. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Down to the final two. Who will it be taking the ticket in the final game?
It's not even a question. Deadeyes Guys, they're currently controlling the hilltop. And my wishes are also with them. So that's going to be adding a little bit of more lucky charm on the players of Deadeyes Guys. But the nade was quite too close. Hey, man, you better try and back off Chari. And that's what he exactly does. He's going to try to crawl back to safety. Deadeyes Guys still, though. The 4 players, or at least the man advantage, is going to help them quite a lot. Look at the spread that they have, too. A huge spread. And TDK, they're currently just isolated in those compounds. They don't really have a lot of space to play around with. A huge rotation from them, and this might just cost them their game now. Deadeyes Guys, oh, don't change my blessings into a curse, please.
Well, let's see. What is it going to be? A blessing or a curse, Necro? T2K, they're going to try and go for the push towards the hill. The smoke's being laid out by Sandesh. Syok sitting on the flank. Trulove and Chari just trying to control the summit of the small little ridge, small little hill right here between Rozhok and School. Blue zone, just 30 seconds left before it closes in. Right now, 30 seconds feels like an eternity for Train to Kill to be absolutely pinned down in such a horrible position.
Look at the nade. It crawls right next to Turulov as well on the right side. Before now, Turulov's going to be a bit safe. Deadeyes Guys, again, the high ground, something that's given them a huge advantage. And Deadeyes Guys, no overstep, please. Stay in your boundaries. You guys don't really need to be overconfident or cocky in these moments. Just let the game roll. Sundesh's position is something that TDK are heavily relying on. If Sundesh is able to find an opening, if Sundesh is able to find one of the players that Deadeyes Guys slip away, that's going to change the entire course of the game. Look at him just providing the smokes to the players of TDK, making sure they're not going to be spotted anytime soon. And also he was passing on some healing utilities. TDK now pretty close, getting real close and personal to Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys, they're just waiting for TDK to walk on in, and they're going to welcome him with open arms.
Well, let's see, Trulove, he's looking to find an opening. Just one good nade being lobbed towards the players of T2K, and that's going to be the entire story of this match. Deadeyes Guys, they will have 15 eliminations at the end of this game, but let's see. Train to Kill, Sandesh still holding on to the edge. The UMP finally being put to use. Trulove taking a little bit of damage, and the nades are being lined up by the players of Train to Kill as well. They push them back. The nade is going to be lobbed, but will they find an opening? I don't think so. But a little bit of damage onto Chari as well. And finally, the pixels are going to be visible to Sandesh and his teammate right behind him. But Trulove from the other side with the AKM priority weapon on him. Against the UMP, I think the AKM will have to bow down this time. But all right, if you don't have utility, just go for a pan toss towards the opposition. Just try to force them out in the open. But from the flank, it's going to be Shifu finding the opening now. Deadeyes Guys, they have just one moment to close it out. And that's Sandesh falling down. DE, they go on to win the game, the final chicken dinner, but oh, look at the faces, they are still not happy. I think a call needs to be made as to exactly where they finish, but I think no matter what, it is... Wait, what is happening? Where is Deadeyes Guys?
The suspense, no Puppet Master, you can't do this to us. Are you kidding me? The suspense is still being maintained. But man, I mean, we were supposed to keep the suspense going, but I just spoiled the game for you guys with my predictions. I mean, I told you guys that Savage is going to target someone. That happened. And then I told you guys that Deadeyes Guys are going to win this game. That happened too. Man, what's going on, Johnny? Like, damn, like, should I have like the golden mullet onto me? Like, should I have like the entire golden suit?
I heard golden mullet. I heard a golden mullet, and I'm going to say yes to that, Necro.
Okay, Johnny, so go ahead and buy me one, and I'll wear it on the SA
No,
Championships.
you need to grow one out, and we're gonna have your hair just dyed gold. That's gonna be fun.
What? You kidding me? Oh man, oh boy.
What a win! What a win from DE though. I mean, definitely.
The
but
suspense,
ladies and gentlemen,
Johnny. It's time to open the eyes. It's time to end the suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out who's going to be the champion of the entire grand finals of the SA Championship or of the entire PMPL SA 2022.
Yeah, the spring season. I mean, it is going to be quite incredible to see, but I think everyone has a hint of which team will be the one lifting the trophy. Everyone has an idea in the back of their heads, just a thought lingering that they know what the name is. They know the name that's going to appear on our screens in a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And well, it's official. The champions of PMPL South Asia Spring season
go.
are Stalwart Esports. Pika Actions Cry top, and the man, the sub-senator right there.
Oh boy.
Him as well behind the scenes, but still an incredible performance from Stalwart Esports. Now, Necro, imagine the start to the final. Stalwart Esports just blundered up the entire first day of the finals. It was a 3-day affair, but on day number 2 and day number 3, the consistent performances made them, well, took them to the first position, and well, the crown, the trophy is theirs, along with $10,000.
Stalwart Esports, they make it happen. The legacy continues as Stalwart Esports. They're going to be making their mark with a great momentum inside the SA Championship. And let's find out. I mean, we'll be able to find out only in the future lines if Stalwart Esports will be able to continue the domination they showed in the entire PMPL SA 2022 spring split. But moving on in, Johnny. Deadeyes Guys 2, valiant effort. IT2, they tried to go for the elimination points early off. They had 12 eliminations wrapped up. Man, valiant effort, IT, but unfortunately, a little bit of mistakes just cost him that entire game. Godless got taken out by the players of TDK. He got countered right there. If Godless did not get taken out, then IHC could have been under contention of that first spot.
I mean, definitely, they were doing a brilliant job just moving forward with a lot of aggression and a lot of kills racked up already. But I wouldn't even blame Godless. It was the decision-making after that. Just just forcing a push towards the players of Train to Kill was the thing that hampered them down. But ladies and gentlemen, again, Stalwart Esports, a brilliant job. This is their moment. And as you mentioned, Necro, the legacy continues. I mean, one of the best teams to have ever graced the South Asian PUBG mobile scene, along with IHC, of course, Stalwart Esports. What is it going to take to stop them from winning the trophy?
Well, I mean, currently they're just looking like the unstoppable beasts. And to take down the beasts, you need some monsters. And are there going to be monsters in the lobby? I mean, we saw IHC in form of one that was getting pretty close to the beasts. That was almost about to touch him too. But then, man, TDK, just the inevitable. You know, that's what you say. That's just happened to them. I mean, sometimes you try to flip the fate, but that's not going to be the case. Stalwart Esports, it was just written in their luck that they were going to win this, and they won that too. But hey, nothing blamed on luck, right? Nothing just put on the luck. Stalwart Esports, they have put on a phenomenal performance, and I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm a huge fan of them too. I'm a huge fan of every single team that's playing in here. Even if the team that are not really going to be able to make it in the SA Championship, make sure to not hate on them, man. They're over here for a reason. They're here to represent their own entire region over here. I mean, and they've done a great job so far.
It's not easy to make it this far. I mean, imagine every single time there are hundreds of thousands of players registering, just thousands upon thousands of teams registering for these tournaments, and from there only on a stage like this, you see just the top 16 that have made it through. And it is not easy to compete at this level. So as you said, Necro, very nicely put out that even the teams that did not make it this far in the tournament, even they deserve a little bit of appreciation. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they are in a league of their own. We have pretty much established that. They have established that. They've made a statement every single time they have been here. But I'm also happy about another thing. Deadeyes Guys, I mean, we saw the sort of faces of disappointment right there in the player cams as soon as the match came to an end. But hey, Deadeyes Guys, I mean, cheer up. You started the finals with a chicken dinner. You managed to finish with a chicken dinner. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be sitting in a very decent position headed towards the South Asia Championship.
Oh, I think so. In the overall rankings, they should be in the top 4 somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
easily.
Deadeyes Guys, they were doing quite okay in the overall rankings, if I'm not wrong. So they should be in the top 4, but still a great showing, man. I'm not going to lie. Deadeyes Guys have been able to live up to the mark. And as you said, the appreciation should be there even for the teams that did not even make it. So we will be able to take a look at the overall rankings soon in front of us. And I'm pretty sure the overall rankings are going to be in front of us soon. So this is where we should be able to take a look at the teams that are currently going to be in the latter half of the board and which of the teams were not able to make it in the next or in the upcoming SA Championship. As we do take a look, Stalwart Esports, they're currently going to be on the top, but oh my god, Deadeyes Guys with that win, they boosted themselves up to the 2nd spot, Train to Kill on 3rd, and IHC on 4th. Man, that win, that previous game changed the entire course of the overall rankings.
I mean, my thoughts were entirely focused on Deadeyes Guys and Stalwart Esports, but Train to Kill taking over IHC. I think that is something that we did not expect. Now, IHC pushed down to the 4th position. DRS, Skylightz Gaming, Esports, JyanMaara, all these top teams have made it through. But this is just the top 8.
Boy,
there are two more names that are supposed to join the list.
2 more names. Yep, it's going to be on the latter half of the board, and let's take a look at the latter half of the board soon. I'm pretty sure it's going to be rolling up in front of us. JyanMaara too, though, one of those teams coming inside at the grand finals. We did not really have a lot of expectations from them, but they're currently sitting in the top 5, and that's so impressive. But man, after that previous game, the entire look of the overall rankings has changed. Seal 2, they're going to be able to make it in the SA Championship. DRS there too, some of the top dogs from the SA Championship. And man, I want to see the upsets. I want to take a look at the latter half of the board because that's where we're going to be seeing some huge upsets, but it's okay. You know, they're going to be able to come back stronger even inside the next split next time. So there are ample amount of opportunities for you guys to try and strike back, and that's where you guys will try to do so. As you take a look at the latter half of the board, this time the teams haven't really made it. They haven't really made it in the top 10. Oh my God, wait, Raw? There was only 7 points difference between Venom Esports and Raw got ruled out because of the final game.
Yeah, just the final game not working out for them. Raw Esports, 70 Esports also fall down. And again, some of the biggest names that we saw in the league stages, Savage Esports, Vibes, missing out on the SA Championship. Now, this, no one could have predicted that this is what was going to happen towards the very end. But congratulations to Phantom Esports. As I've been saying time and time again, every single time we talked about them, they have figured out how to survive. Now it's time to bring the firepower into the mix. I think that's the only thing that Phantom Esports need to add to their playstyle, and then we can easily see them compete for the top 6, top 7, top 5, maybe even in certain positions, depending on what the rest of the teams in the lobby are going to be thinking. But I mean, again, it has been an incredible journey, this PMPL. I mean, even though the winners were a team that we predicted, I mean, a few other names have had an incredible run, one of which is Deadeyes Guys. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head towards an interview with the players from DE. In fact, Chifu sir is going to be the one joining us.
Hello. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
राइट देन फाइनल सकिएको छ 15 पोइन्ट अगाडिको इन्टरभ्यूमा हामीले कुरा गरेका थियौँ सिपु सर केवल 15 पोइन्ट भनेर अन्तिममा आएर त्यही 15 पोइन्टमा फेरि पनि यो रेस अड्किएको छ वेल देन सुरुवातमा त अमेजिङली कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन दिन चाहन्छु किनकि इन्टायर टुर्नामेन्टभरि नै जुन किसिमको पर्फर्मेन्स निस्किएको छ डिईको तर्फबाट हामी अपेक्षा गर्नेछौँ यो स्टार्ट मात्र हो यहाँबाट अगाडि नै बढ्छ टिम भनेर कस्तो रह्यो इन्टायर पिएमपिएलको जोर्नी समराइज गर्नुपर्दा
अब खासमा त हामी सुरुदेखि नै फाइनल्सको लागि नै प्रिपेयर गरिरहेको थियौँ अब हाम्रो मेन जुन गेम थियो हामीले चाहिँ फाइनल्सको लागि बचाएर राखेको थियौँ बट स्याडली गर्न सकिएन राम्रो गर्न सकिएन केही छैन अर्को अब छँदैछ
राइट देन पक्कै पनि मौका सधैँ पनि आइरहन्छ केवल त्यो मौकालाई अब रिजल्टमा परिवर्तन गर्न बाँकी रहेको छ राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स रहेको थियो इन्टायरली कतिको ह्याप्पी हुनुहुन्छ टिमको पर्फर्मेन्सबाट आफ्नो टिमको पर्फर्मेन्सलाई कति रेट गर्नुहुन्छ
मेरो टिमको पर्फर्मेन्स त एकदमै बेस्ट सबैले एकदम आफ्नो बेस्ट दियो एन्ड योचोटि सबैको कन्ट्रिब्युसन एकदम राम्रो थियो इभन माइसेल्फ मैले पनि अलिक भनौँ न राम्रै दिए जस्तो लाग्छ बट स्टिल नट गुड इनफ होइन नेपालीको लागि अलिक फेरि टाइटल छुट्यो सो टिमको त राम्रो थियो एकदम राम्रो थियो
राइट देन अर्को एउटा क्विक क्वेसन मैले थ्रो गर्न चाहेँ त्यस पछाडि एनालिस्टमा पनि आउनेछु म हामीले फाइनलमा फ्र्याग बोयको स्थानमा अन टपको इन्क्लुजनलाई देख्न पायौँ सो वाट वाज द एक्ज्याक्ट थट प्रोसेस अन टपको इन्क्लुजन पछाडि
सो टिम अलि ब्यालेन्स्ड भइरहेको थिएन एन्ड देन फ्र्याग बोय हि इज लाइक एकदम ग्रेट एसल्टर तर अलिकति टिममा चाहिँ अलिकति भनौँ न अलिकति नमिलेको कारणले चाहिँ ऊ चाहिँ पछाडि बसेर एकदम टिमलाई मोटिभेट गरिरहेको थियो सो सबैजना भनौँ न अब के भनौँ सबैजना बेस्ट नै हो मेरो प्लेयर्सहरू जस्ट म मात्र अलिकति अलिक कम भए तर मेरो टिमले एकदम राम्रो खेल्यो अब रिजनल्समा एकदम राम्रो अझै सुधार्ने छ आफूलाई
राइट देन सिफु सरले म मात्र कम भएँ भन्दाखेरि हामीलाई त्यो अझै पनि होइन जस्तो लागिरहेको छ किनकि जुन फ्र्यागिङ क्यापेसिटी हामीले इन्टायर इभेन्टभरि नै देखेको छौँ आई गेस रश्मि र इन्फिक्ससँग पनि सिफु सरको लागि इनफ क्वेसन्सहरू रहेको छन् पुनः एकपटक
ओके सिफु सर सँग प्रश्न भन्दा पनि उहाँसँगको जुन खुसी म अवश्य पनि रहेको छु किनभने धेरै अगाडिदेखि देखिरहेको उहाँको टिमको पर्फर्मेन्सेस रोस्टर चेन्ज भए तापनि आफ्नो गेम टिम साइड तर्फबाट पनि लगिराख्नु भएको छ नट ओन्ली सिङ्गल प्लेयरलाई प्रेज गर्न चाहन्छु म होल टिमलाई पनि प्रेज गरिरहेको छु कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स टु द टिम रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्नुभएको छ आफ्नो देशलाई आफ्नो टिमलाई अगाडि ल्याउनु भएको छ एउटा टिमवर्क देख्यौँ होमवर्क पनि राम्रो रहेको थियो लास्ट मोमेन्टमा गएर अलिकति चुक्न पुग्नुभयो बट पिएमपिएलको जुन एसए च्याम्पियनसिप रहेको छ त्यसमा भने बेस्ट विसेस दिन चाहन्छु म
राइट देन सिफु सर क्विकली अन्तिममा आएर एसए च्याम्पियनसिपमा के एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सक्छौँ हामी डीबाट
अफकोर्स एसए च्याम्पियनसिपमा अझै मेहनत गर्नेछौँ हामी र एकदमै भनौँ न नेपालको झन्डा चाहिँ माथि नै सक्दो अब हुन्छ नि टप 3 तिरै फरफराउने नै हाम्रो उयो छ होइन सो हामी एकदम मेहनत गर्नेछौँ अब त्यही हो बाँकी त अब के हुनेछ
राइट देन क्विकली फाइनल्स पछाडि फेरि पनि फ्यान्सको लागि केही स्पेसल मेसेज छ भने किनकि हजारौँ समर्थकहरू हुन्छ जसले डीलाई सपोर्ट गर्दै आउनुभएको छ सो क्विक मेसेज टु द फ्यान्स सिफु सर
फेरि पनि अब म चाहिँ एकदम सरी भन्न चाहन्छु होइन फेरि पनि दोस्रोचोटि सेकेन्ड भएको छु हार्ड लक भन्नु कि के भन्नु होइन अब सायद त्यो अगाडिको त्यो म्याच अलिक राम्रो भइदिएको भए आई थिङ्क गर्न सकिन्थ्यो होला तर हाम्रै अब भनौँ न कमी कमजोरीले गर्दा सकिएन सो अझै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला माया देखाइदिनु होला हिम्मत हारेको छैनौँ अब जर्नी स्टिल आउँछ सो एकदम धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद सपोर्ट गर्नुहुनेहरूलाई मनबाट एकदम साँच्ची नै है त Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was awesome having you. Jasari D आफ्नो performance.
Man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. I see you, Johnny. You wanted to open there. I just stole it quickly. It's my turn to take the spotlight.
I mean, I just wish
you have it.
I just wish I could have heard that interview. I mean, Shifu is a lovely, amazing person, and I mean, a lot of respect to the players of Deadeyes Guys. We saw them struggling for a long time now, and yeah, it has been an incredible run for the team. It's finally, like, I think, fulfilling to watch DE play to the best potential, especially players like Shifu, Chari, and on top as well. I mean, we've been watching since he started playing, and he's always been an incredible player all this entire time. No matter which roster he was a part of, he's always managed to be very consistent. So even though it wasn't a win for the trophy, a top 2 finish is not too shabby. But I understand. I mean, these players are competitive players. I mean, Necro, you have been in their feet before. Just winning the trophy means everything to professional players.
It does mean quite a lot to them. And sometimes if you just have about, you know, just accomplishing those trophies and making a certain amount of tournament, at that point, you don't even care about the prize pool because the only goal that you have in your front is just to secure that title underneath your belt. And if you're not going to be able to do so, that's something that really hurts you quite a lot. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to reveal another suspense from the entire tournament to find out who is going to be the MVP of the entire tournament. And it's going to be Sandesh from the side of TDK.
Oh my goodness. I mean, up until that last game, I believe Ziol was the man leading the charge, but Sandesh, oh boy, pulling off the incredible 40 eliminations, 7,778 damage dished out. Lucky number 7, I guess. 10 assists secured, 37 knocks in total, and 21 minutes of average survival time. An incredible run from Train to Kill as well in these finals, ladies and gentlemen. And Sandesh, I mean, has been one of the those players this time in the PMPL who just kept on improving. I couldn't see a ceiling of how far this man would take it.
I mean, Sandesh, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised and impressed at the same time. Sandesh, coming inside the entire league stage, he wasn't really able to show himself up, but now he kind of preserved himself for the grand finals, and he shows the best skill set possible in the grand finals. And Sandesh, I'm impressed, man. This is the man I knew from back in the day, and Sandesh is able to just deliver on top of the boards without a doubt. At this point, absolutely impressed by the way TDK played Deadeyes Guys too. I wish I understood the entire interview, but it was not in the language that we could understand and we could grasp, because I feel like that interview could have helped us quite a lot with also getting some insights onto them.
I mean, I believe, but someone from a wonderful, wonderful, lovely chat might be able to help us understand what happens. You guys can just DM us exactly what was said in the entire conversation. But I mean, it was pretty clear. Shifu was feeling a little bit distraught with the fact that the trophy wasn't theirs. Deadeyes Guys weren't able to lift the trophy. And considering, I mean, the kind of start that they had to the finals, it's completely understandable. But hey, I mean, again, South Asia Championship, there's still one more trophy that they could claim. There's still one more opportunity.
Another opportunity. And again, ladies and gentlemen, now, even though this has been quite a glorious moment, we have been, hyping up all the teams that have currently made it in the top 10. It's time to take a look at the latter half of the board and the teams that did not really make it. So again, as I said, there's no need to hate on those teams. They will have ample amount of opportunities, even in the future lines, to try and make it in. So make sure to try not to break their morals, and just keep on supporting them. Because if you keep on supporting them, if you keep on showing them love, they are going to be able to do even well. But for now, let's take a look at the MVP rankings of the entire grand finals, and let's find out how things really looked like. And y'all, one elimination point away, and Sunday stole the entire MVP title from him.
Well, it's not just about the elimination point right now, more about the damage and the survival time. And I think Sunday just did a brilliant job of being very consistent in terms of the survival times and the damage that was just out, specifically the survival time, because he has the highest in the entire MVP list. Yeah, he has the highest survival time, 21 minutes 35 seconds. The closest is his own teammate Suyog, who's sitting all the way on the 9th position. Incredible.
I mean, incredible. TDK. TDK is one of those teams that has always been preferring that tactical, that methodical approach in the game instead of just going all guns blazing.
Yeah,
and on the other hand, you take a look at the Mongolian teams, and that's how they like to play. Seal maybe is one of those teams that also opt out to be a little methodical sometimes, and that's what we saw in the league stage. Seal are the league stage champions. But now, moving on forward in the SA Championship, the top 10 teams from the entire PMPL SA, they have moved on in. Some huge eyes are indeed going to be locked on the Mongolian teams without a doubt. And ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, make sure to also follow us on our socials. I mean, our socials are right here. You guys can follow me too. It's NEKROW. Just follow iSuperJohnny too right there. The socials are right underneath his webcam. And you guys can hit us in our DMs. We are always glad to reply each and every single one of you guys' DMs. If you guys have any sort of questions, we are willingly accepting any sort of questions, and we are glad to help you guys out too.
Yeah, nothing about your games and your own predictions, though. I think that's the only thing we can't do. I mean, we are not fortune tellers. You might have to hit up Ocean for that, but yeah, it has been an absolute
what do you mean? I guessed it though last one. Come on, that was a big one too.
Necro, you're just getting started. You're just getting started now. I mean, this was pro matches, the pro league zone predictions. I mean, how are you going to predict just a random DM zone prediction?
Well, you know what, man? You know what? Maybe a little bit more grind, man. Maybe a little bit more grind, and I'll be there on a level of Ocean. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to end the show. It's time for us to end the entire PMPL SA 2022. It has been an absolute pleasure. It has been an absolute roller coaster of emotions, and it has been an absolute pleasure to cast it for you guys too. Some amazing, cute people in the chat. Thank you so much for your support. But yet, it's time for us to take a leave. So that's gonna be it from me, Necro, and Johnny signing out.